tournament with the search option. Find all the details about your chosen tournament and register. Provide your in-game name, ID, and other details. Make sure you have tickets to join. If not, then subscribe to Gigarina 20 to get 2 tickets. And you're set. See you at the training grounds.
You'll be the best sniper ever!
No! Hit the decoy! I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
So let me know where to go. So let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. Great job, guys!
Versus Santos Kelra can you do it? Dan Albert di sana. Ternyata harus hilang.
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electro final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa. Buhay pa rin. Ang 4v1! Backline already, and you're running for the lives. Gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way up. Just no way for him to run. It's just
Kita ada satu buah reward manipulasi yang membuat pergerakan dari Mika terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
How to register the Smart Gig Arena. First, go to gigarena.smart on your browser. Click Sign In at the upper right corner and enter your smart mobile number. Enter the one-time authentication code sent to your number and agree to the terms and conditions and privacy policy. Personalize your account by choosing your username and profile picture. Congratulations! You've just taken the first step on your path to greatness. Check out upcoming tournaments and play arcade games. Just subscribe to Gig Arena 20 to join. To join tournaments, click the Tournaments tab. Find the perfect tournament with the search option. Find all the details about your chosen tournament and register. Provide your in-game name, ID, and other details. Make sure you have tickets to join. If not, then subscribe to Gig Arena 20 to get 2 tickets. And you're set. See you at the training grounds.
Leslie! Meet Mr. Bunny! Ta-da! Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
No! It's a decoy! I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
So let me know where to go. So let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switching a lane na parang gera, Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, wala ka sa Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. So what I would proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Catch your favorite MPL matches every Friday to Sunday.
Only at the MPL Philippines YouTube and TikTok.
4 p.m.
MPL na!
4 p.m. MPL na! 4 p.m. MPL na! 4 p.m. MPL na! Maligayang pagdating sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo. I'm Mara Aquino.
And my name is Hans Galleria.
And this is
MPL Philippines Season 13.
You know, Hans, after last week's matches, I'm really looking forward to what we have. And the teams what's in store for us this week. Parang ang tagal natin naghintay.
Same. I feel the same. And I know, hindi lang tayo ang nakakaramdam nan dahil yung viewers natin here and at home, siguradong excited na rin.
Speaking of last week, let's check out our standings and see what else is waiting for us this week. AP Brand and Echo undefeated sa unang linggo. AP Brand and Echo swept both the teams that they played. On top right now, gaining 6 points.
Mara, kung matatandaan natin ng mabuti AP Brand and Echo, the reason why they got 6 points, hindi lang yun dahil sa sweep. Whether it's a 2-0 or 2-1 na makuha mo para sa serye, automatic 3 points na yan. Pero, para naman sa mga natalong teams, if you get a point or if you get a game, then that's 1 point. Pero kung wala ka nakuha, then that's 0 points for you.
3 points ka agad. That makes such a difference. Ibig sabihin, every time you beat the team, palayo ka ng palayo ng palayo.
Yes, exactly.
So make sure na hindi ka masusweep. Now, narinig mo na ba yung ating bagong news?
Siyempre naman. Ikaw, narinig mo na.
Confirmed na ang M5 skin. Skins, because for the first time, we'll have Finals MVP skin personally chosen by KarlTzy.
So, if we're gonna be talking about it right now, AP Brand's M5 skin will be Brody. Kasi yun nga yung naging malaking factor sa kanilang pagkapanalo in different international tournaments overseas. Meanwhile, KarlTzy, ang pipiliin niya ay yung Pakito. Alright? So, this is really gonna be a very good XP laner para sa kanya.
Anong tawag? Anong tawag din sa...
Flakito daw eh.
Flakito.
Flakito.
Flakito ang bagong tawag doon. And, okay, speaking of, alam mo, there's this thing going around right now, yung esports pose.
Parang ang tagal na.
Okay, eto, in the comic, si Kapitan Tambay, practicing his esports poses in preparation for MPL Philippines.
Especially to a major shoutout para kay Kapitan Tambay kasi ang dami niyang poses na ginawa, as you can see over there, di ba? There's the classic esports pose, merong turo, and then meron yung quiet, tas yung mga kaibigan niya syempre
Anong
nag-mention
ginagawa
lang.
niya doon?
Oh, ano
Familiar ako sa pose na yan.
I know. Seems very familiar. Which, speaking of, I wanna know kung ano yung esports pose mo, Mara. Kasi
Yung
we've
esports
seen
pose
a lot
ko.
of players do it.
Okay.
I wonder what's yours.
Yung very common, ganito.
Okay, okay. I see it, I see it.
Isa pa, isa pa, isa
Kailangan mo
pa.
akong bigyan ng isa pa. Yan. Okay. I feel threatened. I feel threatened. I see the energy.
What's yours?
Saan ba ako titingin? Sa'yo na lang.
What's yours? Oh,
Kailangan
ganyan.
natin,
Kailangan may tilt sa head.
Oh, kailangan may tilt
konting
sa head na ganyan ng konti.
Okay.
Pag mas
Yeah.
nakaganon, mas gets.
Gets. Ay, tinitignan ko nga kung sino yun eh. So sa lahat ng mga manonood ngayon, ano nga ba ang esports pose nyo? Ano yung esports pose na tumatak sa isip nyo? And whose player is it? Now, we're gonna see a lot of esports pose later on. So let's take a look at our schedule for today. For today's match, yung mga dating miyembro ng Barangay Omega na sina Kelra, Coach Atomax, and Coach Why Not going up against bagong barangay.
At ang naghihintay para sa ating second series, Star Match of the Day, a new chapter para kay Demonkite and KarlTzy sa kanilang rivalry.
Ooh, that rivalry getting spicy. So sa lahat ng mga nanonood ngayon, keep on commenting below. Sino nga ba ang gusto nyong manalo, lalo na doon sa rivalry ni Demonkite and
ni
KarlTzy? Write it below. Let us know. At ngayon, wag natin patagalin pa. Simulan na natin ang ating bakbakan.
This is the start of Smart Omega going up against ONIC Philippines.
Casters,
Pasok.
pasok.
It's a bittersweet reunion between the barangay and their former members. Can the young new bloods get one over the old guard who now find themselves in the super family? What's up, everyone? My name is Redmar, joined here by Nice and Leo, and it's us, the totally height-accurate We Bear Bros. And what the heck are you guys doing?
We're doing the esports pose, man.
Oh, do I have to do one too? I didn't get briefed on this.
Yeah, this is the KarlTzy pose. Definitely not from an anime.
Okay, what were you doing?
I don't know. I was just doing my pose.
All right, I'll do my favorite pose.
All right, what is it?
Is this familiar to you, Joseph? Look for it.
Hands gotta go down.
Yeah.
I had to actually think about it for a second.
Oh yeah, for a moment you just forgot, but I'm sure not a lot of people will forget about this matchup because it's the ultimate grudge match of the season. Because as we mentioned earlier, it's going to be members or former members of Smart Omega, Kelra, Itomax, even Coach Why Not going up against, well, their old club in the new look Barangay Omega. You got to cast a new look Barangay Omega game last week, Joseph. How do you feel about the new Barangay?
I still need some convincing, gentlemen.
Still need some convincing?
Right?
Okay.
I felt like there was some things falling into place for them, but I don't know. This is like the story, and this is, you know, a team that I love to root for, but they have had some struggles. And now, like, the interesting that there's like this flop and there's this rivalry going on. I can't wait to see how that unfolds.
Yeah, and just so that you understand why they're called the Super Family, we're kind of putting a pause on the Super Team label. Because ONIC, after their victory last week, they said, well, we're really just a family. We trust each other. That's how we treat each other. That's why this is going to be our new moniker. Leo, how do you feel about ONIC?
The Super Family, I have to say, I have very, very deep ties to. I followed Coach Why Not all throughout his career, even outside of the MPL when he was active in 2019. Kelra casted the grand finals. He ran against Blacklist in Season 7.
Yep.
Etomax grew close to, especially when they won MSC in 2021. So you see how, when you ask me, how do you feel about the new Barangay and how I feel about ONIC, it's not fair. It's like asking about, hey, how do you like that new friend you just met? And how do you feel about this new team that has so much potential? I am torn apart, man.
The last board member on your screen right now, man. Great points there, Leo. The reason why we're calling him the last board member, yes, that's a little bit of a reference to Avatar. It's because out of all of the old look Omega that we got so used to seeing, Matt was one of the last players remaining still that have played. Yes, we understand that Ryota's there and all that, but it seems like he's really the torchbearer for this new generation of Omega. How do you feel about that, Naisu?
It's interesting because for a lot of us, yeah, last season was our introduction to Matt, like, playing, you know, and everything. So he had, I guess, he had some influence, right, from the old Barangay, and then now he's like the last standing guy, a part of that. And I think, for me anyway, Matt kind of brings his own flavor to it. So this new Barangay is, yeah, they still have an identity and everything, right? But he's kind of forming this new, I guess, the style, if you will. And I was even talking about this on Desk last week with Rockhart and Wolf. I was like, interesting, because they're known for Omega timers and everything else like that, right? So does that still stick, or is something new here, you know? So we'll see.
Yeah, let's see what, how well this new Look Smart Omega will fare. Quickly, Leo, is it too much pressure? Before that, no pressure just yet, because we got Marshals coming out. Our favorite Marshals! Here they are, looking great as always. We've got Chico, Jeff, Patrick, and Wilbert. By the way, Jeff, his favorite setting in the electric fan is humid and number 2. It's perfect for great days. Coming out onto the stage after a start last week with a lot of questions, they look to shut the doubters out as this new age of the Barangay look to prove their worth against the old guard. They are Smart Omega! Time! It's ONIC Philippines! And their coaches, Coach Lembot and Coach Why Not. MPL Arena, welcome to week number 2! And here we are. You saw the lineups. You saw who's playing. Again, it is still for Omega, their MDL players-led roster. And now I want to toss it on over to you, Leo. The question I was going to ask, do you think Matt is ready to take the helm as the leader of this new age of Barangay?
I like to think it's not a matter of if Matt is ready, but how ready. Because if you're going to be noticing, when it comes to the way that they play, if you check the player cams, he's one of the more vocal players for Smart Omega. So I'd like to think that since this is the new Barangay, he has taken the role of Barangay Captain, whether he likes it or not. More on that later.
ONIC Philippines, Kelra, King Kong, Super Friends, Gem, and Escalera. Well, a lot of talks about King Kong and Kelra, but I want to shine a light on actually the hidden gem. Has he stood out for you so far this season, Nicer?
You know, he has. I feel like this guy, when you look at Gem, he is just, call him a hidden gem or not, it's the experience that he brings, right? He's one of the older, of course, players here in the league, but definitely you can see the impact. And I love it, too, because XP lane for me is still a high-impact lane that allows you to do exactly what Gem loves to for the team. And I think that's why, so far, we'll have to see if this development of the super team or the super family, as we're calling it right now, continues to develop.
And now, one thing I also want to see continue to develop is if these two teams will continue leaning on their more interesting picks. Last week, Omega had a Roam Glue Jungle High loss. Jungle High, they didn't work out so well, but the Roam Glue also gave Echo a bit of difficulty. And for ONIC, they have creative picks too. Roam Damage Gwyn, Selena Roam, Low Yi mid. Leo, do you think this trend will continue for this series?
Some of them worked. Again, for Omega, didn't exactly win, but they did give a little bit of a hard time. ONIC, though, got away with it with the Low Yi, right?
Diversion.
The diversion play, the Roam Selena. It wasn't to a T. So I'd like to think that this time, I'd say they stick to the metagame and then get that down first. I don't think it's wise to experiment against a team that is also working on their consistency. Because again, points are scarce here. 3-1, that's all you get away with.
Yeah, that's true. And I agree with you in the point of consistency. Yes, it's only been 1 week, but we've seen Omega, they can control games. They can take over, but they falter somewhere, and that's where a little bit of maybe the experience within the MPL becomes a question now. A bit of hesitation. Meanwhile, for ONIC, yes, trying to make the chemistry work with all the pressure on you, but then now saying to the world that now we're going to move as a family, then they prove that. Again, can they continue that yet again? And as we look at two players we got to focus on, Kelra and West. Leo, what are our keys to victory?
These are brought to you by Infinix. Again, K2V to get the 3. Let's start with Barangay Omega. The new Barangay has to be aware of Kelra's laning prowess. Now, we were talking about the pressure on Matt. How about the pressure on West? He's staring down an MSC champion, a finals MVP in Kelra, and I don't know exactly what's new in Kelra's arsenal, because so far, when ONIC PH is winning, it's because he's doing Kelra things, and that's something that we see from a mile away, but really can't stop even when it's right in front of our faces. For ONIC PH, you gotta be aware of Omega's 3-man rotations, and for me personally, all of these 3-man rotations, these barangay collapses, I'd like to think you're gonna see Lewis and Matt there very often. And last but not least, for both of them, show us the new you. And new you has to be some level of consistency, because both of them haven't really shown that quite yet in the first week.
I love it. I feel like that's so fitting. That could be a key to victory all season long. Show us the new you. It's the beginning of a new year. You might as well show the new
3 months
you.
in, but okay.
Yeah, you know.
I get you.
For some people, it's still they're still waiting for the
better late than never.
Exactly. They're still waiting for the New Year's resolutions, right? But going back to it, my biggest thing is showing the new you here. We already know what Kelra can do impactfully in the lane, and that's the thing. I actually feel like right now with the way the meta is forming, Kelra shines in that lane, right? And that's something that obviously he's going to have the West is going to have his work cut out for him against Kelra, I think, when you're looking at lane to lane here.
Yeah, one thing I'm looking at lane to lane, as you mentioned, we were comparing the gold laners. I kind of want to put focus here on Marked and Escalera, Super Prince and Ryle, because these two teams, I feel like their flexibility is empowered by their versatility in those two lanes for the picks there.
Yep. Again, Ryle has been able to play a mid-lane Angela, so that's something that you consider. They have a slightly smaller kill participation over a small sample size, and that's because there is some level of Omega timers, and I think they're all waiting for that on each other because look, ONIC has a better first blood ratio, so you can expect that ONIC is going to move faster, and as a family move together sooner than we can expect these barangay collapses. So that's why it's very key that you brought up here Ryle and Marked and Ryle. I'm hoping that Coach Lembot here and their analyst Snap actually hook your boy up Marked with something that's more proactive. Again, we saw Glue, we saw Minotaur this week. Minotaur is 50-50 right now. Maybe if they can pull off something like a Cho, or if there's something in its arsenal like a Kaj, which we've seen in the hands of JP of Echo, then it might be better. They might be able to snap into a more aggressive form sooner.
Yeah, going back to it, it's both teams have these identities of timers, and if they can take the aggressive route for Smart Omega and start a little early, start a little sooner, that might work best for them against ONIC here.
Now we're comparing the two junglers, Sir Matt Zilla, King Kong, and I just realized that's the matchup we have here. Now, based on the picks we saw from them in week 1, they've been really focused on the utility type of junglers. One thing that I don't completely agree with ONIC in terms of their more experimental lineups is leaving King Kong as the sole frontliner. Every lineup that Omega has built, they always had a secondary frontliner for Matt. I feel like ONIC this time around, they really got to add more help for King Kong. When they did that with the Roam Arlot for Escalera with that low Yi, it worked.
That's funny, though. You know, I was just thinking this in my head. I was picturing it. Technically, King Kong and Godzilla would both be utility. Like, right?
That's true.
They would be. So,
tanky fighter junglers.
Tanky fighter junglers. One's from the water, though, but, you know, it works. He does,
I get you.
Yeah, he chills on land sometimes.
Yeah.
So, you know, but I
That's
think
true.
my point, my lead into here, gentlemen, was basically just like the Bears, right? They're going to be fine. I think they both go utility still here. And like Leo pointed out earlier, and you mentioned as well, Redmar, build around that. Let the utility junglers do their thing. Dominate the jungle the way they see fit. But let the rest of the team have that impact, whether it's something surprising in the roam that's a little more proactive or even the gold lane, mid lane.
Gamera and Mothra would be more the assassin fighters. But yes,
that's very true.
utility junglers are key here because number one, to build on the King Kong lore in Season 13, he has played more of a role player role. Something that I picked up in the study of last week's performances. He gives way to Kelra. He picks up time in the early game so that eventually Kelra can snap into a power play position in mid game. And as for Sir Matt, I think for him to be able to shot call and lead the team, he has to have a solid early game to mid game ramp, and that doesn't have to happen with kills. That necessarily has to happen through farm and XP. So now, going into the draft, we have a 69% win rate on blue side. That is,
Very
I don't know,
nice
percentage.
It's nice for blue, but I don't think we've ever hit that mass ever before. It's always been closer to 55, 56.
Yep.
This is uncharted territory.
Yeah, for a majority of last year, I believe it was more red side favored. Now we're on the blue side. It's the power of the first pick. Ruby gone, and Omega still respecting the capability of King Kong to rock an assassin. They ban out the Fanny. My question is, if Novaria and Vexana, whoever gets banned out here, I feel like they're going to be racing for it.
Yep. Also, mind you, Matilda's still open.
Matilda's
So
open?
when Matilda's open, you pick Matilda.
Yeah, and the one that you love, that sometimes you got to remind me, the Nolan.
The Nolan.
The Nolan.
Still the best cleanup in the game. That's definitely first pickable.
By the way, nice we haven't briefed you on it. We call it Nolan now.
Nolan. Isn't there, what else does he do? The Arlo?
The Arlo.
The Arlo.
The
Arlo.
Matisse.
I'm sure there's some
I'm
viewers
sticking
out
with
there that
Arlo.
are just like searching for who is Leo talking about?
Oh, interesting here, Leo. Omega bans out the carry.
Number one marksman right now.
Yeah, Do you think this means Omega might even consider a first pick Claude? Because that's a trend we've been seeing in PH and ID, wherein if Carry gets banned out by either side, the first pick team will go Claude.
I think it's risky biscuits. Because again,
Yeah.
if you're going first pick Claude, there's so much left on the board that, yeah, maybe you're able to overload the other side. You can say, okay, first pick Claude, what do you first pick? Nolan Matilda, Nolan Vixana. I can see where you're coming from, but I don't think Omega would do that. I don't think they would give that much pressure onto West because that comes with its own responsibilities.
I agree. Let's see what the last ban will be here. Our lot, so Novaria and Vixana might not be first pickable.
And Joy's still out there.
Yeah, the Assassins. So are you leaning more towards Joy Nolan?
They'll trade for that. Whoever picks Nolan wins, though.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't Nolan.
But Matilda's here, so
Yeah.
again, they're leaving both open.
Yep.
Oh, dear Lord.
Okay, interesting. So I feel like, though, in a way, especially with the way that at least what we've seen from Smart Omega so far, this Matilda is probably one of the safer picks they can go right now. You still mentioned, you know, a highly unfavorable win rate on the blue side. Matilda constantly banned out for the most part. There's the answer, though.
Nolan Vex?
Nolan Vex. Does she come through?
Yeah, I like the Vex here. But if they kind of want to temper the aggression and rotation of Omega, they might even consider Novaria just so that they can get that info and those pokes. Because that's one way. That wasn't the keys to victory, right? Got to watch out for the 3-man rotation of Mega.
Yes, but ONIC's fast. And I think I like the Vixana more when you're going for velocity. Oh, wait, what?
Oh, interesting.
Well, this is a Super Fringe special after the Valentina, after the Faramis.
Oh.
And that's one of the answers to the Nolan here.
Yeah.
Oh, it looks like Smart Omega don't care about no Claude. They want to hand some balls over to West. There's the Bruno.
And these are not totally new picks, but considering what happened in week 1, I feel like these two teams are still continuing the trend of like shaking things up in the draft.
Yeah.
The priorities of ONIC, of course this Fovia showing up, which, again, we cannot completely turn off the idea that that might go into the mid or EXP lane.
I would like to see it in the mid lane, to be honest. There's the Claude, though, still picked up. Going to be for ONIC, but let's say the Phoveus being the flex here, they could put in the mid lane. I think that works great. Otherwise, typically, like you mentioned, Novaria being available. Now, if they put the Phoveus in the XP lane, they picked up a traditional mage in the sense that we've seen so far. Novaria gives them a ton of vision already to complement the amount of mobility they're going to have with Matilda. And I don't know if they'll actually do it, but typically so far, with the way things have been going, if the Valentina's across from you, we do happen to see sometimes, my favorite, Gord could pop up. Not sure if they want to pick that up with a Nolan, though. That's a little iffy in terms of being able to survive that burst and everything else. So we'll see. You can already see some of the bans coming out, though, for the second phase.
Yeah. Leo, these two lineups with their, I think we can consider this the main aces of their hand. Very dive heavy. I think we're just going to see fights over and over again.
Yep, both teams are looking for that pressure point hit. So far, they both have good goes at it. The Matilda can deliver whoever they end up picking in the last two picks here. And then you have the superior cleanup and damage delivery system in the Claude and the Nolan, because they can both go wherever they want. Even despite Nolan getting nerfed, getting his CC immunity off of his fracture taken away, he's still very lethal, still very good, as shown very prolifically from week 1 by Sensui from Blacks International.
Man still hurts. I wonder if Omega might consider going the route of overloading the Valentina with choices in terms of the ultimates. So they ban out, they ban out the Baxia. I'm leaning towards maybe a Yuzong is still available for Omega if they are actually going to put that Phoveus in the mid. Or maybe even a Paquito. Oh, a Paquito might actually... I kind of like a Paquito for either side because it really helps with that quick scaling.
Yep, helps pick up the pace because, again, right now, they're both very dive heavy and both can still get their hands on a Paquito, and both really want to get that lead early on, and Paquito very strong in the early game now. But that's not Paquito, that is Xborg.
Okay.
All in dive then, all in dive.
Yeah.
This is what you were talking about already, though, like the dive impact, right? I'm happy to say that at least the way we've been painting these two teams, there's Paquito, you mentioned too, you're going to see a lot of action, you know, and Martiz gets picked up to get thrown in the jungle. So now we know where things kind of fall into place here.
Leo, how you feeling about this? It's just all fight that we're seeing.
Sir Matt on the Matisse. Okay, something tells me that's a shortage of magic damage. They only have one good source of it. And that's the kind of damage that has to be set up well. I'm talking about the Phoveus. Interestingly enough, it looks like the fights that Omega want to take have to take a while. They're going to be engaging, disengaging, engaging, disengaging, and they'll wait until the last Insanity's gone. They're going to wait until the Blazing Duet's spent, or until they can confirm what Super Prince has off of the IMU. So with that said, one of the few strengths that Red Side has in this metagame is that last pick. And there is a almost instantaneous CC that they have in the Grok, in the hands of Escalera. One of the few roamers he actually played when he was still getting settled into being a roamer in the later half of Season 12. So now, with that said, we now have a divergence between two lineups, right? Omega wants to take it slow. Omega wants to take it punch after punch after punch. ONIC, though, they want to go all in. Just one time, big time, power of nature, wild charge, last Insanity. We're out. If that doesn't work, then I don't know. Something else to note. It's the vision game for ONIC is difficult.
Yes.
It's gonna come in through the El Clasico, walk into the bush, see if anyone's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hope that the Grok can do
Is that
it.
right? Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is.
You're right.
No.
You know, and we've seen what happens in worst case scenarios for that, and sometimes it's not pretty. I think it was Wolf that mentioned like, hey, here's the key to it. Don't die before. I think it was like 2 minutes or 3 minutes or something like that. And so we'll see if that happens.
That's a condition for the Grok. I like the conditions laid out here. Leo, you mentioned Omega a little bit slower. They can fight. Can be a little bit more calculated. ONIC, on the other hand, though, let's just fight. Welcome to game number 1 of week 2 of MPL Philippines Season 13. Again, Omega versus ONIC, the grudge match of the season. And I don't recall Valentina hurting that much.
Yeah, that's a lot of hurt.
Yeah.
I was kind of
I want to
surprised
see
too.
the emblems. There it is. Okay, it's the usual Magic custom emblem on Super Prince. So I'm guessing it's just the sheer amount of damage that Ryle took. And I guess that's the one weakness that this lineup has from Omega. Early on, until they find that window wherein they're able to fight for longer, then that's when it's going to matter. So again, there is a small window of time for ONIC. I'd say the first 5 or 6 minutes, wherein it's 50-50. It's a close fight wherein the damage matters still. Here we go, one more time.
Yeah, but I mean, there they go, right? They're going to go ahead and play around having that Matilda kit available to them, and I guess that's why he can do that. Also, he's rocking the Vengeance, so he has that for a little more durability later on. But, you know, so far, pretty standard stuff until that first objective comes up with the turtle.
Yeah.
Real quick, I got to throw back, gentlemen. I think it was Season 8 or Season 9, where in mid, it was Etomax, the coach of ONIC, that actually played a mid Phoveus as well, the first of a few that we've seen.
Was it
in
Season
history.
8?
Yeah.
I think I was casting that game. I
Right?
think that was one of my first casts. Yeah,
in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Oh, all right. So, feels like that's 2 weeks now where... Oh, wait, no. That's ONIC. Yeah, no, I get you. I was supposed to say, like, Etomax passing on his knowledge to the younger generation.
Now it's on the other side.
But he's on the other side.
He sees it.
Again, still weird to say that Etomax is with ONIC and not Barangay Omega, but now the turtle has spawned. Nolan, not anywhere close. Omega, though, they seem like they're in better position here, Naisu.
Okay, Escalera's going to go and start up. The bottom side, though, Jim, luckily has the armor, so they're going to take it slow and steady for now, but Escalera doesn't have the level 4 just yet, so no wild charge available.
Yeah.
And so you're going to see the rotation on top, by the way. They don't even want to deal with this. They're going to just give it up to Smart Omega. It looks like as Matt works on it, they want to take his purple instead. So Escalera provides the information, flickers out, and that'll be the objective taken here for Smart Omega.
All right, it looks like Mark actually saw that and goes ahead and reports to Sir Matt, hey, they took your purple, what are you going to do about it? And there's not much that Omega can do. Again, it was a clear trade. It was a clean trade.
Yeah, I thought they'd actually try and go for the purple Bastille onto the Nolan just to even things out.
But Matt spent his red trade.
Matt spent his red trade. And you can see the hesitation because we also saw it in other regions. Grox have been using the Guardian's Barrier to steal away objectives, so it feels like he's playing safe. Items, anything noteworthy here?
I like how Ryle is building up towards an early COD. And so far, everything is up to the ordinary. Nothing out. And again, 3 minutes in, no deaths. Both teams just watching their guard. I did not see that coming. Early Haas claws. All right, that's a build-up I did not notice.
under the Bruno.
Yeah, he wants to, again, outlast the Claude in lane, I guess.
Yeah.
The difference between the Brave Smite and the Quantum Charge.
Yeah, and I think maybe that's also why he went for the Master Assassin instead of the Weapons Master. Because based on the rotations I'm seeing, Omega just wants to dead lane both sides. Maybe just a little bit pressure onto Gem, but they just want to control around the mid.
Again, the dead lane situation is because they want to expedite the mid game. They want to be able to build up to the point where ONIC is going to struggle to find the burst window. So if they do that, then they go into this situation where, all right, it's now an endurance battle. You have ults to spend, but we have basic attacks to dish out. What you going to do, fam? So with that said, I think he's building up to...
Which one?
Could be anything. For West, he's built
that
for
looks like an EOB.
Sustainability, yeah.
Oh, sorry, EB, Endless Battle.
Yeah, Endless Battle or... I don't know.
Thunderbolt? No.
No, there's no reason for that. So he's building up towards sustainability is what I'm saying.
Okay.
At least he wants to stay in the lane longer than Kelra.
I think which is kind of goes to part with what we were saying, right? Like their lineup takes a little more finesse to pull off here. So with that, they're going to work with the second turtle. This time around, though, I expect ONIC Philippines to do something here. Super Friend's going to get spotted out in that bush, but they can't even get the positioning they're looking for. And again, King Kong not even a part of that, so they give it up. Maybe this is the game plan, right? Just try to find a pick-off where you can and give up these turtles for now.
It's another trade. Earlier it was Grand Theft Purple for King Kong, now it's Grand Theft Orange. And again, Reptar, you mentioned Omega's playing in the lanes, right? ONIC is finding the other window. They're playing in the jungle. So far, they're trying to keep this lead smaller now. 500 gold between them with a turtle all clean for Omega. This is best case scenario for ONIC.
I think what I'm also feel from ONIC is that there's really just watching out for the potential of Marta Snowball. We've seen it time and time again. If you're not careful, you're just going to get decimated. A decimate chain, and the next thing you know, they're going to snowball. So they're taking the fights away from Omega, the fights Omega want to have. But is it a little bit too passive? Do they need to be a little bit more aggressive here, ONIC?
I think they can both afford to do this, especially since we wrap up 6 minutes.
They're going to be forced. At least, okay.
I thought so too.
I thought, you know, if nothing, they at least get the turret there. Smart Omega, first one on the board for the turrets. But yeah, still, it looks like that's the case here, guys.
I think ONIC is playing with the fact that they studied Omega's past games, and they know that Omega can't ramp up into a winning position as fast as they hope to. That's how Omega fell against Echo last weekend, where they had a clear lead, and then suddenly they did not notice that there was one lane getting beat up, and it's over from there. Lewis in trouble.
Another flicker going to come through, already fracture. Last Insanity popped as well. Rest of the team now making their way. Gem has the immortality, though. Escalera should be in there in time, too. But nothing still. No team. 6.5 minutes in. No one has gotten that first blood yet.
It sort of feels like I'm watching two teams play this like a real-time strategy game, just managing the resources. It's a command and conquer. We're just waiting for red alert.
I'm thinking turn-based strategy, RPG.
Oh, more like that, yeah.
Fire Emblem. All right, confirmed.
Never played it.
He built demon shoes. All right, so it definitely is about sustainability. Did not bring it all the way to the end like an EB. So clear. I think he's going towards crit. Berserker's Fury.
Berserker's Fury.
Yes.
Yeah, after that.
EB to BF.
Makes a lot of sense. Let's see. It's nice who can finally go all out with play-by-play.
Well,
It's finally going to be a big fight here.
Give this man
7 minutes in. Let's see if it happens. King Kong waiting patiently in that bush. He's going to call it off. So Turtle's going to reset. Rest of the ONIC, again, they're just kind of waiting, right? He's going to go ahead and get the orange buff. Luis there as well. Gem going to take the brunt of the damage. Circling Eel comes down. Has to use the last Insanity. But once again, it's going to be objective in the mid lane, though. West will be the one to fall. The objective taken by Matt. Finally, one of the teams gets on the board here. But still, Smart Omega holding on to a small lead. This could be an opportunity for ONIC Philippines to make a move as King Kong gets in position.
That seems like classic Escalera. Just when you don't expect him to wild charge you, he will. And it was because of him that they were able to finally land that kill onto West. So it sort of evens out the farming process here.
Yeah, but it doesn't even out the map. There's still 2 first turrets taken by Omega and all turtles so far. And that's led to a 600 gold lead across the board. And I'd say a majority of the lead going on in mid and in XP. About 300 for one, and then 600 in the other, just across, given that Sir Matt is actually farming slower than King Kong. This is odd. Earlier we talked about how King Kong is now being a role player. Now he wants to actually play cleanup, and the farm is being spread out between him and Kelra. I'm waiting for that to snap. Ryle in trouble.
Ryle in trouble. Pops of Vengeance into the Demonic Force.
Whoa.
He gets out of dodge just fine with that guiding wind. So, hold on. Matt could be in trouble now. Goes in with a Mortal Coil. He's fine. This is the story so far with the lineups.
Yeah.
We talked about it earlier, man. Like, all right, we're going to expect a lot of action from ONIC Philippines. It has been completely opposite of that, where they have struggled to really find those moments.
And it's not because they're hesitating. They're both finding a position or finding a fight where they will win, and both teams are all the smarter to say, no, we're not going to win this. Let's back out. And that last fight wherein it was West drawn first blood on by ONIC, kill going off to Kelra, the best case scenario for the Hedgehogs, or rather the Porcupines. That's one of the fights wherein Omega was forced to say, you know what, this is worth it. For the turtle, for the two turrets, West, take the L. So that's where we are now, that's where we're sitting. We're waiting for these fights to break out, and I understand, Joseph, how ironic and how stressful it is that why are there no fighting?
It's okay. It's about to happen, right? This is Lord now. You can give up the turtles if you want to. We've seen teams do that before. But this is where the time that all this farming, all this kind of feeling the area out here, they have to pull something through with this.
Yeah, we grew up in the Philippines, gentlemen. We were raised with the adage of never give up on the Lord. ONIC now. Let's see. And I understand the approach of these two teams. There is such a high chance that both of them will get punished extremely badly that you really have to be careful who gets his Lord.
See if they pull it off. Marked quite in trouble. Malefic Aurora being picked up mid-fight too with Ryle going, forcing Super Prince back. Comes the Vengeance. There's the wild charge though. Still going to be up for now. A couple hits away and he'll fall. And then ONIC still finds a kill. Can they find another? It's Marked. That goes down in the brush in the mid lane. Now their eyes going to be set on this objective, the Lord here for the taking, as two members of Smart Omega are down.
This is literally ONIC PH saying, you want to take this outside? And indeed they did. There was a dance waiting to happen, and ONIC said, let's take this outside, just out of the Lord pit. And that's where they did so much better. And I love their coordination, their communication, saying nobody dash, Riley's in the air, nobody dash. And that's what put ONIC ahead here. They're ahead almost 2,000 gold, scored the bigger objective compared to the 3 that Omega have scored so far 11 minutes in, and they're still leading in kills. So now we're just going to wait until the map actually opens up. It's happened again. It's the ONIC snap. ONIC has bought their time, denied all the fights early on wherein Omega was clearly going to try to be aggressive, and now they're ahead.
From barangay timers last season for Kelra, Etomax, and Why Not, they are now teaching ONIC time.
Oh, it's ONIC time. How did I miss that?
Yeah, it's ONIC time, fam. And really, it's one of the facts of MLBB, ladies and gentlemen, where the longer the game goes without a fight, the first big fight that happens where at least two heroes are down, it's going to be devastating. And that's exactly what happened here for Omega. In just, as you mentioned, Leo, a snap, ONIC are in the lead.
Yeah, look at this. They're already playing around. With that snap, nearly a 4K gold lead. They're going to get more turrets around here too.
Yes.
So with that, they've pretty much positioned themselves to be in a great position to fight now anytime they want. They control the pace at this point in the game. And even with that, there's the concealed play. Escalera waiting for a zone, a wild charge.
Wow.
Lewis going to be there, but look at Matt. Gets taken down to half health. They're going to keep them at bay, though, from entering the base any further. But bottom side, Kelra was there pushing in as he got that base turret.
That's how huge of a threat the gold standard is. Now barreling forward in net worth, about 1,500 gold ahead of his lane mate West. Something else to note, the fact that so far, off of one team fight win, off of one turret, I believe this might be a record gain in terms of Lord gold gains after that first one.
Yep.
They've barreled over 4,000. I don't know if they... 5,000! That might be the biggest in season 13 so far.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. Usually we see those big swings, maybe second, maybe third, Lord.
Yeah.
But the very first one?
That's big gold.
And the average is 2,000 to 3,000.
Yeah.
So, but now ONIC broke that.
Which begs the question, right? Like, again, they knew that let's give up those turtles. We don't need them because we're hoping for that play that they made, especially leading in that first Lord, and they've done that. So now, they can continue this pressure, especially since they did work, Kelra did work there on the bottom side with Lord less than 30 seconds away here.
Now let's see how ONIC will handle the siege. Funnily enough, since both teams are very dive heavy, not really ranged and poke, outside of the marksman of course, I feel like there could be a chance that Omega might turn things around under the base turret, but unless King Kong.
Oh, March goes in, has to flicker out too, so already putting the pressure there. He does not have that now for this Lord, so they have no choice except to defend, most likely. But Matt still wants to get some vision here if he can, but it's going to be too late. Look how fast the Lord is taken care of from King Kong. Well, the rest of the team doesn't even get space in the jungle to work with.
Straight up scene from Godzilla 2014, King Kong versus the Lord. And now...
Oh, they're going to go for it, actually. So already pushing them back. Vengeance was used. What a great barrier there.
Yeah.
Coming through from Escalera.
This net lead by ONIC in gold is just forcing Omega to spend ults and resources out of nowhere, and it's costing them. It's not like they have great wave clear too. This is something that we failed to mention. I personally failed to mention because usually it's something that you have to watch out for. They suck at clearing waves.
Yeah.
It's super difficult to defend against this enhanced Lord.
Yeah, they have put themselves in danger to clear up waves, but ONIC, can they end it here? Will they try to?
14, almost the 15-minute mark here. They're going to go for it again. The damage comes through from Luis. He does survive. Base fully exposed here. Lord's still going to be worked on. Does ONIC Philippines have enough lead to push it in? Enough confidence to end the game here at this mark. They can't break through just yet. Another wave going to be pushing down the mid lane. And Smart Omega hold it together. They bob, they weave on through. Gem holding that front line alongside Escalera. King Kong with the damage. Gets Ryle quite low. He has to go heal up. Still putting the pressure. They're holding down the front. The base is going to be worked on. Half health though. And they still hold on. ONIC Philippines does not want to commit just yet. They're feeling things out. Smart Omega waiting as well. Matt takes the brunt of damage. Demonic Force with the vengeance.
Bang.
They come down, but Mark is out. Matt has to go back. Kelra on the run. Wild Charge keeps Ryle in the air. Taking some shots here now as Kelra gets us situated on the backside. They can't get Ryle just yet. Then ONIC Philippines has to run as Matt decides to go back. What a defense from Smart Omega.
Just hold on, we're staying home. Omega did their best and they came out actually still alive. Again, base here under half health. But the fact that they focus on the minions mattered given that they have, again, abysmal wave clear. And the discipline coming in from Omega, having seen Mark died, it's so easy for a lesser player like someone that's not Sir Matt to actually come in and say, I'm going to decimate him, I'm going to kill him, because he saw several members of ONIC actually low. But the fact that he said, you know what, this is a defensive position, we have to respect the fact that ONIC are ahead almost 10K, let's not, and that actually buys them another Lord, buys them more time. That was actually as good a defense as it gets for a team as behind as Omega.
Yeah, again, two lineups with very similar principles. They both have not so great wave clear. It's risky wave clear. I like the word that you used, abysmal.
Abysmal.
They both have to put themselves in danger, but that means ONIC will really put themselves at risk of having this game turned around in their faces, while Omega have to be so calculated and maximize everything they have in their ability kits just to pull off a defense.
If anything, Omega's only chance really is inside their base, not until they close this gold gap. And they can only really close this gold gap if they defend against this last Lord here. This is their last chance to defend. If they survive this, then they're fine. I don't know if they're going to be able to steal, and they've already spent quite a few ults.
Look at that. It's going to reset, though. Ryle could be in trouble. Already using the vengeance here. He's going to be taken down by Super Prince. And ONIC Philippines decides to just go ahead and crash down on the retreating Smart Omega. And you can see that. They're going to go ahead and give the go for that Lord, at least secure that. They got Ryle down, but he should be back up by the time they get to this defense.
Leo, that sort of looked like Omega not sure if they wanted to fight that or not.
Yeah, or also, it's possible that they weren't even really planning on fighting, and Ryle caught himself in a position where he had no choice, given that this is a Phoveus with a vengeance, and that's the only other choice you have. You fight or you die. And he was in a position where he only really had fight as an option. So with that said now, again, Joseph, just on point here, 1-0. There's Ryle. He's going to be able to defend, but I don't know how good it is against a Lord this big.
Let's see if they can do it once again. Holding it at bay there in the mid lane. Ryle jumps in, doing what he can to keep them there. Matt, though, getting quite low already. Luis goes in for King Kong, but the base is going to be taken out in a second there as game 1 goes to ONIC Philippines.
Two lineups that love to fight, love to dive. It was ONIC who found their time, and Omega not being able to survive any longer after that Lord. Leo, I really want to get what you feel, what you're thinking about this, because I feel like now I've grasped what these two teams wanted. High risk, high reward.
And they've actually reeled back on it. Week 1, they actually inserted and injected their own meta into this high-risk, high-reward play style. They played heroes like Selena Rome, like Hylos Jungle. Now they're playing closer to the metagame, but the approach is still there. The principle of, we're going to get a little loco, fam. And the team that actually does that at the perfect time or with the right angle wins, and that's what ONIC did here. Omega tried to find that angle early on. They tried to pick fights and tried to leverage the turtle, but they never found the right turn. ONIC, though, they didn't have to find the right turn. They found the right timing, and it came in at about 10, 11 minutes, and then it was too late. There was no way Omega was going to come back.
I like what you said earlier, right, where it was going to be all action-packed and everything. We just didn't know we had to wait like maybe 10 minutes, right, for ONIC Philippines to get to that point.
He wasn't wrong in the long run.
You weren't wrong. You're technically right. And again, it was almost a style of, you know, just let them have the objectives early on. We're going to soak up as much of these resources as we can. And that's why we saw King Kong, too, so much in the jungle when he got the information that he needed, right? And then they just waited for that time, that, what do you call it, the ONIC Philippines snap?
Yeah.
The snap.
Yeah, because that's the very visual representation of what they've done when they win games. Is it's clear they're losing or they're buying time, it's over.
Again,
so
5K.
I guess it's ONIC time?
Kind of, yeah.
But
It is ONIC time.
But there's no real time. They've done this snap at 6 or 7 minutes. They've done this snap at, again, previously 10 to 11 minutes. I guess we'll just get a better read on that as the season goes.
Yeah, and hey, remember, ONIC, along with ONIC time, they have ONIC magic, and a wizard is never late. He arrives exactly when he is needed to. It's time for the arrival of the MVP. Whoa, this is new.
Whoa!
That's a great new graphic. I liked it.
And this game's wizard coming in clutch just exactly when he's needed is the hidden gem. Yes, I'm doing the hand signs. It's Gem of ONIC, the XP laner, the unsung hero, even performing out of his mind despite their rocky performance in Season 12. Yes, they made it to the playoffs, but suffered a first-round exit. There's always something behind Gem's quiet demeanor. There's always a fire underneath him, always a plan. Even if it seemed like you put him up against the ropes, you'll see here in the highlights that he's always doing something, man. He's laying down true damage, forcing Ryle into this position that we also questioned. Is Ryle forcing something, or was the barangay out of communications? No, it was actually Gem and the rest of ONIC with his lead forcing an engagement. Is because they had to think twice. Hey, this gentleman over here with the blue hair, with the glasses, with the yellow jersey, it looks like he's deep in. Can we pop his 4 HP bars? And sometimes you would think the answer is yes, but with this X-Borg in his hands, the answer is usually much more complicated. So we gotta look back at the numbers here and figure out exactly why it's Gem we gave the MVP to. You'll see kill participation is through the roof. Number 1, only tied with Escalera, 83%. So a majority of these 6 kills goes over with the help of Gem. Of course, you'll see, because of the slow pace of this game, a lot of the accolades will go as well to Omega. It's because, again, it took just but one moment for them to switch up, and that's how Ryle walks away with the carry and the sandbag. But mind you, even if this is a Phoveus that does a lot against the lineup that ONIC brought out, they were never really able to capitalize on it. So that's the problem there. They had the approach, but they never saw the solution through. Let's look at the emblems here. Again, there was a rhyme and reason behind why it was the Master Assassin on West, is because he wanted to outlast Kelra. He wanted to make that laning situation so much better against the gold standard. But in the end, he did not see through towards what happens after the laning phase. What if we're way past the 5 or 6, 7 minute mark? that's where the ONIC switch turned on. That's where it became ONIC time, and that's how we ended up here. 18 minutes in, slightly longer than what we would call a short game. And here, ONIC barreled on forward, 10K ahead as they closed the game, scored all 9 turrets, even in the face of Omega owning their first 2 XP and gold lanes early on. Buffs, don't even talk about it, because early on it was King Kong stealing, and looking at the items, they were able to build up almost completely. Escalera actually started to build, again, not just Escalera, even Gem started to build a really improved Oracle, which does well against even the likes of Lewis, because now it provides physical defense. So with that said, you have to watch the game more. I think a lot of the moments that made this game matter and changed the way we understand both teams' playstyles, you will notice the more you watch them in-game.
Yep. Great analysis there, Leo. And in game number 1, ONIC outplayed Omega. Within the Infinix GT series, you can outplay the rest. Brought to you by Infinix, the official sponsor of MPL Philippines Season 13.
Be unstoppable and play the rest with the Infinix GT series.
Okay.
Again, wow.
That game number 1 was unexpected. Again, I wish there were more fights, but I understand now why Omega were so cautious. Even though they had the lineup that would be great for, hey, if it snowballed, woo, that'll be really cool. ONIC, on the other hand, they found their time because Omega didn't snowball. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to share with you a quick little update. But I sort of like to tease our viewers here. So let's talk about this little fun little comment we got here first. It's the low Yi pick of ONIC.
Can I be carry?
Okay.
G.
So you're Arlott, you read.
Wait, see, at first, okay, hold on. I'm going to say I got thrown off. I thought those were crystal hairs. I thought it was my guy Gord, but it's not. It's
That's carry.
Yeah. Who am I?
You're Arlott.
Arlo.
Super Friends, Louis Moneto.
Yeah, Super Friends. This is your Louis.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to translate it.
Yeah.
This is your Louis.
You're Navaria.
Oh, there's no direct translation for this. Songs. Awit is songs, but it's a phrase here in the Philippines.
Wait, Awit is what?
It's songs.
Songs?
Yeah, it's like songs. Awit.
Literally the translation of Awit is songs, but it has become an expression wherein, oh man, or shucks.
Yeah, shucks. Yeah, the closest would be that's our version of shucks.
I had never asked. I just knew that it was an expression.
Darn it.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, I just want to say here, though, I think I'm done teasing the audience right now. We're getting word, or we got word. 1, 2, 3, 4, full 5-man sub coming in for Smart Omega. The MDL-led roster gonna take the seat, and it's gonna be the veterans coming in.
Big J coming in.
Big
J coming in.
And yo, you guys gotta watch out for this. Joe, Big J, I'm just gonna say watch out for the hair. He's done something, and it works really great
They
for
need
him.
to do a walkout again.
Yeah, do I have to do the intro again?
All right. Not because of Big J's hairstyle. It's because this is a stacked lineup. Again, draft's gonna be down here, folks, but check this out. It's the new General Ryota coming in.
Yes.
It's the GOAT Rebo coming in.
Yes.
If it's a 5-man swap, then is that Core H2? Is Core H2 coming in?
Core H2? I think it's Core H2.
This is the whole new barangay. Like, we just talked about a new barangay. What does this make it?
The new old barangay.
And that means
true.
And that means Season 9 and MSC champion Exhort's coming back in.
Ooh, yeah.
Did I miss anybody?
1, 2, 3. Who's our gold?
Big J.
All right. We got the names. Folks. It's H2, Rebo, Joe, Riorta, Exhort, and no, it's Exhort in. I was about to say Exhort and in. Those, right? The veterans of the barangay. They're sitting in.
This is exciting in the form of, it's a whole new version that we're seeing mesh together.
Yeah, and I'm so happy. I have one thing to add for my content now for next week.
I am not ready for this. This puts overs and unders in flux. Like, I have no idea how to read their performance if week prior it was the new barangay, right?
Yeah.
I put him under. Now what? Because this is a dream come true for a lot of MPL fans. This fact alone makes me
I see what you guys are doing. You're inserting what you do for content. I have something to talk in my impressions episode now. Awesome.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes,
there
sir.
we
Yes,
go.
sir.
All right, so just so y'all know, Reptar rambles, his impressions, overs and unders by Leo.
Wait,
Overs
okay.
and
Content on
All
the
right,
side.
all right. Smart Omega alluded to this earlier on.
Yeah, that's what you showed me earlier.
Oh, yes.
The minute they walked into the arena, they took a picture of this 5-man on stage, and I'm like, wait, aren't they playing with the new barangay? So why would they do this? And here's the reason why. Coach Stronger was holding out on us in a press conference interview last weekend when asked, when is this lineup playing? I think it was very specifically, when is H2 playing? He said, when they're ready. The time will come when they're ready. In translation,
The time will come.
the time is now.
The time is now.
Question is, are they ready? I think, especially after seeing what ONIC Philippines did.
I get it.
I have to ask because
I get it.
Again, the action was not there in the beginning. So is this lineup that we're going to see from Smart Omega now the action lineup? And you got to remember, there's some viewers out there that are watching here on this English stream that might not know as much as we know. So are they that action? Are they the action team?
You know who I feel like knows a lot about this?
Who?
And why this move by Smart Omega might not be so surprising? Coach Itomax, Coach Why Not, and Kelra.
You've got to imagine how they're feeling now across in their own booth saying, ha, there it is.
There it is. There they
There it
are.
is. There it is. Something else to ask is, what does this Omega look like? What is their play style?
Yeah.
We barely got to know the new barangay,
Yeah.
and now they introduce us to, I don't know what to call these dudes. The old new barangay,
Yeah, because it's not like they're, it's new players or
the
anything like that.
OMG OGs.
The OMG OGs.
I like it.
Right? So, no. So, where do they...
Oh, they're not really OGs
Yeah,
in a way.
They're just OGs, kind of.
I don't want to say oldies because they're going to
Yeah, they're
chase
not.
me after this cast if they ever hear that. So I'm not. They're
One can-
young.
One can assume, because again, before Omega, Joe Maxwell played overseas, and then prior to that with Brenny Sports, now AP
Yeah.
Bren, and he's used to a team playing around him, so that's Gold Lane down pat. Exhort was amazing. Exhort, you could almost just cover that name and say that's Aqua from RSG, literally.
yeah.
So that's fine, you understand that. I don't have a read on Rebo's play style. Ryota, you know what Ryota's capable of. We saw a lot of that last season. And H2. We also haven't seen Core H2 play in a very long time. We know he's good with the Assassins, that's for sure. In his heyday, played one of the best Lings and Yisun Shins this man has ever seen.
Lancelot's too.
Lancelot's and Rogers, but what about now?
That's a good question.
The last time we consistently saw H2 was season 11. So it has been a lot of time.
It's a year now.
Yeah, it was a year plus.
And that means, does he actually adjust his play style against King Kong here? For the most part, does that happen? Because we know that King Kong actually plays like an assassin jungler on utility picks.
Yeah, that actually, I agree with that. I feel like H2 needs to adjust to the meta. He can't just bring out his old picks here unless this is the approach
Wait.
of this version of the barangay.
All right, gentlemen, I'm also getting a read here. Because of the 5-man switch up, it seems like Coach Lembot is taking the bench, and it's now Coach Stronger in charge of the draft.
Oh.
Because it's him and Snap.
Okay.
That's interesting. Okay, great spot there. So it seems like the TNC Pro team of old.
Yeah.
Where they had one 5-man squad and another 5-man squad.
With a coach
with a coach
on
difference
check.
too, yeah.
And then it's the analyst Snap who's taking care of everything.
Yeah, he's like the anchor in a way for handling things. Interesting.
We're seeing more teams do this anyway, right? Like the deeper roster, the variability. I mean, one team that sparks right off the top of my head from last season, wasn't it Minana? That really did that, where they had one lineup where they just kind of swapped in, swapped out until they found what really worked for
Truth
them.
be told, they can still do that now. They have a roster as big to do that now, and enough coaches to do the same.
Yeah.
Super Kurt, Bitoy, and Imba DJ. So.
Oh, yeah, that's true. So a lot of flexibility there. And a quick shout out as well to our brothers and sisters in MPL Malaysia, because I've seen their rosters. they look like basketball teams, I'm not gonna lie. They're really maximizing the roster space there.
Yep.
So this is Omega here in the Philippines doing that. One thing we also have to discuss, we're gonna see, again, if you're not familiar with the history of MPL Philippines, there's a player by the name of Ribo, the agreed upon first GOAT.
First GOAT.
The first GOAT of MLBB.
Season 1 champion.
Season 1 champion, MSC. He racked everything, all the awards before the game evolved and
SEA Games
matured.
gold medal.
Got that too.
M2 world champion.
Got that too. Now he's roaming. I believe a role that we have never seen him. He was always a gold. He was a mid at one point. In Season 7, him and Few sort of had like this weird switch up they were doing.
What was he in MDL?
In MDL, he was gold, well, and not if not gold, mid.
And when he was playing for
Z4.
no, Zol.
Zol, yeah, Zol, yeah.
All right. So again, this man has been everywhere, and I did not expect to see him this early on in Season 13, and now he's gonna be roaming.
I think it's the best time to have it happen, though. Like, you know,
Early
week
on.
2. Yeah.
Sure.
Go ahead, and this is kind of what I expected. Even when we talked about it in week 1, where it's like, you know, now that we have this extra week of regular season and whatnot, you get a little more room to work with. The way the point system's working now, too. And so really, if you want to, throw it out there, see if it works. Would it be amazing if this lineup does work for Smart Omega and kind of helps them turn things in their favor? Hopefully, I have not been a part of a three-game series.
3-game series, okay.
I've had a couple in Season 13.
Or wait, did I go through a 3-game series last week? It's been a while.
Yes,
No,
you did.
Sundays
I
were
did.
sweeps. Sundays were sweeps.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I have not been through a 3-game series.
Yeah.
This would be it.
Yeah. So something to note here. I want to manage my expectations. I want to temper everyone's expectations going into this matchup. And y'all folks watching online as well. The way I'm thinking about this is best case scenario, rather no. Worst case scenario, I'm hoping that this Omega lineup puts up a good fight.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that they end up with a solid draft and they force ONIC up against the ropes, give us a good 20, 24-minute match, and then go all the way. And then if they get swept here, that's fine, something to learn for the squad. But if they win Game 2, and then they go into Game 3, the gloves are off, pal. I'm all for it. Again, it doesn't mean that the new barangay will sit out. It just means Omega just has more weapons.
Yeah.
That's best case scenario.
I have to be more of the skeptical one here, despite me being an optimist by nature. I love how close he just got here, nice.
I want to hear you very well, very closely.
Well, this is how this
I'm just not
feels
used
like?
to. Yeah, I'm not used to seeing you eye to eye, Red
Yeah,
Mark.
dude,
You
same.
know, so-
This is cool. All right, you're the one always doing this to me. So I really feel like that if ever Omega,
You feel left
this
out,
might
don't
be
you?
a big gamble by Omega.
I'm giving Reptar this moment. Like,
Thank you so much. This feels like a big gamble by Omega, and I feel like the veterans are going into this as the underdogs.
I'm thinking it's a calculated risk. They would never do it if there was no backing behind it, if there was no logic. Because that's not how the new barangay rolls, man.
No, I'm sure there is logic to it.
Remember how they used to be one shot? Now they got multiple shots.
I was gonna say. Yeah, so they did change their season motto.
Exactly.
Right?
It's no longer one shot Omega. It's now ang
Multi-shot.
bagong barangay Omega. That's what it is now.
Okay.
Ah, I like it. All right.
Here we go. Into the draft. Enough theorizing, enough theory crafting. It's actually time to get into the game. Coach, why not on the blue? Oh, wow. This is ONIC. They're setting up the trade. Still open with the Joy, the Nalan, the Vex. Vex got snubbed last game. Dear Lord.
Yeah. Both of the teams. Still, I feel like it's still going to be available here. Even Vari got vexed, if I'm not mistaken, right? Not vexed.
Yeah.
Got snubbed.
Yeah,
Snubbed her,
totally.
Got snubbed. Different mid laners is what we saw in the previous one. Let's see. ONIC, I feel like they're still going to be going for dive. Joy, open. Fanny, open. It was banned earlier by Omega.
Yep.
They can rush those hyper assassins or go for the Novaria Vex. No, it's not. Not Ruby Arlot.
Yeah, H2 Fanny is magical. That's a thing of dreams.
I wonder if it's surprise first pick CC?
Yeah, CC's open.
She
although
was
we don't see it
open in the second
Yeah.
phase earlier, so
Yeah.
yeah, not first pickable. You have the Matilda. No, Matilda's banned out. Yeah, Vex.
Vex, Joy, Nova is what they're fighting
Vex,
for
Joy,
now.
Nova, yeah.
Unless, again, ONIC goes surprise and then they go Claude. But I feel like with this ONIC playstyle, they can prioritize other heroes. Those are really like the priorities that I'm seeing. Baksha! That's a throwback.
That is a throwback first pick.
Yeah.
Right. So goes this, and I guess that leaves kind of that up in the air, right? Really, it's also a challenge for H2O because, like Leo was saying, most people are used to seeing him on those more proactive junglers, those assassins, if you will. And obviously, having a box shield across from you is like, well, I don't know if I want to do that. So now you go utility, and you know, can you match up in that department as great as he is?
Y'all know what else is open? Carry's open.
There it is.
There she
Called it
is.
perfectly. Gets a Minotaur.
Minnow.
ONIC, you think they'll pick Lilia here in the first phase? Oh, it's an Angela. There's a CC.
Oh no, CC's very good against both Carry and Minotaur.
Alright. Huh. Someone might be the carry or the gold laner here for ONIC. They didn't pick it up in the first phase. I think Omega will take stuff out. Do you think might be the eventual pick for Kelra? Because a lineup like this is built for the gold laner.
Everything is open. Again, they got all of the options unless Omega closes it up. Again, after this pick here, which I'm assuming should be a jungler. They got to pick up the jungler here now. Then they'll start taking out gold laners. So from there, they can still play X-Borg jungle. We've only seen one now, but regardless, this might be in the hands of Ryota more so. Yeah, no, I think they're going to start taking out gold laners here.
Take out the Claude, get out that Poke, maybe even take out the Bruno. So going to be a lot of options available for you.
Bruno Claude.
Do they want to use both for the gold lane marksman options? I mean, I would see them taking out the Claude, and then if they really want to, leave that Bruno open. But instead, they're going to, wow. Not the gold lane option I was thinking about being taken out.
Yeah.
That's a throwback.
Irithyll.
I feel like either of these teams will have to ban the Valentina, or ONIC would rather ban out the... Sorry, Omega would rather ban out the Valentina here. Because ONIC is still slotted in the Valentina, they can go Angela Valen. They have a mobile rotation in the box and CC that just puts a lot of pressure on the box and CC to actually be able to rotate around faster.
One of the weaknesses though, or again, just bits that they're missing out on is Escalera's mechanics.
Ah, yes, that's true.
So they'll have to leverage then their map reading skills, which Coach Etomax alluded to last week in their winning interviews. Like, they're so good with reading the map.
Yep.
It's like they have map hacks. So with that said, there you go. Gold laner's taken out. There's a Bruno.
Why the Irithyll, though? I mean...
Irithyll Angela. It's the best combo.
Oh, that's right, that's right.
There's the Nova.
Okay.
So still out there is the Vex.
Vexana, Valentina.
Vex Valentina, that's right.
Available for both.
Nana has a abysmal win rate though, so...
Yeah, I feel like a few teams will try to veer away from the Nana. ONIC, though, still might put this Angela in the mid and then put something else in the roam.
Very possible, yeah. And again, that feels less painful, missing out on the mechanics on Escalera.
Yeah.
So yeah, Super Friends can definitely play an Angela. Especially if the Valentina gets stolen here. XR plays a pretty mean Valentina.
Oh, that's true. Great option. There's the Vex, finally. Last two picks here.
89%. Wow, that's a huge win rate, too. Surprise, you know, again. And yeah, we're really good. It works really well with the Minotaur having here and the last Insanity available from the X-Borg. So really interesting to see what the answer is going to be from ONIC Philippines.
Claude Brody? One or the other?
Oh, wait. Beatrix might do this lineup good.
Beatrix is pretty good, yeah. Can actually dodge the last Insanity.
Yes. The basic attack. Makes sense. I'm leaning more towards Roamer. Oh, no, but it is a Claude. They decided to play it safe. So, yeah, still building around the Claude. Going for ONIC time. Oh, nice, you.
I'm here for it. He's Auga. I saw the 0% win rate, though. It's time to change it, ONIC Philippines.
Make it work.
Come on.
Make it work at the expense of Omega. Let's see. One more pick here for the Barangay.
What you feeling, Leo?
Still need a jungler. They can actually play so much. Would not be surprised if this... Is it weird if I say Alpha?
Wow.
I'm not going to knock it. I'm not going to knock it, bro.
It's doable.
It is, it is.
They have huge HP pools.
Yeah.
Oh! Okay.
H2!
I mean, if you see H2 play, he's got to play something that he's good with.
So he takes the challenge how does he build this Lancelot with this lineup though? What are you thinking here? Because it's not often we see Lances picked up now.
Lancelot has been pigeonholed into building damage in recent patches.
Yeah.
Right? Because Tanksalot has been running roughshod and destroying the metagame. So now, something tells me it's better this way because CC is going to ruin high HP pools. But we've never seen a metagame wherein both CC and Lancelot actually share a hero pool. This is a new environment.
Yeah.
So I can't say for sure what it's going to look like, but one thing we can rely on is H2 has amazing mechanics. H2, for those of you who don't know, John Posalonga is a generational talent when it comes to jungling. A lot of old fans from the comment section will know. Let the new folks know who exactly H2 is. But here, what an introduction.
The ultimate grudge match of the season has taken an unexpected plot twist, folks. Omega against their old members. Against Kelra. E2 Max. Why not? There we go. Have sent the entire barangay against them. The veterans have come to play. How will ONIC respond in this game number 2?
Love to see already, too, early rotations. This is what we were talking about in the keys to victory. So they're already going for that 3-man down on the bottom side. Kelra, though, will be fine. Had to use the Purify, but will have Escalera there with him as well. So let's take a quick look at the emblems.
All right, Assassin emblem here on the Lancelot with an Impure Rage.
Yeah, that's damage.
That's just damage, of course, with the Veteran Hunter. But this fight's continuing. I'm liking how bottom lane, one of the first few moves we see from the OG lineup is aggression. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, he's going to take a lot of damage. H2O falls under that tier 2. So King Kong able to go ahead and get that first blood.
That felt like a crash, a collapse in priorities coming from Omega, because the Minotaur, at most cases, should be with the Lancelot here.
Yep.
Up against a Baxia, up against an Angela.
I guess he's just overloaded. Again, I was going to say, I'm happy that one of their first few moves was actually to pressure Kelra, and that's something that any team that's against Kelra should be doing, and that's what ONIC did. They faked it down bottom and said, look, you can take down the gold standard. Oh, wait. Nope. Pressure elsewhere.
Yeah, right now, putting the pressure still on Kelra. That's probably one of the good options that they have right now, but with this turtle being up, it looks like H2O going to just go ahead and focus on these objectives. They're going to give it up for now. They still might try to put some pressure here on Kelra, but right now it might just be, let's get the buff, give up that turtle. We want to build up from here.
This is a move that ONIC PH should be very, very familiar with. This is exactly what they did in Game 1. They traded out huge objectives like the turtle for these smaller ones across the map. But now suddenly you have to consider, is Omega ready for that? Because now they have to switch up. Now they have to say, you know what, Big J? You have to find that snap. King Kong with a steal himself.
Okay, now I understand. Even though it's as if Omega gets now that, yeah, the jungle might not always be the best for H2, but our goal here is to really just stop Kelra. Delay ONIC time as much as possible. We're seeing it in the playstyle of Jome, Fighter Emblem carry. He wants to go fast up against his Claude, win gold lane immediately. But Leo, I have to kind of disagree here with Omega in the approach. They can't always just focus on the goal. There's still other parts of the map.
That's right. There's very little that they're gaining, actually. And if anything, the fact that it's Escalera on the Angela, which I'm actually happy for, and that allows for Prince to pick up the gourd, much to Naisu's pleasure. It allows for ONIC to actually send Escalera elsewhere and keep Kelra safe, even if Omega forces the issue here. Even if Omega says, you know what, we're going to keep going, 500 gold in, and now H2's in trouble again.
Oh, H2 in trouble again. Even with the execution, will get taken down in the same spot as earlier, as King Kong gets another one.
That hurts. Omega, again, focusing a lot on the gold lane. They need to get gains from this approach as much as possible, because now H2 is struggling up against King Kong, Escalera, even Super Friends.
How often is that a kill zone? How often is that a hot box in the early game for a team underneath tier 1 and tier 2? So that just shows how fragile Omega's box is right now. Yes, they had an early approach of let's pressure Kelra, but the question is how far can you take that? And we're not even considering the upper quarter. We haven't really talked about the whole Gem versus Ryota matchup.
Yeah. So far, Ryota just actually built up his War Axe.
Yep.
And usually, it's a big 50-50 between these two. They both hurt. They both regen. So it's like, all right, whoever wins this lane is just straight up better.
And with that, better or not, this is going to be another objective in the hands here of ONIC Philippines. And that makes me wonder, right? When I was asking this in the draft, you see Baksha picked up first. You still go the route of picking the Lancelot into it, right? So now, not only that matchup is a little bit tougher, especially having an Angela in the hands of Escalera here, but now you're kind of a little bit behind. I mean, you see it there, right? And he's struggling to get in these objectives. So in order for something to really change here, Smart Omega has to find a pickoff, a kill, at least to keep things close together before they get to those Lord fights.
Oh, this is what we were talking about earlier. The last time HU played, Season 11.
Oh, bottom side, Rebo going to be in trouble, flickers out. We'll be able to survive one hit away. Now Jome trying to help him, keeping it down. Kelra, though.
Okay.
Okay, they got to respect the damage. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, once again, H2O. He's probably having flashbacks of that side of the turret right now.
Yeah.
Again, it's a glass house here that Omega's playing with. There's very little they're putting on the board to actually assert dominance and say, you shall not pass. This ride is only open for people of this height. No, it doesn't work like that. ONIC can actually just go wherever they want. And I'm thinking of a solution now. Earlier we were asking, how can Omega leverage this? And how can they make sure that they get into a position wherein they're actually threatening anything from ONIC? Because so far, they've taken nothing. 6 minutes in, it's actually ONIC who's actually lived inside Omega's base, rather Omega's jungle.
Yeah, well, one thing I want to see Omega try is if they spot an opportunity to even just like use their abilities to take down two, just go for it, and then just back off. Of course, find the right timing, not too soon before an objective, things like that. But they can't just try to look for a picture-perfect setup as King Kong invades.
Hard guard are we going to use? They're going to go ahead and try to get this purple buff. Fury comes down. There's the gush, forcing Rebo back. H2O goes in. Super Friend's still going to be alive, though, but they have nowhere to run as they get continuously stunned under the tier 1, forced out of there.
All right, if there's ever a first kill from Omega, it's got to be from Super Friends, unguarded, and that's about it. It's so hard to take a pick off of Kelra, has a Purify, maybe Escalera. But Escalera is very rarely going to cross the river, especially as long as it's still the turtle phase, or especially until they can't confirm a kill. Because look, I've never seen Escalera actually cross the river.
Yeah, the times we'll see Escalera is him putting his ultimate onto someone, the hard guard onto someone.
Exactly.
And now I understand the dilemma of Omega, where they were, it feels like they were forced to pick the Lancelot because they needed more heroes to reach that gourd. Who we've seen in the sequences now is the big problem for Omega.
Jumping in once again, Exort has to flicker out, but it will get taken down by the waves. EG comes down, the Eternal Guard there to help him in the front side, but it's not going to be enough. Kelra, though, did fall off camera to H2O, able to find a kill there in that mid lane.
So far, Omega's still solving a problem that they had faced at the 3 or 4 minute mark. And ONIC are looking forward here to this Lord coming in a minute and a half. And there's very little that Omega's bringing, very little that Omega can actually consider to do, especially since now King Kong can actually get to these buffs with very little punish. I'm wondering where H2's looking for farm. Look, he's looking for farm in lane.
Yeah, he's just grasping at straws. Oh, no, Exort.
That's tough. And that's why the gourd is so strong. Again, even under the turret, you're not safe.
Yeah, Asaka said to Zuko, that's rough, buddy. He had nowhere else to go there. It's like, it looked like at one point Exor just said, this is my fate now.
Yep. Especially knowing that he didn't have the flicker available. Now crashing down, just with the pressure alone by the drive-by. They're going to go in under the turret. Turret's going to be worked on. They're fighting for it. Rebo going to be in trouble. Flickers into the wall and will fall there under the tier 2 right now. They're struggling. Jome.
Big J.
Can he do anything, though? Escalera's going to find him, trying to get the kill. There's a flicker out, though. Jome in trouble. Gets taken out by Super Fritz.
In recent history, we've actually seen carries do that. We've seen carries take pixel brushes, river brushes, and then get maybe a 2v1 kill or any kind of trade. But not at 9 minutes, not when you're down about 3,000, 4,000 gold, and when the rest of your team are either respawning or are elsewhere inside your base. That was very risky from Jome, and again, now you're seeing maybe signs of desperation, maybe signs of communications breaking down, where Omega's just saying, you know, let's just get something.
Yeah.
ONIC now still in control, and I can see them continuing this until unless there's a big error coming from their side. Because Omega, they do not have the greatest punish power in the world. You see them, Ryota struggling already.
Armor already taken out. Again, they're just going to leave Kelra there to work on the Lord. Keeping Omega at bay the best they can till the Lord's ready for taking. King Kong goes in, gets it secured. And now ONIC Philippines, a massive lead ahead.
Kelra just picked up the corrosion site there, now has a Trinity. So he's barreling on miles ahead from Jome. Checking out that Gord here, sitting at 205, definite menace from Omega. Also has his version of the Trinity, the Tranche, the Ice Queen Wand, and the Talisman. And as if that wasn't enough, Escalera just picked up his fleeting time. So now every kill, much like Martise's Decimate, now just snowballs onto one another. So they can pick fights on fights on fights, and ults are not going to be an issue.
Wait, so the third item the Kelra built was the Corrosion Scythe?
Correct.
That's what you just mentioned?
That's
Oh,
the last item
interesting.
we built.
Okay, I get it. It's because he's up against a fighter carry in that lineup of Omega. He went DHS first,
Yep.
Golden Staff, and then Corrosion Scythe last. Wow, great itemization by Kelra.
And again, it's the same matchup from earlier, but the other way around. He knows that as the carry, this is what I'm looking for. This is how I will suffer in lane. And he put that into this Claude build.
Super Frizz making it look easy, nice too.
Yep. This is one of the strengths.
Oh!
You know, you can just fire off from there. H2O going to pump out quite a bit of damage, though.
Ooh, okay.
They're going to have to respect that, but once again, the assault on the base is still going to continue top side. Eternal Guard going to jump down the gun, though! Forcing Jome to flicker as well. Thinking he was going to go down, and now Rebo takes the stun, but they hold on to the turret for now.
Big J lives, the inhibitor lives, and Omega here to see another Lord. Coming in about 80 seconds, I don't think they're in any position to contest, but at least they can breathe and, you know, sigh some bit of relief knowing that, hey, we still have our turrets, we can still kind of punish. The punish is not impossible. It's not a 0% chance.
Ooh. Something that I want to point out here that as we look at the Infinix hand cam, folks, King Kong has been really timing that shield unity whenever H2 comes in to get a moment to stun H2 before he can Phantom Execution away.
I guess he's timing it.
Yeah, he's timing it really well.
To the point wherein the margin of error is so small for ONIC that he can actually put himself in trouble first.
Yeah.
King Kong can say, you know what, I can take a few hits even from a turret just to get you.
Oh, and now ONIC, similar story to game number 1. And unfortunate for the old guard, the veterans of Barangay Omega, they're just up against, I guess that's what it takes to build a barangay family.
Yep.
Or at least break down a barangay.
Definitely a
family.
full assassin build on H2's Lancelot. Yep. And Exort is struggling, man. Exort is just at 2 items. And he had to build the second item winner Tranche because of how bad it's going.
Yeah, which is crazy, again, knowing how strong this Vexana pick has been so far. You know, even in other regions. And it's contested for a reason. But right now, with this Lord coming up here, Smart Omega, despite being down the 9,000, nearly the 9,000 gold, they want to be very careful on how they approach this part of the map. It might be better if they just go back.
They got to
get the call. Gem holding them on the front side. Lord is going to go back to being worked on here by King Kong, but Smart Omega can't even get this side of the jungle.
It's a clean take. And I guess you got to say, I understand now, as this gets to a free Lord take by ONIC, what Omega was thinking, right? It's enough peel between Rebo's Minotaur and Exort's EG, but it's a very, very dangerous way to assume that, hey, we're going to get that moment, to get that big Minotaur, Minoan Fury, and the EG timed. It's never happened here. 13 minutes in, it's never happened.
Yeah, I also really want to commend ONIC for picking up the last pick Gord. If that was a different mid laner, someone who has to get a little bit closer, not range, they wouldn't have needed to pick up the Lancelot on the side of Omega. It would have been something tankier, could have been more even. Yep. But since they picked a backline heavy mage, they were forced to pick a Lancelot up against a Baxia and what everything else that ONIC has. So this is the story.
Oh, Super Prince taking quite a bit of damage, but H2O could be in trouble now as he might get stunned, able to get away from it. But the beam comes down, still going to survive though. Eternal Guard comes out. Kelra on the backside goes in with the Heart Guard, able to clean up the kill on H2. Now Smart Omega has to deal with Lord and then the mid lane push from the rest of the team. A full force of ONIC Philippines as Rebo gets whittled down. Ryota with the last insanity to clear the waves out. They have another wave to handle here. Can they stay in the game? The base is going to be worked on though as ONIC Philippines continues to push in, but they're holding it together for now. Still King Kong with the Heart Guard going to force them back. Jome trying to clear the waves, gets taken down as ONIC Philippines sweeps the series.
No surprises here. And what surprise you talking about? ONIC PH, calm, cool, and collected. Systematic sweep the barangay.
We were looking for something new that could have been the key to victory for these two teams, and I guess Omega overshot. They showed us something extremely new, something we didn't even expect to see today, or at least as early as week 2 in Season 13, to have these very respected and well-known players debut for them at clutch point, at match point against ONIC, and we see here a sweep. So I guess it's back to the drawing board for the new barangay.
Yeah, still plenty of time to adjust here. Gentlemen, all I got to say is Gord's on the board for a win. It's a good day.
It's a good day. Gotta do something with that. A board. Maybe we should introduce a board in the English stream. Let's think about it some other time. I like how Omega are actually seeing the members of, or not the members, but yes, the sportsmanship, but then the old friends.
The super fam.
The super fam.
The barangay meets the fam.
Yeah, look at the E2 Max, why not? Hugging Jome, they were tightly hugging Kelra too. It's a grudge match, yes, but it seems like it's all happy between these two. Great show of sportsmanship. Again, even though I was skeptical, I was with you there, Leo. I wish we saw more of this other version of the new barangay. Hopefully they get more chances. We shall see. But ONIC fam, they're looking pretty hot right now.
It's a 2-game win streak.
Yeah.
2-series win streak for the super fam.
CEO Hito was there too.
That's right, yeah, no. The former CEO.
All right, now we're going to hear from the victors on their 2-series win streak. ONIC Philippines on the stage with Marakino and Hans Galleria.
A beautiful start para sa ating week number 2. Your winners, ONIC Philippines.
Congratulations!
King Kong, gusto kong malaman yung thoughts mo in that game number 2 kasi nagbalik si H2O kanina at parang minamandohan mo siya. Unang 2 kills sa'yo kagad. Ano ba yun? Game plan ba talaga or welcome back statement mo yun?
Kasama po sa plano ng pinagplanuhan po naming lahat.
Okay, so pinagplanuhan kasi kanina pinag-uusapan natin right from the start. Unang 2 kills kay H2O agad. So it was part of the plan.
Bakit? Bakit si H2 ka agad?
Bakit si H2 agad?
Parang nanggigigil po kasi si Kelra sa kanya eh.
Okay.
Okay. Nanggigil? Meron ba? May gigil? May gigil?
Wala po kami.
Anong kwentong gusto nitong...
Oo nga, ano ba sinasabi?
Talaga yan, minsan, may ano siya, may Uy! Wala.
Okay.
Basta meron daw.
Hindi ba kayo nagpalit sila ng mga players? Actually, natalo nyo yung buong barangay. Ang weird. Sinasabi ko natalo nyo yung buong barangay. Ikaw dati yun eh. Ikaw dati yun. Nung bumalik yung mga OGs, okay? Si H2, si Rebo. Kinabahan ba kayo? Ano yung tumakbo sa isip nyo? Nung nagpalit sila?
Nung bumalik sila, parang naauran talaga kami. Kinabahan kami.
Kinabahan ka? Bakit? Saan galing yung kaba? Kasi
Siyempre,
nakakausap mo si Rebo?
Nakakausap ko na si Doc eh. Laging kukusap si Doc Rebo, laging sinasabi, bubugbugin niya daw ako. Si Doc. Tsaka mentor pala ako. Ay, tinuturuan din ako ni Doc.
Mentor mo?
Palagi. Dati, ayun talaga yung naging mentor ko, pati si Marky.
So ano yung pakiramdam na dinurog niya yung mentor mo?
Hindi naman, siyempre, masaya, pero hindi naman durog eh. Parang, pa rin sila eh. Palag-palag.
Oo nga, di ba? Okay, yun ang pinag-usapan natin.
Exactly.
Backstage. Na ikaw, Kelra, eto Max, Coach Why Not, tinapatan nyo yung dati nyong koponan, in-outsmart nyo si Coach Stronger. Ano yung gusto nyong, ano bang gusto nyo sabihin sa dati nyong team? Meron ba kayong payo? Anong gusto nyo?
Dun sa Smart Omega, syempre, ano yan, kumbaga dating pamilya namin yan. Nang masabi ko sa kanila, bawi sila, pakita nila yung tunay nila na laro. Ayan. Mas ano lang, mas prepared lang talaga kami siguro sa ngayon sa kanila. Pero yan, babawi yan sila. Sure.
Encouraging words from, of course, Eto Max.
Pero di ba meron tayong narinig kanina?
Ay, oo nga.
Kanina, nakasalubong namin yung Smart Omega. Tapos nakausap ko, nasa video nga ito eh, nakausap ko si Matt. Sabi ko, uy, makakalaban mo
Tapos
sila
tinanong
Kelra.
mo, ano sasabihin?
Sabi, so ano gusto mo sabihin kay Kelra? Sabi niya, ano sabi?
Sabi niya, papahirapan ko si Kelra.
Papahirapan ka daw. Ano ngayon gusto mong sabihin kay Matt?
Parang siya yung nahirapan eh.
And I think we ended at that. We ended at that. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, ONIC Philippines.
Congratulations to ONIC. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. Congratulations.
Pinahirapan, but seems like it was the complete opposite. At yan ang nakuha natin galing kay Kelra.
At sobrang nakaka-amaze. Actually, nalilito ko na yung ibang face nasa kabilang koponan, parang memorize na nila yung mga galawan, no?
Kasi nagkaramdaman sila doon, but I'm sure na may masasabi rin ng ating mga casters dito. Kaya wag na natin patagalin pa. Casters, pasok.
No grudges held between Kelra, E2Max, and Why Not, and of course their old team, Barangay Smart Omega. But yeah, it's the Sonics that come out on top with a sweep. And part of me, I kind of hate that I was right about being skeptical. That was kind of...
Yeah. It was rough.
Oh, that was rough, buddy. But I'm pretty sure Leia will be smooth with the analysis.
Definitely. Let's throw it over and give a nod to our MVP of game number 2, King Kong, who I dare say is the MVP of the match. Slowly but surely, Cyric Perez has just ripened into the role and is now earning the moniker of a star jungler amongst the super team, nay super fam. As early as the minute mark, dear God, that was the minute mark? He actually caught out Corage 2 behind Tier 2 and did not stop from there. Again, as previously mentioned, he has perfected the utility jungler style and even found a way to be an assassin despite playing heroes like the Baksha, like the Fredrin, like the Martis currently. And the rest of the team just followed. Again, if you have a jungler that is as gung-ho and as sure in their skills and your calls as King Kong, backed up by a core player like Kelra, who committed such atrocities against Omega's second lineup here with that BMI Purify, with the Heart Guard in and out, giving false hopes of Omega defending and living to see another Lord, then you got something else coming. 11-1 here at an under 15-minute game number 2 to take the dub, 3 points over to the House of ONIC. That was a huge gold gap. Again, 13,000 it spells out for you right now, but as soon as the 3-minute mark elapsed, it felt like it was more than that. It felt like we were going into endgame, especially given that there were no turrets scored by the Barangay, no Lords, no Turtles, and yeah, they attempted an early trade. If y'all remember, H2 went for the orange after King Kong scored the first turtle. It resulted in not much because King Kong stole the next buff anyways. Looking at the item builds, again, it's an understatement to say that Exhort had a hard time. He only really built 2 items, the Glowing Wand and the Winter Tranche. The latter coming in from a necessity to actually survive. There were so many threats coming in from him, from ONIC. There's Kelra's Claude, the Baksha, not to even mention the Gord, who I must say, right now in the current metagame, even second to Novaria, you have to consider this is the hero in mid that has the biggest range. Novaria, you can consider, yeah, she has good vision. She can actually protect herself when she actually phases through with the Astral Recall. But she doesn't have as many CC as the Gord. As well, she also doesn't have any true damage built into her kit as the Gord. So with that said, we're on to something here. There may be a Trinity in mid that teams have to be invested in now and they have to watch out for. And I'm seeing the biggest smile slowly get built onto Joseph Charles Nice Rezabek's face.
It's getting bigger and bigger. I didn't
Because
think it could get that big.
This is a testament to the
Yeah,
metagame
smile.
evolving before our eyes. If there's anything that Omega can walk away from, again, learning about their second lineup too is Gord is definitely a threat. So from here on, we can expect Gord to be showing up.
Yep. Watch out for the last pick, Gord. Usually he's the impact pick there near the end. So watch out for that. And watch out for Leslie and Changa Aspirant skins. Available now. The first 1x draw every day and the first 10x draw during the event are 50% off.
An unowned epic skin is guaranteed on the first 10 draws. Grab them now. I was about to say gab them now. You know, that's a different thing.
That's a different thing.
Yeah, that's a different thing.
Yep.
Can't gab things.
You could if you wanted to.
Sure. Let's go with that. I learn new things from you every day, Naisu.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Huh?
You're welcome.
So that's one series done for today on the doubleheader on MPL Philippines Fridays. Coming up next, we got, gentlemen, I know you're excited for this. As a Raider boy, you, as being there who proclaimed M4, Echo are the M4 World Champions. How excited are you guys for
How
this?
about you? Sorry, I threw it right.
There.
I took it and I threw it right back at you.
Well, I said, I don't know. I completely. You got me. I'm gonna give you that.
Touché.
How excited are you guys?
I'm pretty excited. I'm wearing the RSG suit that I wear.
Oh no!
Nice.
I just want to see some good MLBB.
Let's see if we get good MLBB. MPL Philippines will be back with RGPH versus Echo.
MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Leslie! Meet Mr. Bunny! Ta-da! Now you'll be the best sniper ever!
No! Hit the decoy! I'm sorry.
Leave me alone.
Over here, Ender.
So let me know where to go. So let me know where to go. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you. I wanna find you.
can you do it? And Alpartisan, KarlTzy.
Ledge fight as Long gets instantly shot down by the Blazing Duet, as well as the Electo final blow. This is going to be easy cleanup for Todak as most of the...
Apat yun, pero nasipa din siya. Yung ninakaw na sipa, buhay pa rin. Ang 4v1! Backline already, and you're running for the lives, gunning it. David trying to drag the members of RG right underneath the turret. It's not enough though. Gray coming all the way, and he cleans it all the way out. Just no way for him to run. It's just...
Kita ada satu buah reward point points yang membuat pergerakan dari Liga terlalu benar-benar slow. Rafanya sudah tumbang.
How to register the Smart Giga Arena. First, go to gigaarena.smart on your browser. Click Sign In at the upper right corner and enter your smart mobile number. Enter the one-time authentication code sent to your number and agree to the terms and conditions and privacy policy. Personalize your account by choosing your username and profile picture. Congratulations, you've just taken the first step on your path to greatness. Check out upcoming tournaments and play arcade games. Just subscribe to Giga Arena 20 to join. To join tournaments, click the Tournaments tab. Find the perfect tournament with the search option. Find all the details about your choice.
Nagbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 13. Kasama natin ngayon ang isang super fan na si...
Jonathan!
Jonathan! Welcome back!
It's so nice to see you again because for everybody's information, Jonathan always goes here. Gano'ng karaming games na ba yung napuntahan mo? Or gano'ng karaming days na?
More like 20 po.
20! O, sino sa inyo na nandito na more than 20?
Feel ko kasing
Na more
grabe
than
niya na yung
lima.
times na nandito tayo.
Parang
Baka
gano'n.
tinalo niya ba tayo at some point?
Gusto mo mag-work ka din dito?
Oh, dahil na Echo po. Soon po.
Kitang-kita naman kung sino yung favorite team niya. So, meron ka ditong dinala para sa amin. What is this? Kwento mo sa amin.
This is my pen art. Nagawa ko po ito since M4, that time when Echo won the M4 series. And lodi ko po si Benny Cutie po talaga ever since. Since Aura, yeah.
Okay, meron siyang mga drawing, okay?
Right.
Papakita natin sa ating mga audience here, sa mga manonood.
Yan.
Hulaan nyo kung sino yung drawing na to. Ilapit natin sa camera, pakita mo sa kanya.
Okay.
First drawing.
Sige, first drawing.
First drawing.
Okay, sino yan?
Sino yan?
Sino yan?
Sino?
Sino?
Si Leo. At it's Leo.
It's Leo.
Okay, that's right. Okay, next. Pakita natin.
Okay, sino
Oh my
to?
God, ilapit natin. Lahat, ilapit.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, I wonder who this is. Yan. That's exactly Mara Aquino. That's so nice.
At nakalagay, good vibes with Mara. May hashtag siya para sa tagumpay. Ay, alam na alam yung hashtag.
Exactly.
Next, pakita natin. Ay, ang ganda! Ayan o, Pilipinas.
This is the same.
Casters pasok. Sino to?
Sino to?
Sino yan?
That's Naisu.
Si Naisu.
Alright, si Naisu, si
Ano
Naisu.
ang saying ni Naisu?
Nako. Sa dinami-dami ko pong mga...
May Tagalog siya na
Oo,
sinasabi.
may Tagalog siya madalas eh.
Oh, pass.
Oh, pass muna, pass. Next question.
Ano yun eh?
Next question.
Sabi niya, sarap yarn.
Sarap yarn.
Sarap yarn. Ang sabi. Ay, ito. Sino to?
Sino yan?
Si?
Si Reptar. Si Reptar.
Uy, ano to?
Ang dami.
Bakit? Ay, si Mitch. Mitch, bakit ano to? Anong inaano niya? Wine ba to?
Wine ba yan?
Actually, nakita ko po siya sa Instagram post way back nung New Year.
Okay. So, yung pinagayahan niya galing sa Instagram po, so di ba? Merong something.
Fun fact, nakasalubong ko po si Mamish since the fan meet when Echo won the M4 sa SM Mega Mall. And she gave me that time, nag-drawing ako ng mga basic arts. And that leads me to my first jersey po na binigay sa akin ni Mami.
She's really nice. She's really nice. Ato, sa lahat ng ating mga manonood, anong gusto mong sabihin? Sa lahat sa kanila, especially you being an MPL fan and you enjoy watching the game.
Yeah, just have fun. All I can say is, manalo man o matalo talagang Pinas pa rin ng malakas.
Yes, Pinas pala ng malakas. At ikaw, ang malakas, Jonathan.
Ikaw ang malakas sa ngayon. But speaking of malakas, dalawang pangmalakasang teams ang atang masasaksihan sa pagbabalik ng MPL Philippines. It's RSG kontra sa Echo, kaya wag kayo alis. We're gonna be back in just a few minutes.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game, para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, the diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset. Built na katang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, kami Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Takas sa matawa, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi po aatras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi po aatras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 13th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 13. Infinix GT Series, outplay the rest. Experience the MPL PH Season 13 action live at Shooting Gallery Studios. Tickets are now available on our official ticketing partner at /event.com. Don't miss any MPL PH action by following our official Facebook page and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok as well for more content. And don't forget to like, follow, and subscribe to the official accounts of MDL Philippines. To ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
It's the MPL Philippines, and here with me, KarlTzy of Echo. Karl, meron tayong tanong from the Madlang people. Ang tanong nila is, ano ang hobby mo pag nagpapahinga ka?
Naglalaro po ako ng computer games po.
Naglalaro ka ng computer games. Okay, since Mobile Legends Bang Bang to, gusto namin tanungin, anong games yon? Pero wag mo sabihin yung actual name. Pwede mong ibahin ng konti. Sila na lang yung manghuhula kung ano yon. Anong game?
Jamorant na lang po.
Jamorant! Jamorant! Okay, magaling ka?
Sakto lang po.
Gaano kagaling?
Ano po? Mas magaling po kay Sanji.
Mas magaling kay Sanji kasi narinig ko na may nag-trending na nag-spend ka not 10, not 20, not 50, not 80, but 100,000 pesos? Sa ano yun? Jamorant?
Opo.
Anong ginastos mo na 100,000?
Ano po? Skinner lang po ako.
Skinner ka? Ilang skins yon?
Hindi ko po alam. Sobrang dami po.
Sobrang dami. Okay, dito ba sa Mobile Legends, nag 100,000 ka?
Hindi po. Libre lang po dahil ko lagi.
Oo nga. O sige nga. ilan yung dayas mo? Ngayon.
po 10K lang po.
10K. Ano yung pinakamarami mo ever?
Siguro po nasa 200K yata.
200K! Grabe! 200K, pero alam mo, meron tayong kasama. Dun sa kabilang side, tatanungin natin kung ano nga ba yung hobby nila. Hans, who do you have?
Right, so far this time, I'm gonna ask the same question para kay Demonkite. Kahit habang, or kapag nagpapahinga ka, let's say a good moment of scrim na natapos na, ano mga hobbies mo? Ano madalas sa mga pinagkaabalahan mo?
Ano po, kumain. Kasi mahilig ako kumain.
Okay, sino dyan mga pinaka-favorite ng mga kabanding sa pagkain?
Si ako, di lang halata, pero malakas din kumain.
Okay, favorite food so far?
Kare-kare.
Kare-kare. Okay, marunong ba magluto kahit sino dyan sa mga yan?
Wala ata.
Wala. As in, order lang talaga. Okay, aside from food, something na madalas yung pinagkakabalahan as a group?
Sa review ng mga games ng
Review
ibang
talaga ng mga games. Heavily focused si Demonkite and the rest of RSG Philippines dahil yan ang kanilang paghahanda kontra sa Echo that will be happening right now. Casters, pasok.
Two kings of the jungle are finally reunited. Demonkite versus KarlTzy. That should be enough to tell you the gravity of this matchup. Again, it's me, Reptar, Nice Leo, and it's us, the Wee Bear Bros. And I kind of want to hear you guys' thing with the questions. What do you guys do for your hobbies? If you want to rest.
I lift.
All right.
What do you do?
I lift a bit.
Okay.
It's funny because I do work out, folks, but it's just not as obvious as the two bears here. So let's update everyone on the patch update between Demonkite and KarlTzy. Let's be honest. I am someone who has a condition where I can't have a lot of beef. KarlTzy and Demonkite have a history of beef, and that comes from the fact that RSG and Echo, well, you see it on your screen, folks, what they've done to each other the past few months.
Yeah, so like in a way, again, I think if you were a part of MPL Philippines, what was that season? It started in season 10 and then it moved on, where we even saw like a specific video that was aimed from Demonkite over to KarlTzy, right? But then we know what the unfinished business is, of course, from both these organizations and what they want to accomplish.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to end anytime soon. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see a version of this in Season 13 because quick recap, again, said on the graphic there, eliminated from the playoffs. You know, beat down in front of all of the Indonesian fans for the MPLI Championship last year. Snapped the 12 match winning streak in hopes of having a new all-time high in the league history. So it's these two things, or several things, that these two teams are actually going for, and that's the rich history of this Echo versus RSG rivalry.
Yeah, there's a lot. You can just search it up real quick on wherever. Social media. Again, don't forget to follow all the official channels of MPL Philippines and Mobile Legends Bang Bang as well. Search it up on YouTube. It's gonna be there as well. Someone has clipped it. The words that have been exchanged between Demonkite, KarlTzy, and even formerly Irad, who is now in RRQ over in Indonesia. And of course, the record against these two, ever since MPL Philippines Season 10, it has been Echo that eliminated RSG in the MPL PH Playoffs. Then RSG, as I mentioned earlier, got MPLI. So really, it's such a rich history of a rivalry between these two organizations, not just the two junglers.
And it's funny too because these are, like, I've been pretty vocal about it. I've been an RSG fan since I entered the league and even before then. And specifically watching Demonkite rise up and everything else, yes, this is the suit that I would be like, oh, I wore this at MSC, right, when they won and everything. And I've always cheered for RSG, but I know that the past seasons they've needed to, you know, get some stuff together here.
This suit, huh?
Yeah, this suit.
I remember.
What was that? What was that tension just now? That got me kind of flustered.
We were roommates.
Oh, you guys were roommates. Interesting. Here come our marshals walking into the scene. Chico, Jeff, Patrick, and Wilbert.
Wilbert grew up on a street called Santos Street when he was a child.
That's great. Let's welcome our two teams, RSG PH and Echo. Since Season 10, they have been known to push Echo to their limit. Last season, they broke the attempt at the record-breaking win streak. Will they be an early speed bump to the GOAT's goal of setting a new win streak record? Rise, slay for RSG Philippines! Since Season 10, they have been the team that eliminated RSG-PH in the playoffs. With a perfect record and 6 points in the season so far, does the Echo Express have the speed to power through their longtime rivals? Louder and prouder for Echo! And their coaches, Coach Panda and Coach Tic Tac. Raiders and Orcas sa MPL Arena! Magingay! Boom, chaka, boom, chaka. Here comes RSG. It's your boys, Nice to take over.
Yep, Kosei, Demonkite, Aqua, Nads, Light. This is the lineup that I'm really excited to watch unfold here again. You know, we're going to have to see exactly how Kosei performs in that gold lane. But my eyes, gentlemen, of course, are going to be on Demonkite and KarlTzy going ahead into the jungle and how the team sets us up. I would love, once again, to see Aqua. Hey, if he pulls out the gourd here, if it works for them, he was one of the players that pulled it out last season.
And we just saw Gord perform very well in the hands of ONIC PH, scoring a dub earlier tonight. But, gentlemen, I have to be honest. A part of me still believes that we are somehow still living in the age of the Orca. Despite them coming up short in the recent big ticket tournaments in MLBB esports, they still continue to redefine the way we understand how it means to play fast, to play hard, and to play consistently the way they have, despite having shuffled both lineups. And here, today, they're walking in with the Benny Cutie and KarlTzy variant of Echo Loud. And this is to all of our pleasures because we get to see Demonkite and Karl go at it again.
How have these two teams redefined their rivalry, and how will they do so? So far, the stats are leaning towards Echo because they have the perfect record coming out of Week 1. Week 1 wasn't completely perfect for RSG-PH. They won a 2-1 victory, and then they got swept by ONIC PH. But in terms of the most banned against heroes, the Matilda is a common factor. I feel like JP and Light actually are two roamers with very similar playstyles.
I agree. The fact that both teams actually have their own version of the Death Ball, which was made more popular by RSG in their debut season 8, but Echo actually evolved that into the Echo Express, or the Echo system, wherein whether it be quickly or surgically, step by step, they're able to take kills and then turn them into objectives. That's something to note, especially looking at their stats here, especially now that we're walking into the player head-to-head. This is the spotlight right here.
You see Demonkite smiling, see KarlTzy a little bit more cold-blooded there, but I'm pretty sure these two junglers have acknowledged that, yeah, there's going to be a lot of eyes on their performance. What are some of your favorite things about Demonkite, Naisu?
Oh, man. You know, I guess the biggest thing is I'm a sucker for the fact that the character development, I'll just throw it out there, right? Like the development that he has had as a player for these past couple seasons. Now, originally it was because he was such an exciting jungler to watch, just like KarlTzy, right? I mean, for a lot of people when he was like, you know, just starting out, and I saw this even with Demonkite, so this matchup in itself is legendary for me.
And now for the Infinix keys to victory, Leo, what we got to watch out for?
Let's talk about the Infinix K2V for them to score the 3. RSG has to force KarlTzy to play assassin junglers. You all saw what an assassin jungler looks like right now in the current metagame. If you watch the last series, you know what I'm talking about. For Echo, you got to watch out for Demonkite's versatility. As Joseph Charles here was talking about, he is explosive, he is entertaining, and he's one of the first few junglers actually to play utility in as early as Season 8. He already played the Baksha in MPL Philippines, so that's something to watch out for. And last but not least for both of them, respect ban or deny pick carry. So basically steal it away. A very, very popular hero in the metagame right now. Win rate just through the roof. Both Kusei and Benny Cutie solid on the carry. If both of these teams, both of these coaches, Coach Tic Tac and Coach Panda, keep that in their sights, it should make the run for the 2 games to win all the more easier here.
I actually like that last key to victory, other than the fact that it's such a strong meta pick. You mentioned Kusei and Benny Cutie, both very dependable on there. The play style of these two teams, they know how to play around their marksmen really well. So, yes, there's a lot of focus on the jungler matchup, but again, these are two teams with roamers and EXP laners who know how to peel very well for their back line. As we're going to be entering the draft in just a bit, I just want to do something for you here, Naisu.
For me?
From wherever you are in the comment section, wherever you're watching, listen to me closely. If you think a gourd is going to be played in this series, just comment Daddy Naisu on stream right now.
Let me get on, wait.
All right. He's gonna get on the stream. He's doing it now. If you think gourd's going to be played, so I'm going to ask you now. You mentioned it, you alluded to it. Aqua, you mentioned gourd. Do you think maybe Echo has a chance to play gourd for Sanji?
You know, it's Sanji.
Yeah.
I wouldn't throw it out of the ballpark. He could pick it up. He could steal it. I think it would work great. But again, I'd love to see it in the hands of Aqua. That's just a personal wish list, guys. That's it. Well, I'm going to be a little biased here. I love Echo too. Don't get me wrong. But I'm a Raider at heart, and they know it very well.
Yeah, proud of that. He's proud of that.
I get it, because if for Aqua, it's the gourd he's more likely to pick up, it's in the XP lane that Echo actually makes up for in their experimentation.
Yeah.
Right? It's already in the word, XP, experimentation. They've already debuted Yuzhong in the XP lane. They've also played a Meridetta in the XP lane. They can flex with the X-Borg. It's never really clearly the XP lane when Echo picks up the X-Borg, because KarlTzy has played the only jungle X-Borg in C13 and actually won with it. So you have that going. So yeah, that's the read here for Echo. And not to mention, I think they are the most lethal team now in Season 13 when it comes to manhunts or just ganks, because they hunt as one. So if they say, you know what, we're taking down gold, we're taking down XP, no matter what their lineup is, just by sheer skill and comms, I think they're capable.
A part of me wants to bring something out there, although I might be biting my own words later on. I really feel like we're not going to see Matilda in this series.
Like it's just going to be banned out.
Straight up.
Straight up banned.
Taken out. And you know what? I do think, since you mentioned Matilda, and you talked about the other lanes as well, Renmar, I think this matchup too, like Light has to step up.
Oh yeah.
And the reason why I say that is because, you know, we talked about this in the previous series. Leo mentioned this. Like, I think it would work really in his favor if Light is picking up these proactive roamers to match the aggression, to match what Leo just mentioned too, the fact that they are so good at playing together on picking whatever they choose in the game. So Light kind of has to be there, whether that's to protect, whether that's to peel, whether that's to initiate himself. So I'm looking. Maybe it's the Minotaur. Maybe it's something along those lines.
I think in addition to the carry that they have to deny pick or ban out for sure, is the Kaja. Both JP and Light are very capable. JP very good on the turn, very good on the fakes.
Yeah.
And he just exactly. And then
call an ambulance, but not for me.
Exactly. Well, Light, on the other hand, is so good at just finding these odd angles. You lose sight of him for like 10 seconds. Next thing you know, he's behind you.
There's the Light.
Exactly. There's the light, right? So with that said, I think that's a nice pickup, a nice little spot that maybe they should also prioritize the Kaja.
All right. Let's see if they're going to be fighting around that. That makes a lot of sense. The Kaja, the pick-off types sound really good for either team.
If you end up with a Kaja carry, that's a win.
Yeah. Let's hear from a member now from RSGPH. The gold laner returning from Cambodia, it is Kusei.
Ang bago sa akin ngayong season is kung paano ko, ayun nga, nung nag-Cambodia ako, sobrang hirap makisama. Then, dun ko talaga natutunan kung paano kontrolin yung mga emosyon ko sa mga bagay-bagay and mas maging optimistic. Sa papasok na season 13, ang maasahan nyo sa RSG is mas pinalakas na team and sasabay-sabay rin. Ayun yung gustong asahan nyo. Ako din, looking forward din akong magkaroon ng bagong history sa MPL season 13.
The young man made himself a Cambodian king in his stint abroad in the kingdom of Cambodia. And I like how you mentioned control, because I feel like with two teams that have such a, how do I call this, tendency to, as you mentioned, death ball, have their own very simple versions of it, you need to be controlled as well as a backliner. Aqua and Kusei, Sanji and Benny Cutie. Because if you're not careful, the factors we talked about earlier will come in. You'll get picked off, you'll be set it up by Light and JP. So there's really no wonder why these two teams, every time they play against each other, it's always a show because they know each other so well.
And that's something that will come into play here. You talked about how the pickoff will change the dynamic of this matchup. RSG recently decided to experiment with the lineup, right? They decided to try out Nibor and Aqua. They tried out KarlTzy and Nats. Now, it's Aqua and Nats. Now, I'm not so sure how ready they are with this configuration of RSGPH, but something I noted is the fact that they're not very good when it comes to the turn. They tend to get scrambled when they find themselves into fights that they're not necessarily ready for. A lot of teams are okay when it comes to like Lord dances and then suddenly, all right, you step maybe an inch too forward, we'll go. RSG, they like coming in shock and awe. They like knowing that we're going to come into this pit, we're going to win, we're going to fight, and we'll score after we take you down. Death ball. If they're not planning for the death ball and then you step in like this,
I'm feeling it.
They're not ready. So exactly, because RSG suit.
Roommates, by the way. Roommates.
We did a lot of that.
That?
That.
Yeah.
Whatever you want to take that as, but
you guys fought a lot? That's sad.
Yeah, we did.
That's sad.
You know,
thought you guys
because
were closer than that.
my win rate was ruined. Not throwing you under the bus. I'm just saying we've had some pretty tough teammates, and two can't carry the team.
Different
right?
server, if you know what I'm talking about.
That's what we're talking about. So, and you know, with what Leo's here is saying here, I agree. Like, that's one thing actually that I really enjoyed about RSG is the way that they play the game. Because sometimes it's just Raiders. Like, it fits in that whole concept of we are Raiders. And sometimes when they're down and out, they will get a little scrappy. And sometimes it works out for them, sometimes it doesn't, right? But more often than not, the most success that they have is sometimes when they're put in a pressured situation. And that's why I think it's so important that Kosei mentioned that his time overseas, he had to learn how to control his emotions. We know other players on RSG that are very popular for their emotions being let loose, right?
Oh, yeah?
Now, and that's the thing. It's all had to come to basically fruition for them where they had to control those emotions. And I think that's where you see this, again, growth, not just from an individual perspective, but as a team for RSG.
Yeah, I'm glad you gentlemen mentioned control. I have to play devil's advocate here and remind you, our viewers, a trend that happens with RSGPH and Echo. These two teams have a sickness, and that is often, okay, maybe not often, but sometimes, they get a little bit too eager to end the game. They get carried over by the emotions, and the game gets completely turned around in their heads because they dove too deep into the enemy base trying to win it while they are snowballing. With that considered, Matilda, told y'all.
Banned out.
Banned out.
But just the same, with us reverting to a drafting tempo or pace that's very similar to last week's, you can expect that the Vixana and Novaria are going to be key pickups. Compared to the first series that we casted tonight, that y'all watched, ladies and gentlemen, that was a very different dynamic. Here, expect that those are key pickups. So Novaria and Vixana still open here. Arlot has already been banned out, but Ruby has not yet. Yeah. Ruby's having it hard in the metagame, don't get us wrong, but she is still very good.
Yeah. Okay.
There's the Vex.
So this is I feel like this is gonna be the bait of the Novaria trade.
Yep.
If Novaria isn't banned here, there's gonna be first pick for RSG, Novaria blue, and then Ruby plus another top meta pick potentially. But Joy's also open. I don't want to turn it off.
There's a
Ruby.
good last ban right there.
Could it be Ruby or Joy, Leo?
Yeah, you want to play hardball? I'm game. Joy first pick is not out of the question. RSG likes to prioritize junglers mid when they're in blue, but right now I think they would like to keep it for the second picks here, not the second phase, but the second picks, and then they like to flex their roam. They like to leave light here to answer late, so I think he's at the very perfect spot here, moving from left to right in the player layout.
Oh, but again,
what I say, jungler priority.
Jungler priority. It is the Baksha.
There's a box.
Now, something I want you to get excited about, Naisu. With the Novaria and Vexana gone, that means Lilia, Valentina, Faramis, and your Gord rises up in the priority here.
Yeah, I could see that happening if that goes the route, especially if you see Echo decide to take the Valentina instead, right? They could go that route. Again, eyes are going to be on these two, Demonkite and KarlTzy, as you see them here. There's the Caribbean picked up, and the Ruby, like you guys mentioned.
One of the top picks on the red side. The battle of the MVPs in Season 12. One from Malaysia, Demonkite. One from the Philippines, KarlTzy. And if you're a new viewer, no, Demonkite is not Malaysian, folks. He was a Filipino import last season in MPL MY. I feel like we're going to see majors here, Leo.
Yep, but which ones? Maybe Aqua picks up the Valentina. Nice ult already on the I'm Offended. Maybe if he actually switches it up.
Oh, that's very similar to ONIC earlier.
I was going to say, he keeps the Gord for later, second phase. But don't keep your hopes up, nice. So maybe Echo's on it. Maybe they ban it out.
Echo might know.
Or pick it up too, I don't know. But it's very hard to play the Gord against a lamp like this. Like, there's so much dive here.
Yeah.
You got the buoyancy of the CC, and then you have the deep dive from the Baksha Unite, so not a safe How do you feel like playing as a Gord against a CC and a Baksha with an Angela?
You know, it's not ideal, but I was also the person that always picked it into the most unideal matchups, right? You just made it work, and that's why I love that challenge so much, and I think, again, any of these players can pull that off. X-Borg, though, being picked up here.
Still a flex. Still a flex.
Yeah.
You don't know.
Interesting. Minus the Ruby pickup on the side of Echo, it's a mirror draft as literally the last game we casted.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. So, them banning out the Harith, I feel like there's good housekeeping by Echo. Because RSG, if they ever drafted into the Harith, again, could be a very deathball lineup.
Very good, very good. Harith and Angela, Harith and Baksha even. Like, he can make that Zaman Force really last. So those are long team fights that maybe Echo wouldn't be ready to fight if they do leave the Harith open. What else can RSG choke out here? They can take out mid laners.
Yeah, Lilia.
Lilia.
I feel like.
Yeah, that's what I was feeling. Lilia gets taken out.
Lilia.
Lilia.
Yeah. I feel like they might even consider banning out of Faramis. I mean, it's not going to be the best pickup in Sanji, but could be an option. Ooh.
Paquito.
Take out the Paquito.
Again, like when you're banning against Echo, it's kind of tough. Because like they have showed, like you mentioned earlier, Leo, their flexibility in all these roles that they have, you know? So even in the XP lane, it's a little tough to kind of focus that down, but taking out the Paquito is smart. You go ahead and take care of that also, because we have seen both these junglers that actually have even taken Paquito in the jungle, right? By the way, I love that he's here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to consider that the Angela is still a flex too.
Yeah, yeah.
We don't know if that's a roaming Angela in light or a mid Angela in aqua. Very, very possibly either. So that means Echo have to really do their homework. They have to close up those gaps. They're open to the fact that they might be facing off a Brody in the gold lane or a Beatrix.
Oh, Tigreal.
Yeah, the Tigreal JP pick. I think they're sort of trying to funnel him into picking up the Roam Ruby, which, in fairness, might actually have a bit of difficulty if she gets caught out in a bad timing by those 3 first picks already. So,
yeah,
understandable.
Wouldn't be surprised if they still pick up the Kaj.
Yeah,
they can still do a Kaj.
So XP lane Ruby.
Yeah,
yeah, and they will need that pick-off type. But Echo needs more backline access. It can't just be the X-Borg. Unless... Well, we'll see. Valentina, okay.
This is it, boys.
Kaj is still very possible. And so far, there's not much the Valentina can steal. They're hedging on these last 2 picks to make it worth it.
maybe we'll see the mid lane Angela here, and that might actually be like something like a roam Minotaur if they want to go full tanky, but they'll be lacking damage.
And it'll take too long. It'll be very reactive.
True.
Not only that, and then gold lane. Like, what is gold lane for the matchup with against the carry?
Beatrix, Brody.
I kind of want to see more magic damage on their side, Nathan, but
Oh yeah,
Bruno.
of course, Bruno. I keep forgetting Bruno.
Okay. So Bruno, Angela. Will
Is
this
this
be a
a
surprise
flex?
split? Flex? Diggy? Nah, Diggy Angela a little bit too greedy.
Nope.
Oh, Lolita.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Edith.
All right.
I heard the voice and immediately went to Lolita, but it's
Tis the first Edith of Season 13, and that does confirm what the mid lane looks like. It's a roam Edith and a mid Angela.
I feel like this was right, though, right? Because with what I was saying about Light specifically, I think this is exactly one of the picks that he needed to go with, because not only can you help peel, but you can initiate quite well. And based off of what we saw from the previous match, man, the combination of Baksha and Angela can be devastating, especially early on against the jungle, right? For Echo's rotation here with whatever KarlTzy decides to take there. So I'm really wondering. There it is. It's a Barrett's. So Barrett's is picked up. You go a little more durable yourself here.
Imagine a 2-for-1, man. You get ran over by a Baksha with an Angela in it, and then you just eat it up. And you throw it over into the rest of Echo.
All right. When it comes to the draft for these two teams, knowing these two, it's really just gonna. I strongly dislike saying boil down to the execution, but there's so many factors between the two lineups that doesn't really have a clear advantage. Maybe we might see RSGPH be a bit more cautious because they're going up against a Barrett, but at the same time, it's RSGPH. Sometimes they don't care. They will pressure you no matter how tanky your jungler is. What do you feel, Leo?
Something tells me RSG has the incentive to go faster. RSG can say, you know what, as soon as Aqua hits level 4, we can go ham. They're not even going to wait for the full-on kit on Bruno for Crusade. That's my take here.
It's a star match of the day. Huge shout out to our online viewers who are with us to witness this great battle.
Hello.
As our way of saying thank you, watch out for the code that you may redeem in your MLBB app for hero skins and tournament chests.
Again, star match of the day. The returning Demonkite versus KarlTzy.
I hope they can hear the drum, so it makes sense.
I really hope the viewers can hear the drums as to why I said it that way. Welcome to game number 1, a classic rivalry. Two championship organizations, a long-told story. Emblems up in the screen, Leo.
Yep, this is what you come to expect again. But something to note, Master Assassin on Benny Cutie, so he knows that he has to take advantage of the alone time he has with Kusei early on. And of course, the just ever-present Brave Smite. I'm liking how Brave Smite has taken a spotlight in recent times here in the current metagame. It's so important.
It's a way to also just... I love the XP lane options, for the most part. But yeah, even the fact that these other roles and lanes and heroes are taking Brave Smite is nice to see that shake up.
Yeah. And how many times have we seen it before in recent memory where like the Brave Smite effect comes in at the right time and you just see like a little bit of heal that saves someone or changes the picture of a team fight. So no wonder why the pros love picking that up. And of course, skill-based heroes there. Bottom lane again. The thing about CC versus Xborg is just boils down to comfort, mind games, minion wave management. Earlier, we saw a CC push the Xborg more. Now this time, we're seeing Sanford pushing Naz a little bit more forward, but, well, he does have the help of the other members of Echo.
And something to note, this is a Barats without a Matilda. So Echo's engagements have to be with conviction. They have to commit to it. They have to lean hard into it. Because if they lose a fight, that's a fight that they have to start from ground zero to recover from. Because again, the Barats is not very mobile. So if you win, you have to lean into that team fight win, that turn as a turtle spawns.
Look at this, the whole fight for this first turtle of the game. The damage already coming through, though. They get the toss up there as well. Sanford going to be fine, but Naz going to be the one to fall first as the members will fall of RSG, and they just get taken care of by the Express from Echo.
And that's what I'm talking about. RSG have the incentive to go fast. They know that if we take this quick enough, Echo cannot recover. But Echo accepted them with open arms and said, you know what, if we time this Detna's welcome perfectly, that's a lot of damage, that's a lot of CC that you have to deal with. And that's what RSG felt, and that's what they're reeling from right now. 2K ahead, 3 minutes in, a turtle for the House of Highlights, and that's as clean a turtle take as it gets.
Jungler Punisher. In their 4 games, Echo is the only team that managed to kill the opposing jungler in the first 5 minutes of the game. Something about Echo that makes opposing teams just want to be aggressive against them. And again, go back to the draft. Leo mentioned it earlier. The possibility of the Barrett's death and its welcome happening, that's exactly what happened. And RSG, I also mentioned that they're the team that even if we're up against something like the Barrett's, we won't be scared. But this time, I felt like they could have been more cautious because that was a massive win for Echo. And this means, honestly, early game for Echo.
And again, a tendency that RSG has, if it's a team fight they were not ready to face in that same way, then it's hard for them to recover. It's hard for them to roll with the punches. RSG is not a team that rolls with the punches very well. When they're ahead, they want to be ahead. They want to snowball on forward. Again, death ball. It don't roll backwards.
Yeah, and even with that, the fact you have the Baksha here, you know, you're trying to rely on these fast rotations and everything else, playing around with the fact that you can have a heart guard available to you. Right now, it's not working out, right, for the most part. And Sanji also picking up the Necklace of Durance is going to help with that sustainability offered by Aqua.
Oh, no.
Look at this. Echo, Leo, as you said, they love to travel together and pick their targets well. They as one. They call it off for now, though.
4 minutes in, around 4 minutes 10, Aqua already has the Flask of the Oasis. But again, because of the lead that Echo built for themselves after that first sequence, going to be tough. RSG though, Leo, contestable for this one, yeah, but do they have to be more cautious?
I wouldn't. This is very risky. I think RSG, if they are thinking of contesting this turtle, they have to go in a different avenue. They can't face Echo head on, especially with Echo being more than 2,000 gold ahead.
Well, the Raiders, so expect them to go head on. It looks like that's what they're going to be doing here. Turtle half health being worked on now. It's going to get the heart guard here, trying to push them back a little bit more. They get a couple knockups up. Turtle's still going to be worked on. It's KarlTzy able to get it. Goes down though, taken down by Demonkite. They're on the retreat. Sanji looking for a kill himself as Sanford's able to survive on top of it as well. Demonkite reinitiates the rest of the team there to help him out. Sanford gets away barely with a sliver of health.
The damage control, the space, and the pure mastery when it comes to limit testing, how far your hero can go. RSG and Echo threaded that needle, showed us exactly what it means to play MLBB in the strongest league in all of the world. That was close. Again, even if you're rooting for either team, you're like, wait, I'm not so sure. It could go the either way. But I'll still give the dub to Echo. I think that was a very worth it trade to give KarlTzy for the turtle and continue to pressure the map, because for that fight to continue, RSG had to let go of the different lanes. They had to let go of their other resources in farming, put it on pause so that they can maybe get more kills on Echo. But they don't.
Sanji is going to be able to get away. It goes in with a flicker, already using that IMU that he had, a light, using the conceal too, trying to get there in time. But they're just going to call it off for now. Again, a smart try there from RSG, not able to capitalize on it though.
Yeah. So RSG now showing why they had that Raider reputation. Despite a bad start there in the bottom lane, now RSG are more aggressive.
Once again, they got to work through the armor here from Sanford. They get that taken care of, and they'll make their way now to the rest of the parts of the map. Again, it's RSG looking for anything they can, given the fact that they're 3K behind at this point in the game.
All right, gentlemen, before another fight breaks out, I mean, Echo is always just ready to hunt as one. Are we in a renaissance for Valentina? Because we've seen Valentina steal a Poissons and make the most of it. We're so used to Valentina's stealing big-ticket ults like a Divine Judgment, like a Minoan Fury, like a called Altar, rather Netherrealm. And now she's just picking up these utility ults and making them look like $1 million.
Yeah, I feel like also the Terrified teams playing a certain way.
The mobility, the dashes?
The mobility, the dashes. We saw it earlier, the early game damage of the Valentina actually quite hurts. So outside of the big ticket ultimate plays, JP!
JP able to get a pull off. They force the hard card. Sanford can go into the last insanity though. KarlTzy in trouble, gets taken down. RSG wants the fight back. They want the kills here. Now it's quite low. Has the vengeance popped. Sanford now on the run. It's JP the one to fall. Light takes wheels to the face and he'll fall in the mid lane. It's a bloodbath between both teams, but Echo will start up the turtle
2 for 1, and an eventual turnaround. Echo taking the last hurdle of game number 1. Was it not Echo who actually won a world championship off of the principle of the box? And now they're redefining what it means to have a box. It's a mobile box. Anywhere that JP goes is a kill box for Echo. And RSG have to deal with that. Yep. Yes, RSG are very sustainable. They have an Angela, they have a Baksha, they have a CC, they have an Edith that has an extra life bar when she hits her ult. But when it comes out to boxes, it's so hard for RSG to actually answer something this aggressive.
Yeah, we also saw that box again. Echo really making the most of their abilities, but RSG as well. They know they have turnaround capability off of the ultimate of the Edith. But one thing that might have been a great thing for Echo was that right before that, KarlTzy actually got to complete the Radiant Armor, which meant that he got to survive longer against the, well, let's be real, respectable magic damage that RSG can dish out.
That's right. Kusei and Nats aren't quite there yet when it comes to damage output. Yep. So KarlTzy can just say, you know, I'm just walking up. You guys aren't ready for this. I just need the defense from Aqua, the defense from Light, and weirdly enough, from Demonkite. It's actually Demonkite who's the biggest threat to the Barats on KarlTzy right now, and he's just almost single-handedly with that Radiant Armor made it not matter for at least a couple more minutes.
So now RSG need to watch out for that. Don't be too overly reliant on that turnaround capability. If they can target other members. I know teams would want to focus on getting down the jungler as fast as possible.
Oh, no.
But we've been seeing the other members of Echo become a problem for RSG as well. Invade by Echo, who gets a purple buff.
Again, pretty big level lead here that KarlTzy has. So he wants to continue to put the pressure. Demonkite's going to be fine. It gets it, the retreat. But we're 17 seconds away from that Lord coming up here. We'll see if RSG can kind of handle this lead that they're working against with Echo.
Good news, bad news for the Raider country. Yes, Demonkite did win that Retribution battle, forced one out from KarlTzy too, and secured his purple. Bad news is this first Lord that just spawned right now, lower quarter of the map, not going to be as easy. Not a good contest for RSG still. I'd like to think if RSG don't lean hard into this or at least set up a push off map like in the long lane right now, but I wouldn't do that against Stanford right now, then they have to play for the defense. They have to understand that this is a 5k goal lead we're staring down. Yeah, there's very little contest.
Very true. If this is an all-in by RSG for some reason, incredibly risky. Huge gamble. Echo just... They look comfortable right now. But let's see. The Raiders will try, Nicer. The Raiders will try.
Sanji holding on to his own heart guard as well. RSG gonna have to force their way into this Lord pit if they want to. Conceal play gonna be used. Demonkite rolling on through. He's gonna find JP. Huge knockup though. Nas is gonna get the hard guard. He's looking for the target. KarlTzy's there. JP flickers out. They're gonna get whittled down quite a bit.
Here we go!
From the Raiders, but the fight back comes back from Echo. They're all low here as RSG looks for a kill. And Demonkite gets the Lord. And now it's Nas quite low. He has to get out of dodge as they chase him down. Echo on the run. JP with a little bit of help. Last Insanity will not find the target, but they clean up Demonkite. It's a trade for 1 for 2, but RSG gets the objective.
The first big dub for the Raiders, the Kingslayers. Make use of that window, that opportune moment that the Lord knocked up 2 members from Echo and said, you know what, it's go time. We're leaning hard into this. And without that, I dare think that this would have gone Echo's way. Without that, I think it would have been so much harder for RSG to win that fight. But right now, Echo are reeling. Echo are thinking, should have we really taken that fight? Should have maybe called off much, much sooner. Because they lost so much on that, and they actually have lost the map. Look at this, it's blue.
Again, this is what RSG does. Even though it looks like, why are you doing this? Why are you even trying? They will try, but they will succeed. And what a turnaround there. The sequence of events, Demonkite stopping JP after the conceal, Light's entry with the flicker knock-up, then as you mentioned, the knock-up by the Lord.
More importantly, I think they accounted for the Lord knock-up. Because even if Demonkite stopped the jump onto Kusei, I think Echo would have still won the fight there because of just the firepower output, right? The difference in the net lead. But with that Lord knock-up, it closed the gap. It gave RSG maybe 2 more seconds of extra hits, free hits. Yeah. That made the difference.
That's the Raider energy that I feel like Nice, one of the biggest reasons why I became an RSG fan.
BRE.
The what?
BRE.
Big Raider energy.
Yep. It seemed like it was orchestrated.
Yeah.
It's as if they walked in with saying, yeah, we're going to get the Lord to knock him up. Check this out. And they did.
Well executed. You know, again, that Lord knockup itself was detrimental to the Echo's game plan for that one.
I'm waiting to see what the Lord difference is, like how much they close the gap here. RSG after that take, and 3,000 gold, not bad. Not bad. It will not fully reflect here in the net difference now. Again, 2,000 gold still. Significant 2,000. But just the same, I think it's in the map that you'll see. They actually lost all their tier 1 and 2. Echo just has one standing in mid. But that aside, the power of the Angela now to play cross-map, the rotational speed of one Baksha now matters for RSG. More now than ever.
Yep, it becomes a big macro game now. Of course, these two teams known very well for their micro, but they have also got a reputation for themselves being able to play around objectives so incredibly well. Who controls the map better? The flow of minion waves you have to watch out for here in this scenario. And of course, the positioning of everyone, really. Sanford actually, the Halberd.
He's had it. He's had it. Demonkite, Aqua, y'all are too much now.
Yeah, there's going to be one painful X-Borg, and I get it. I've played a few X-Borg games myself. I love that item in an X-Borg. And again, you're up against a lot of healers, so makes sense.
Yeah, they got to deal with that. Again, that's kind of playing a part too. I'm still wondering as well, what we see Sanji grab here. Earlier, he had the Heart Guard himself, so he's going to have to find the one that works for this fight.
Great positioning here by Echo, it looks like, but RSG, it seems like they read it. Do they know? Potential death drop on the side of Echo. Big conceal play.
Huge long bush control here. I don't know if RSG knows. I don't know if Nat spotted that. Yep, now they do.
Sanji, Benny, QT step out. I wonder if they call the bait here. Minion wave a little bit. Again, Angela's not here because he can just use the ultimate to get into the fight just in time.
Oh, but also key here for whatever RSG is doing right now. Aqua's not showing himself. He can push this lane. He can actually just go in there and make sure the wave hits Echo's inhibitor down bottom, but he doesn't.
Yeah.
It's his information economy at its finest.
Waiting for the hard guard. Nas, I don't think, saw the members of Echo go into that sure up. He does see Sanji clearing up the minion waves. Lord, they're gonna go for it.
Fourth of the health they go. Hard guard gonna find Nas. They're gonna go for it. I'm offended on top of it. Trying to keep it together, but Demonkite will get the Lord. Can they win the fight? Kosei's still alive. The backside firing up. JP in trouble. Sanford Immortality gonna be popped. Flickers over the wall. 2 down for Echo. Demonkite on the hunt alongside Light. Light gonna go in. JP trying to keep them together. Will play the sacrificial lamb. Go into the turret, but will fall. RSG comes out huge.
Amazing positioning from Kosei. Kept that bush and kept him out of harm's way. A lesser jungler, or rather a lesser gold laner would have just said, you know what, all in, let's go. We got all the CCs. But Kosei said, I'm going to hold my ground and play. He was an artillery cannon hidden amongst the bushes, and there was nothing Echo could do.
Incredibly unfortunate as well. Echo took that fight, or maybe RSG started that fight. Could have been slightly outside of the range of KarlTzy to be able to Retribution the Lord away. All I know is Demonkite was in a much better position to be able to retrieve that safely. KarlTzy was too busy gobbling someone up like this.
Trying to gobble up Light, gets Immortality through. They're going to deal with the Lord here. The pull comes through. Demonkite going to be the one to fall. Echo fighting back, holding on to what they can.
Now the good thing about everything so far, RSG, yes, the map is blue. Looks so much better for them. 7 towers over the 3 broken by Echo, but the gold lead, non-existent. It's even Stevens there, Leo.
That's right. It now comes down to execution, comes down to communication. And again, I could have sworn Echo was not going to let what the First Lord did to them happen again. And correct, yes, they actually learned so much better. If anything, it was Echo who tried to orchestrate the Lord knock-up moment that RSG used and leveraged against them earlier on. But now, in comes the wild card, in comes the X Factor. Y'all forgot Kosei, man. Y'all forgot that Kosei was actually protecting himself, farming up to the point where you just don't see him for 2 or 3 seconds. Gets free hits on y'all, gets them balls in your face, and it's over. And that's what happened here. Yep. Huge trades, RSG. Currently winning, I think, maybe this time, even outside the Lord. I think, better yet, even before the Lord spawns, they have to commit to hunt down Kosei. Hunt is 1. I don't know how they'll do that, though, because they're not very mobile. Rotational speed, 2 out of 5. At best, I'm being very optimistic.
Yeah. When you look at the lineup of Echo, one of the things that stops that mobility, I feel like, is the presence of the Detonus Welcome. You want to fight around that. Sort of like becomes another box. While RSG, this time they can move their box a little bit more better as the team fight goes on.
Exactly. Echo, lethal box, very strong, but they move an inch at a time. RSG, they're on a freaking Ferrari, baby. They're so fast.
A little bit faster. Will it be lights out and away Echo goes, or will RSG continue this speed? The Express has been stopped. Something wrong with the wheels of the bus. They ain't going round and round. As RSG running circles all over Echo every team fight. Again, you mentioned it earlier, Aqua hiding himself well. Lights initiations have been great.
Kusei hiding himself well.
Kusei hiding himself really well.
So good.
Now, I know you're the RSG boy here. Naisu, have you seen anything on the side of Echo that you feel like is noteworthy?
Most noteworthy thing at this point of the game, Sanji's holding on to that CC ultimate, and this also is up to JP, I feel like, for this fight, right? He's going to have to land that combination that we see so often from Ruby. And you can see, too, Benicuti's staying topside for a little bit longer here.
Yep. We're waiting to see if Echo, at around 15, 20K, they'll do their typical hero turn. Will they commit into it? RSG look like they will.
There's the conceal. JP looking for his own entry point. Gets the IMO fended on. Demonkite goes in, taken out. Naz has the hard guard. Can he keep them at bay? Vengeance uses well. Lord, though, gets taken by Sanji. Now they have to battle it out. Light's going to be the one to fall. It's Echo in Express mode. Sanford goes in with a flicker, tries to get Naz's immortality, but can't get it. And they make a beeline for the bottom side.
Sanji, what was he doing? It was off camera when he hunted down Kusei, but no matter what bush you're in, you're not going to be safe from his Valentina. And now they're going to break into the base.
Oh, Naz, immortality going to be popped here. He's going to get taken down. Hard guard comes through. Base racer, not Echo, is going to work on the crystal. They have everything they need, and they will take game number 1.
Lights out, and away they go. Echo verstapping the momentum of RSG to the maximum. What a turnaround. And again, these two just know each other so damn well.
The Orcas found their second wind. They had an extra liter of fuel in the back. And Sanji said, yo guys, I got it. I found it. We're getting there. And they did. Again, we were waiting. I think it was Joseph. Was it you who pointed out that, hey, Sanji's holding on to CC's ult. That might make the difference. Indeed it did. But just the same, it wasn't that. The key was that they hunted down Kusei. And there was just so much happening in the Lord Pit that they were kept too busy and they forgot to protect Kusei. And Sanji went on a one-man manhunt. He hunted as one, literally just as one.
As one. And it's funny because we said that was going to be a factor, right? Like, what ultimates is Sanji taking from this lineup where, again, you don't have, I would say, like, game-changing ultimates or anything like that, but the way that he utilized them in those fights is what kind of paid off, you know, for them. And that at the same point where they were able to get Demonkite taken out of very quickly before that Lord fight was even finished.
Yeah, it felt like out of nowhere, RSG still on hard tires. Meanwhile, Echo went to the soft tires. RSG box. Well, Echo just decided to push it. Sanji is the MVP, Leo.
It was like an RKO. He came out of nowhere. 1-1 in 12. We're in a full-on Valentina Renaissance swing, folks. Best believe this hero is slowly going to be in demand. I believe it's safe to say she has joined the jungle the mid lane trinity in terms of picks. Valentina, Novaria, and Vexana. Check it out. Early on, it's clear that Echo was in control. The turn against this lineup of RSG that wants to go fast made Echo get into the driver's seat for a majority of the early and the mid game. And then eventually, after this huge turn, when that Lord momentous knock-up against Echo was leveraged by RSG. And then it was replicated here, but in a different manners, because this time Echo learned from that knock-up, but they forgot, hey, where is this damage coming from? Where's the Bruno? He keep eyes on Kusei and he juggled vision, kept himself scarce in and out of that bush. And now you'll see here the turnaround. Key here was Benny Cutie coming in early. He could have stayed. He could have defended that top lane inhibitor. Could have taken Orange Bush first. But Echo just leaned hard on the fact that, hey, we can hunt as one and send each member on a man-to-man defense, given that we're solid on firepower, and they eventually ended with a 4-0 take, and then just made a beeline for the base. Endable is a term that was coined by this very team, and that's what this almost 20-minute game was from that moment on. Looking at their emblems, again, expect for this matchup to be one of the more prolific ones in the gold lane, the Bruno and Carry. Which one of them picks up the Master Assassin is going to come down to how aggressive they are. And eventually, you'll have to note that sometimes you have to think about sustainability more. So consider sometimes that you will build items immediately to sustain for that. And you will have to approach certain angles wherein I have to make myself scarce, I have to protect myself, because that makes the difference. All right, second to maybe Sanji would be Benny Cutie. If we're talking about impact players for Echo, is because that collapse in that very last moment would not have been possible if the carry took its time. Looking at the pushes, and of course, oddly enough, the amount of buffs secured by both teams, I think this allows for us to actually still pay attention and anticipate what KarlTzy and Demonkite will do come Game 2, despite Echo sitting at match point. Is because we're just getting started, folks. We're just getting started. Looking at our accolades here, of course, the farm on a carry, especially if it goes 3-0-3, is going to be undeniable. It's inarguable as well that Sanford dealt a lot of damage as the X-Borg. Again, picking up a Sea Halberd is no joke, especially against a Baksha, and Angela, and a CC. Hell, even the Edith is going to start hurting, right? Also generates a good amount of shields throughout this 20-minute game. And it's tough being Nats. Sometimes you're overloaded with the fact that you're afraid of getting eaten. You're eating a lot of true damage. And it's not like it's easy to stand up even if you have a vengeance against a carry. So with that said, compared to the Nibor, Aqua, and Nats, RTZ, I think there's yet more to see from this lineup. I think this RSG, which is the closest to classic RSG from reasons past, should show us something else for game number 2.
Thank you for that analysis, Leo. There's a few things I want to pick onto there once we're in the draft for the later game. But don't forget, Face Technician Chip is now available, one of the heroes with instantaneous teleportation at your fingertips and unrestricted portals offering endless possibilities. Come join the game and develop your own unique strategy playing with Chip. I really enjoy Chip. There's a thing he has, like where he has little things he can go to around the map, like 4 of them that he can transfer
from each
all around.
Jungle.
I sometimes have to remind myself that's a feature with him because it's actually really powerful with quick rotation and all that. So I'm so excited to see that in pro play. Have you guys gone up against him?
I was gonna say that would be. Is that gonna be next week or like week 3 where he's available?
Yes. By next week, the embargo has been lifted on Chip, if I'm not mistaken. If not 3, it's.
I just love the fact that he eats chips for a passive.
Oh yeah.
He literally has a Guardian's helmet.
Yeah, just true.
It's free.
Which is a bag of chips.
Don't forget, again, if you guys didn't know, get the hero and skin for only 469 diamonds in a bundle during the launch week. So make sure you go ahead and grab it. Again, you'll probably, I don't know if he'll be banned, like perma-banned.
Might be.
You know, because I feel like that teleportation thing is pretty strong, man.
Yeah. And the cooldown isn't that long either, so Smart Gig Arena is open to all Smart and TNT subscribers, where they can join an array of arcade games and esports tournaments, especially MLBB, this beautiful game that we're playing, and a sport right now. Just create an account on gigarena.smart using their Smart or TNT mobile numbers.
And with the new Smart Giga Arena 20, you can unlock the world of Giga Arena tournaments for your shot at all the prizes that you guys want. Giga Arena comes with 2 Giga Arena tickets and 100 MB for all sites for only 20 pesos, valid for 1 day. Load Giga Arena 20 now in the Smart Online store.
On this very day, actually, they are crowning a new Kings League and Queens League champion on the Ultimate Battleground Championship Season 2 on Smart Giga Arena.
It's right now.
It's right now. I have yet to see Smart Giga Arena's results. Again, it's very important to feed the grassroots scene of MLBB for us to end up with this kind of competition. So that's growing on Smart Giga Arena.
To help us Smart Giga Arena, the grassroots scene here in the Philippines continues to grow. And now it's one of my favorite segments. It's time to look at the smart game face of the day in the MPL arena. You're going to be seeing beautiful people doing things.
Just flash the hashtag. Do those things. The power of smart on your device in a green background. Put your game face on to win a redeemable in-game code.
All right. Oh, that's kind of fair. The man brought out an
Whoa,
entire
whoa, 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 whoa.
Hey!
Can you do this?
Oh! That's, for Vixana.
Yeah, that's the
For
sign.
Valentina.
Valentina, I think. It's more for Valentina. Vixana got
Valentina.
banned in game
Yeah, it was
one.
banned for game one.
And
That's
again,
what he was saying.
I am going to make the claim that we are entering the
Smiling.
age.
He's smiling.
We're entering the age
it up.
of a new mid lane trinity. Sorry, Joseph. It's not Vixana, Novaria, Gord. It's Vixana, Novaria, Valentina. I'm going to make the call now.
To be honest, I've never put Gord in the Trinity. I just don't think he's ever going to fit there, man. Like he's always.
Are you hipster like that?
Yeah. I am. You know, he works when he works.
He just works.
All right, so while the two roommates argue a little bit, let's visit Sanji now and hear what he has to say about MPL Philippines Season 13 and his experience with Echo going into the new season.
Para sa akin po, feel ko kasi nagkulang talaga ako last season. Papakita ko po sa inyo ngayon na full potential ng isang Sanji. Asahan yung hindi na kami magpe-pressure palagi and mas lalakas pa ang ego kasi doble-doble na ang practice namin ngayon. Parang palagi na kami naglalaro and lagi na kami nagbabanding. Asahan yung hindi na kami kakapusin.
Lots more playing, lots of bonding between the members of Echo, just like these two gentlemen here. Looks like they've squandered their beef about that whole Gord thing. For now, honestly, I'm surprised Sanji gets nervous. I thought he was a cold-blooded Orca killer. But if he gets nervous and stuff, it's not obvious.
You know, I think all you can say is if you get nervous, no matter how good you are and whatever you do, it just proves you're human.
That's true. There's nothing wrong being nervous, feeling emotions, and there's nothing wrong with going back to the previous draft. Let's talk about
They got great segue.
It's actually the right thing to do.
Yeah, it's the right thing to do.
In this very moment.
We were told.
I was a little nervous, man.
It. Don't worry about it. Safe in my hands. There's another thing that I wanted to point out earlier, and no, I'm definitely not stretching this sentence out because I'm trying to remember it because I forgot to write it down. Let's revisit the matchup. The Baksha versus the Barrett.
That's right.
It really seemed like going into the objective team fights, RSG and Echo did everything they could to keep their respective junglers safe.
Yeah.
But the difference was, one of the reasons why Echo struggled is, again, they play around that Detonus Welcome where KarlTzy has to put himself in a dangerous position. Minus the Baksha wherein he can roll in, stun someone, then just back off a little bit.
Which is the polar opposite, is if Demonkite uses his ult, he's actually stronger. He's actually tougher. He wants to be in that position. As for KarlTzy, it's more of an Aikido situation wherein I hurt myself to hurt you. Right?
That's all.
Because you have to be stationary and set up for, again, 1.5, 2 seconds for that Detonus Welcome to actually make impact.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if that's going to be the dynamic here for game number 2.
Man, I thought you were about to start bending some water over here or something.
Oh, no. Compared to most everyone else in the room, I haven't actually seen Avatar: The Last Airbender on Netflix. So,
but you have seen, what was it called? What was the whole Matt reference?
The what?
I just went, the Matt reference from the previous matchup.
Godzilla and King Kong?
Oh no, the original Avatar: The Last Airbender?
Never mind.
That aired on Nickelodeon from the early 2000s? Yeah, I've seen that, but it's been a while. Been a while.
We're still young.
I'm 26.
We sound really sad right now.
Don't quote me on that.
We're young at heart, folks. And right now, as we enter this, the Heart Guard gets taken out by Echo. They're respecting it, and usually I would knock things like this. However, based on how RSG performed, even though they lost game 1, it makes a lot of sense that Echo is respecting it. So they're really trying to avoid heroes that give RSG a second chance to fight, that second wind, the turn.
Yep.
I still think that last game was 50-50.
Yeah.
It was 50-50 only when RSG was on the board.
I'm going to say 51-49.
There you go.
RSG.
Up until that first Lord fight, it was 51-49.
Yeah.
But in that first hurdle, I'd say it was all Echo.
Yeah, okay, I'll
Because,
take it.
Again, I think RSG in that game 1 also figured out, like, hey, we can survive. We can turn around, right? Now, putting that into position now, talking about this draft, Vixana's open, but then we know that Echo's good with the Valentina.
Yeah. Yep.
Arlot's open for the first time in a while.
Yeah.
They put Arlo in Nat's hands.
Yeah. Could also be the roam for light. Arlo carry would be alright. Unless RSG want to go back into the box shop. If they want to. Been rising up in priority just a little bit more. In terms of the red side, Ruby's gone, yeah, Arlot, X. Arlot carry. If we're really just going to be following the trends from week 1, that might be the case.
Yeah, first big carry. There she is.
Yeah.
Data doesn't lie.
And it's
95%.
Arlot, let's go.
There you go.
95% contention rate.
Carry Arlo.
Yep. Astral Sphere hit rate, by the way. That's it's banned out, but we're not going to get to see this Novaria right here, of course.
All right, folks, just to put it in perspective, when you say 29%, I'm going to call it 30%, that's actually very high because that means 1 in 4, more than 1 in 4 skill shots from Sanji hits.
Oh, they go Fred.
I've never been good at math, so that kind of goes over my head, too.
It just hits, bro.
It just hits.
Put it at that.
All right.
Or as the kids, us Gen Zers would say, it slaps.
It slaps.
Slaps, bro. RSGPH.
That's got to be a call one day.
Oh, one of these
Novaria
days.
comes through.
Thumbs up from Nabor. I wonder if it's they go Barris this time around? Or Baxia? Master Speed? I don't see Assassins making a play into this.
Not gonna happen.
Harlot roam, backline dive. Yeah, Baxia. Okay. So minus that. No, I was gonna say something different, but yeah.
Yeah,
Still very indicative of the current metagame.
We're past the point wherein you see a Fred and you pick a Martis into it.
Yeah.
It's a very different environment and atmosphere now. Maybe teams like Omega or with preferences like Matt on this Matisse,
definitely.
he would like that. But it's DK. He's gonna pick the Baxia here. Going into the bans, I think it come high time that they ban out roamers. Choke it out, man. Xborg too. I think Xborg's gonna get banned out.
Yeah. I was gonna say, what else do you take out in the roam though? Because, well, again, we're kind of playing in the part of maybe this Arlot goes roam. I mean, it is kind of flexible still. You can see the Tigreal being taken out. Lilia trying to whittle down those mid lane options. You know, I would love to see, and I don't know if this will actually happen for RSG, but I'd love to see even the Aurora. Like, I haven't seen Aurora pop up too many times.
Oh, my old baby, I miss her.
She got buffed in the offseason, never saw play.
Yeah, she never saw play. Like, I'm just waiting for that to pop up. But as you guys mentioned, Vexana being picked up, you know, earlier we saw the Gord pick up for this against it because this might be one more mid lane ban if Echo wants to go that route.
Yeah. Valentina will still be an option.
Yeah, Valentina's very good pickup here, so they should ban that.
Yeah. Either of those two, honestly, will be fine. RGPH, I think they'll take out an EXP laner. Yep. They take out the Terizla.
Oh. Something tells me they're gonna pick up the Xborg.
Oh, they take out the Minotaur.
Yeah, Xborg looks good for RGPH.
Yeah, they pick up the Xborg and then they put the Arlot in the roam.
How? If that's the case, might be a Paquito later on for Echo.
Oh yeah, that's open. Yeah. Unless it's RSG who picks up the pack, and then
Echo.
the same
Xborg
switch
for
up
Echo.
happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody's gonna find the Claude. Somebody's gonna find the carry.
Yuzong still possible here.
Yep, Echo has a record of a Yuzhong already.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think it's gonna be more of a. Well, you know, I'm not gonna turn it off. Again, these two teams are so similar. They're way more similar than they care to admit.
And that's a compliment. That's a full-on compliment.
Yeah, that's a full-on compliment. It's like, I am you, literally.
That's the answer. Oh, wait. That's Grok's voice line?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's the Rhino skin, the robot skin. He's a
yeah,
robot.
okay. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
He's red.
Yeah.
All right, speaking of red, there's the Xborg. While Echo here has one more pick. No roamers in sight. What do they pick up here? They like the Kaj? I like the Kaj. They banned the Minotaur
A
themselves.
lot of pressure on Sanford and KarlTzy to go front line, but if they do want that -1 pickoff, Rajo will be okay.
There's not enough peel. You're right.
Yeah,
if it's the
there's
Kaj,
not
there's no
enough
peel.
Could be Tanky, Tig, Minnow, gone.
You can't discount the
Oh?
Eternal. Oh, wow.
there.
Debut.
Okay.
I was gonna say you can't discount the Eternal Guard as well, like part of the front line, right? For
Yeah.
this, for Echo
I
here.
guess. Yeah, but the last time a team did that, it didn't work out. But this time, maybe.
Hey, it could help set up a Way of the Dragon. You know, it could help
Yeah.
set up that little knock-up that
Yeah.
comes through.
If anything, they have a surplus of CC.
Oh, yeah.
There is a lot of knock-ups for Echo. But for RSG, though, they still
the
need a mid
answer.
laner. What's left, gentlemen? Valentina?
Yeah, I think that's the best route. I would not.
Not as bad right now.
You would not Gord
I would
here,
not
right?
Gord here.
I wouldn't even Faramis here.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Faramis is open.
And I think that's why Echo decided to go for the Cho pickup, other than being able to match the vision that the Grok can get. Match that aggression, just avoid backline dive.
Well,
okay.
But then, he called it.
Okay. So, again, I think we've come to the point wherein, again, this is developing news, folks. Valentina doesn't care as much about what it gets, but more about how it uses it. So, I think I speak on behalf of Joseph here, wherein, yeah, mid laners are much more comfortable with Valentina going up against the Echo lineup, as you were with the Gord.
Yeah. Again, you know, it's up to what ultimate do you take, and then how in the certain situations. Now, obviously, with here, just at face value, you're like, all right, you can get the Way of the Dragon, you can make some plays there, and then of course, what else do you take, right? I mean, maybe the Vexana ult, like maybe you have your own guard, but really, I think the playmaking could happen here if you're able to get the Way of the Dragon even.
Back again into the Land of Dawn for the second game of the rivalry between Echo and RSGPH. The Orcas got game one. Will the Raiders clap back, rise, and slay to force a game number 3?
Both junglers have an orange start with a little bit of a peel, and you're seeing here, KarlTzy is slightly faster, but again, rotational speed, no one matches a Baksha.
Yeah, Baksha literally moving around. Look at that. Again, this is why Vexana is such a top-picked hero currently. I mean, the early damage is insane. Benny Cutie, wow. As well, taking quite a bit of damage. Kosei.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he could be in trouble here. He has the Purify. But JP gets him low enough. Sandy goes in! JP didn't have to flicker, but they tried to go in anyway. They're going to keep them at bay. Guardian's Bear did come through. Light still looking for some damage to get off here. Fully charged up. Will not be able to get the kill. Now he could be in trouble. Light trying to get away himself. A couple hits away. Demonkite still there. JP now the one in trouble. Overextends as he falls.
All right. In hindsight, it took a little while longer, but in the end, I think Echo won that trade. If it's a roamer for a gold laner for a roamer, the Orcas win out on that. We didn't really get to read much into the emblems given the action happening, but RSG, more of them are actually rocking the common emblem setup. So that means they want to be able to build up and sustain more on their cores. They're needing Aqua and Kusei to come online so that eventually, when they pick fights through Demonkite again on his Baksha specialty, it'll make more sense. We're waiting for the turtle to spawn here, and already a huge presence from Echo. We've seen this kind of rotation. This is the same kind of rotation from game 1.
Yeah, still putting the pressure here. KarlTzy pulling through Demonkite again, but look at the response from RSG. Already the bottom side. Guardian's Bear going to be used as well. Sanford almost at level 4. JP as well on the Paquito. So now the dance for this first Turtle game comes up. Aqua holding his own with that Eternal's Guard. They have the poke damage. Nas takes quite a bit of damage, which keeps him at bay. Eternal Guard going to come through, holding it together. It's going to come down to the Retribution. Aqua, though, will be the one to secure the Turtle as they force him back. Now KarlTzy going to be the one in trouble. Wild Charge comes through. JP on the run. Nas is hungry, but Light will grab the kill. RSG gets on the board.
Unfortunate that both junglers missed out on the Retribution window, and it was Aqua with the stolen ult from Sanji that secured the Turtle, which led to the EXP going over to the Raiders, and then it just went into a domino effect from there. It just led to ults being on the Raiders, while Echo was left wondering, hey, why aren't we as right? Because we don't have any ults yet, and it was a full-on turn. Turtle plus hero takes, and now where we're sitting in Raider country, it's red side, fam. This is red side being ahead.
Tables have turned. Echo in game number 1 had a great start from the first turtle. Now it's RSGPH doing the same thing. So now as we get into the next sequence, was that terrible a loss for Echo, or still salvageable so that they can contest for the next turtle?
I'd say it's salvageable.
Salvageable.
It's salvageable, given that it did not happen in the lane that Benny Cutie was in. If Benny Cutie was part of that downfall, and again, these two teams are so good at what they do that they know which resources are worth squandering, and time and opportunity is one of those resources that they can get away with losing and then just mitigating that loss eventually. So yeah, again, it's not a death knell, not a nail in the coffin for Echo, definitely not over just yet, but I would be downplaying the fact that it hurts. Like, it sucks to lose a fight like that early on.
It's troublesome. I mean, in a way, like, if you go back and look at that turtle fight, really when it came down to, Echo just didn't have the ultimates that they needed at the time, you know, and then I would say RSG that time, like we talked about their mentality from the game before, they knew they wanted that fight, they knew they wanted that objective, and they played with that confidence in there, and, you know, part of that too was Light and Navs working together, able to keep them at bay, and, you know, it just worked out. Again, that's only the first turtle, though. It's only the first objective.
Can we just talk about how in the recent past, I always had a problem with how Aqua sometimes is a little too far. Again, he's a very technical player.
Yeah.
He plays with space very well. But here, again, maybe you can take some clips from week 1, and here very specifically in their matchup against Echo here today, week 2, he's not afraid to put himself in harm's way now. He's just not afraid. He just stands there and says, you know what? I know this turtle might get risky biscuits, and I'm going to really secure this. And maybe it's that decision that he made in that split moment that said, I'm going to try to take this. And it's what made RSG win that fight against Echo.
Yeah, look at your screens right now, folks. You see there the stats of the game as we left it. Thank you for being patient with us. We left it at 2 minutes and 47 seconds into the game early on. RSG, for just joining us, got the first turtle. Very slight gold lead here for RSGPH. Still very salvageable, however. Now, one of the reasons why I asked that question about if Echo would be able to regain their composure and get to the point where they can contest for the second turtle. Because I was thinking, I wonder if any of these two teams are going to commit like a trade, similar to what we saw in Omega versus ONIC. They give up the turtle to go for a gank in the opposite lane. But then I remember RSG, PH, and Echo don't do that.
Nope.
They rarely do that.
When they do...
Someone wake up Karl, by the way.
When they do... Karl.
He's resting.
Karl, when they do, they usually set it up. And it's very, very evident. But here, this time, no, you know that, all right, it's going to be a 4-man fight. Like, that's it. We're leaning hard on this. And I think that's what makes this matchup all the more interesting, is because you know that both teams are willing to fight the good fight. Both teams are sending all of their best soldiers early on, and it's not just about the war. Again, this is an analogy. It's not just about the war. It's about these little battles eventually.
It's a full send.
That's it.
And, like, part of it, too, is funny because we break down this first objective fight so much. But when it comes to these two teams, like Renmar mentioned earlier, that know each other so well, that they're a lot alike, whether they admit it or not, this first turtle can actually change the course of this game already, like we've seen before. So we're getting the call to jump back in to the land of dawn.
Here we go.
All right, let's regain our understanding of where the map is right now. Flight 800 or so. Around that, gold lead for RSGPH.
Dear Lord, 1,000 since we resumed.
Oh, no, it has ballooned now. See how it gets equalized. The rotation here of Light and Aqua, the right thing to do when you're up against a Cho, right? Just get into the opposing jungle because you don't want the Cho in yours.
Yep. And you deny one of its innate strengths of the free will to check bushes. The fact that you stand in the bush first.
Don't forget on your screens right now, if you want to know more about Giga Arena 20. And, of course, get your tickets there. Just scan your QR code, JP.
Wow. That was threading the needle right there. But again,
needles.
crazy that this is the debut pick of Cho. I mean, I've kind of missed seeing him being played in the hands of JP here. You can expect some great setups later on.
Yep, and how perfect is that in the hands of the multi-time MPL champion and MDL champion, JP.
World champion too.
As far back as Season 7, I believe, he started playing the Cho already. He was formerly a jungler.
Yeah, you're right. Season 7 was when he converted full-time into roamer.
Under Aura.
Yeah,
Aura
under
PH.
Aura. Yeah. Target the jawhead, stuff like that. So yeah, you know JP knows his stuff about roaming. Common collector of these two teams. Corrosion Scythe already built up here by Benny QT. Now the positioning of KarlTzy in the jungle means a little bit of advantage for Echo. However, RSG will get better positioning because Echo, JP and Sanji still have to manage the minion wave. And again, that's another difference because of the heroes, the Grog and the Valentina.
Yep.
Echo has to play second fiddle to the middle minion wave clear.
And this time around, second turtle of the game, and I think RSG acknowledges this fact, it's not the same fight anymore. It's not as easy as the first one because now JP has a Way of the Dragon, and here we go!
Wild Charge gonna come in with the own Eternal Guard. JP now still looking for the target. KarlTzy though will get taken down by Naz. And now this could just be the green light for the turtle. JP gonna get stunned, forced away. Now still on the hunt though. There's the kick. The combination's gonna come through, and JP will get taken down. Sanji now joining the fight. The flicker on top. Naz in trouble, but will be able to survive. RSG comes out on top.
Oh, two key things that I think made the difference. First up, early on, the Poissons almost nullifies KarlTzy's ult. If it was any other jungler, if it was not a Baksha, his Appraiser's Wrath would have put him back up to full health. But it's a Baksha and you don't heal as much. Quickly, KarlTzy suffers another death. Second, even on the turnaround, as Echo tried to recover and tried to get a kill after they lost a turtle. JP misses the angle, doesn't kill Nats. Now he tries to get one on Kusei. No one home.
And another unfortunate thing there, and kind of scratching my head as to why Echo decided to take that fight or commit that heavily into it. Right before they pulled the trigger, maybe it was a late call, late understanding. Sanford no longer had his Faraga armor. Taken out by Nats in the EXP lane. If Sanford has Faraga armor and Last Insanity, that could have been a turnaround for Echo. But it seems like Echo, again, similar to how RG likes to play, even though it looks like a disadvantage, they still lean into it because they're hoping that afterwards they get something out of it, which they sort of almost did, but they just couldn't convert it.
I think this is just a throwback to what Sanji said in our interview during the break, right? He's no longer nervous. But then again, confidence could be misleading. And they were down about 1,500 gold, and they were playing trampoline, Demonkite and Baksha, rather Demonkite and KarlTzy. And in that situation, the jungler with less items is going to suffer more. And I believe this is after KarlTzy recovered. Look at this now. Demonkite is up by about 600, 700 gold. It was actually worse earlier on. He actually has a full-on defensive item ahead of KarlTzy. So, with that said, KarlTzy is just going to die much easier.
Yeah, I think on top of that, too, as we looked at the items here and you take a look at the nearly 3K gold lead that RSG has, there's something that says that Echo still has that capability to win these fights, right? And I think that's why you can see them even getting a position here for this third turtle. Now, the question might be, is it better that they give it up? I don't think Echo does that, right? Even if it's better in their case, they want to fight this. They want to at least lower that gold lead, that deficit they're working against here. So JP gonna go in. Gets the Way of the Dragon on Nas. There's the Eternal Guard. Nas is going to be taken out of the picture. Echo goes in for it, but it's Kosei that gets the turtle. And Light, one hit away, will survive the fight.
Middle minion wave. Echo can decide to push this. But I think Kosei Valentina, will they have the wave clear for it? No push. But JP telling RSG who's your daddy.
Yep.
Oh, Sanji.
Never caught him out. They're still going.
Sanford in trouble as well. Under the turret. Aqua goes in. Gets the kill. Now he's going to get punished here. JP on the hunt alongside Sanford. Gets kicked in the base. Will fall, but they lost the tier 1 turret.
I'd say it's worth it. Very much worth it. RSG are going as aggressive as they can be, especially against Echo, who is still 50-50 on thinking, are we the beatdown? Are we on the defense? And again, much like the article written by Mike Flores about 20, 30 years ago, who's the beatdown? Whoever understands that concept better and leverages that is eventually going to be the victor. And right now, I think Echo, that should have been a wake-up call. They should have said, you know what? Maybe we are not the beatdown. Maybe we should play defensively.
Even right now in the mid lane, Sanford taken down. There's the Eternal Guard to help him out. The rest of the team coming to respond, though.
Oh, Benny.
They want to be careful. RSG definitely having the upper hand here.
Oh, quick breather that we can get. But I go in RSG. Again, from the first series we had earlier today, it was two teams who were cautious, biding their time, looking for the moment. Now we've turned into a series with two teams who know how to make a moment, who know how to make a play and trust on the hero turn, the mid-fight turn. That's why we're seeing much more action this time around. And Cutie with the golden staff just built up.
And neither of them want to let go of that possibility.
Yeah.
For Echo, as long as it's a non-0%, they're going to try to get that.
Yeah, it feels like, again?
Whoa.
Fast
Good,
hand.
yeah. Good decision there from Benny Cutie, but with that, the Lord is now up.
Nats feels a little bit more awakened this game. Not to say that I didn't feel Nats in game number one, it's just much more proactive this time around. Power of the final slash again, the most surprising ult, or one of the most surprising ults of the game. And now, positioning. Benny Cutie quite low. The entry might be difficult. The Guardian's Barrier, this might be the call for RSG to continue with. Ultimates are up.
Aqua has his own last insanity. Lord the less than half health here. JP on the backside might look for his own entry point. Conceal going to be used. JP gets the response, but it's Demonkite that gets the Lord. There's the kick, the wind dragon into the blazing door, but they just don't have enough damage as Echo gets dismantled. And Sanford's next. RSG in full raiding mode will get a full wipeout plus the Lord, and they may march down the base.
That's as good a team fight as it gets for RSG. And much like Echo in game one, I think their call here is endable.
Endable.
They're coming in.
There's still shields.
No minion wave.
They get the turret.
It's permanent damage.
Yeah.
That's a main artery that they have to constantly tend to. Echo, three turtles in and a Lord, and they're still trying to find the moment. And that last turtle, it made sense because they tried to go for a kill despite the objective going over to RSG.
Yes.
Now, in that Lord, I think Naisu just said it perfectly. Oops, not enough damage.
Yeah.
And again, you'll never know, really. You'll never know that you don't have enough damage up until you actually are in that moment. Sure, you can look at your items and say, okay, I have enough. It's not like Benny Cutie is completely outfarmed by Kusei.
Yeah.
Come the, 10-minute mark earlier on.
Yep.
But in practice, especially with the windows that Benny Cutie had to build up the Art of Thievery stacks and to come in with the Blazing Duet, they were but like little pricks.
Yeah.
Little acupunctures.
Yeah. Acupunctures.
It's
That's exactly what I don't understand.
It's therapeutic.
It is
It's therapeutic. It doesn't hurt.
Yeah, it doesn't hurt. But yeah, I think it was also because he was the Blazing Duet was landing on the tankier boys of RSG-PH.
And again, I don't blame him because the tanker boys almost died.
Yeah, very closely. I thought that Ben Cutie would be rushing the Malefic Roar at this point, but he decides to play it safe. He's actually building into the Wind of Nature. And now again, we have to address what you mentioned earlier. Oh, final slash! It's Sanford!
It's on Sanford. Has the last insanity to be fine. But again, you can see the confidence from RSG, as you were saying, with the build path here from Benny Cutie.
Oh, did we break another record?
5,600.
Is that higher than earlier when
think so,
ONIC
yeah.
Can't remember.
scored a Lord?
It's plus minus around 200, up or down.
Definitely, again, if you're able to take the first Lord and penetrate mid immediately, that's gotta be a record.
Yeah, massive swing. Okay, looking at the items here, Leo, anything that you want to point out that stands out right now?
Number one, at least 1,000 across the board. Definitely there. I'm also surprised how Benny Cutie is able to keep it this close.
Yeah.
Between him and Kusei, even after that wipeout, it's still just barely 500 gold.
And strangely enough, no antique cuirass or even a dreadnought armor on the side of Echo.
There's already a blade armor on Karl.
So that's where they want to get their...
But that's not enough.
Yeah, because there's one antique cuirass on the side of RSG in the hands of Demonkite.
And that explains why there wasn't enough damage on Benny.
So it's just more time. Like Echo, obviously, huge gap in terms of economy across the board. And now, honestly, it's the same thing. They're still going to contest this despite being down 8,000 gold.
What?
It looks like they want to put the pressure here still. RSG
Risky.
knows it. They're ready to fight. Light in the front side. Lord at 4 through the health here. Conceal going to be used. A wild charge on top of it. They clash down on KarlTzy. Sanford with the last insanity trying to find some kills.
Whoa!
But they can't find him. It's KarlTzy that'll fall. A huge final slash from Nas as they get chased down. Once again, the Echo Express is dismantled. Benny though goes in. Can't get the Lord. He's all left alone. He gets taken down. Another wipeout from the Raiders.
That's a deja vu moment for Echo. It's a literal replay of the first Lord.
And RSG in full Raider mode. Don't even need the Lord here. They take the victory lap in. They'll clear the minions through, and they'll even out the series heading to Game 3.
This is the prime reality. RSG-PH has forced game number 3 with a 6-1-6 performance of the Valentina from Aqua. The sleeping giant taking the last insanity. 2 times he became the X factor to Echo's downfall. Of course, we get game 3 between these two.
I'm happy. Right?
I'm happy too.
I was hoping for a Game 3. This is my first Game 3
You get it.
so far.
Wait,
and
don't high-five me yet. I want the camera to see it.
Oh.
What?
There you go.
Why? What is this?
I don't know.
You gotta.
I didn't even ask for it, bro.
Gotta pass it.
You gotta pass it on.
Anyways, you asked for a game of, you asked for a best of 3 that went all the way. Here it is, and just the same. One of RSG's weaknesses, wherein they're unable to recover from a turn that went awry, is supported by their strengths, wherein when they're ahead, it's so hard to take them down. They have snowballed to the point wherein even if Echo in that very last Lord fight had a clear way out, they had a clear go at whoever was left in the Lord pit. What was that Kusei and Aqua? Kusei and Light?
A lot of members of ours.
Yeah. They said, you know what? No. We're ahead. We know what to do here. And Benny Curie was just squished again.
Yeah.
So it's clear that when RSG are ahead, they're second to none. Not even the best, one of the fastest teams in the league in the world can do that. So I want to say more on this come the analysis, but maybe Echo took Hunta's one a little too far. Maybe when one of them says we can take this, everyone else goes, okay, maybe we can.
Yeah, because that was the question for a lot of those objective fights even. Like, they, you know they're down, and they're still going for it. So, like, I don't know if they just really were relying on maybe a crazy thing to happen that we've seen Echo do before. But this time, again, this is against a team that this is their style. This is the way they like to play. And when they have that lead, like Leo mentioned, whether it's a death ball or not, it's really hard to win that fight, against a team like RSG.
And again, I think I'm excited to see the items pop up because I really want to see if that game ended with Echo not having at least the Dreadnought armor. Because again, going to that Lord, no anti-Karas just yet. So maybe we'll see. But at least now we got to point out how long it took. And then you acknowledge as well that could have been the reason why the damage, the physical damage, coming out from Echo, felt like it wasn't there.
Yeah. Their only real source of magic was the Vex. And that's about it. Damage coverage is out the door from there. They have true damage coming in from Sanford. But since they're so down, they're so behind, Sanford couldn't stand in front of RSG as long.
Yeah.
So it almost made no difference.
Yeah, that armor was gone in an instant, in a lot of those exchanges. And I also like the fact that this time Navs was able to, a lot of the times, just his final slash alone took care of it. So he took care of the armor, and then automatically that already kind of makes any X-Borg player hesitant. The Froggo armor's gone. What are you going to do? Last insanity, but then you're kind of taken care of quickly. So I got to commend Navs here as well on this Arlot pick. It was great to see him pull a lot of those final slashes off.
Yeah, Navs, Aqua felt like really stepped up a lot in this game. It's going to be hard to decide, honestly. Comment down below, who do you think the MVP is going to be for RSG Philippines this game number 2? I'm torn between Navs and Aqua. Again, the last insanity is coming in from Aqua. The final slashes of Navs. It feels like those two really made the most out of whatever that they could get to punish Echo for their at times it felt like overzealousness.
Yeah. I think it's Aqua. Again, prove me wrong. Go into the chat. Let us know. Let's talk about it. Game number 2.
Who's it gonna be?
It's Aqua. All right, sorry, folks. Okay, analysis time. Let's talk upset. Aqua was key to RSG's turnaround in the series overall, but also key to their dominance in game number 2. Because again, as early as, 30, 40 seconds, sure, First Blood went over to Echo, but we're going to start here. First, Turtle. And this turn would not have been as bad if not for, again, as mentioned, Demonkite's Baksha, the Poisons, and Aqua's willingness to just serve. Aqua's willingness to be in the front lines and deal all this damage. Check it out. Even before he commits his full-on stolen ult and combo, he's always just there watching from mid-range. I think this is key here. RSG has perfected the mid-range engagement, and that's key when you're fighting off against a lineup that has a Brethren on KarlTzy, Sanford's X-Borg, which again will want to sit in front of you and deal a lot of damage, and secondly, JP's Cho. He has to full commit, and again, we've seen him catch someone, or at least a key pick-off once or twice, but just the same, the fact that Aqua is always a hard threat. Look at this moment right here. All right, Aqua wasn't there. It's because Aqua was forcing Benny to leave his BMI and move forward. And who was left in the back line was Kusei and a bunch of chunky boys. And now looking at the post-game, the emblems here, you're going to want to be playing Valentina again and you need a refresher. This is what you want to do, folks. Not Lethal Ignition, not Impure Rage, but Quantum Charge. You want to be able to hit a basic, move forward and move back, and then go again. And that's the threat here. That's how Aqua was able to play in the mid-range. Aqua was able to threaten from any range. It's because he was such a mobile damage mage. He was a battle mage. Going into the item builds, all right, looking at Echo, they do not have but a single Kiras. Not a single Kiras. There is a Blade Armor and Karl. JP was maybe on his way to one, but first built the Dominance Ice, which makes sense. You want to slow down the heals on the Arlot, on the Baksha, and slow down the carry. But from then on, RSG just leaned hard on their advantage and continued on the procedural approach. Again, after Death Ball, RSG is synonymous with the sequence, the timing-based approach, ABC, ABC. Looking at our post-game stats, again, kill participation, Demonkite at the forefront. Again, the rotational speed of the Baksha ensures that he's wherever he needs to be. If he needs to slow down the heals on KarlTzy, he's there, which is why KarlTzy suffered so much. He was a sandbag, took so much damage. The shields and the life he was looking to regenerate wasn't enough, and he was also still just taking full-on damage. Sanford and JP weren't even real peel. And again, that was even slowed down by the Poison. So this draft by RSG was so key to the way that they play and to them keeping up with Echo's aggression. And I have to reel it back again once more. That analysis was more for RSG doing well. I think Echo have to double-check their aggression.
Double-check the aggression for Echo. Game number 1, RSG felt like they learned from that. Got better in game number 2. By the way, you can set up your own community tournament and be a part of eProject Esports for everyone and show the world your impeccable esports prowess.
Enjoy tournament access mode, free in-game items, diamonds, and more. You can register by scanning the QR code down below on your screens right now.
Again, a huge MLBB renaissance and boom all over the world after the M5 World Championship. All of the announced events and tournaments for this year. Excited. I'm really, really excited, like, to see how far MLBB has grown, and it has always started from the grassroots all the way up, and it's good to see that's still alive and kicking.
Exactly. It's key to creating such a competitive landscape in the professional scene. You gotta start them young. You gotta start them where they are. Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, looking back at our athletes here, I remember very clearly some of them started with an eProject tournament.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. eProject. You know, if I was still teaching, I would love to organize that stuff. As
you would like to mount your own eProject.
Yeah, but I love being here too. You know what I mean? Yeah.
I love that you're here.
Thank you.
Roommates, again. I love that you guys are here, and I love that I'm here. You guys love that I'm here?
I love how tall you are today.
Thank you. Again, we are the totally height accurate We Bear Bros, and let's revisit the draft of game number 2. I already really like how you broke it down, Leo. Do you think there might be a change in bans here this time around? Because I feel like our lot might be considered as a priority ban for either of these two teams, and the carry has been a problem too.
I'd like to see the Nova let through. Something tells me the Novaria might need to enter the equation to temper aggression.
Yeah.
Sounded really smart. But if the Novaria comes through, it allows for either team who picks it up to check if it's worth fighting. Because again, in game 2, okay, I might have put a little too much pressure on Echo there to say that you guys are too aggressive, you guys are picking fights where you shouldn't have. If they had the Novaria, they would have been able to say, you know what, not a worthy fight. Let's go again. Let's change our dynamic here. Whatever lineup they have, sometimes the Vexana is a little too all in. And RSG knows this all too well. When KarlTzy played the Vexana last weekend, maybe more than half the times he was in a fight, he was flickering backwards. It's because her kit does not serve well to a fight that goes long.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe if you switch up the priorities and maybe you try to get your hands on the Novaria first, which something tells me RSG's going to be blue this time.
Yeah, for sure.
Not likely. Unless Echo bans very strategically. So if Echo continues to go Nolan, what was her second ban? I don't understand my own handwriting.
Matilda?
Yeah. Nolan, Matilda. Nolan, Matilda. And then they change that Nova.
Yeah.
Then maybe they can go for the Vexana Nova trade.
Okay, I got you. Turn it around, map vision, aggression, in terms of being able to get vision. I think the vision game, again, it's going to be the key factor here.
It's so key.
I think if it's Novaria, like, let's just say, well, we wait for the draft here. Let's say it's Novaria going to the hands of Echo.
Yeah.
Right? Where we saw that stat earlier, too. Exactly how Novaria works for Echo.
Yeah.
I just think that could be a case where we see the Gord pop up. Like, if it is a Novaria-Gord matchup, again, in the hands of Aqua here, that could work because, like Leo mentioned earlier, Novaria, the vision that it provides and the range is, it's the value for that for a team is immense. And Gord kind of does the same thing. Like, whether people think about it or not, the stun is actually a good vision check, right, for a lot of bushes and placements and stuff like that. So I think we see a little bit of a different draft in terms of priority bans early on.
Maybe that'll be the mid-trade. Maybe it'll be Gord and Nova. That's what maybe both teams should gun for.
All right, let's see if that's going to be the case. One thing I want to go back to, of course, is the matchup between our two featured players and the star match of the day. Going back to Demonkite and KarlTzy. I'm coming now from a spot where they're just both doing great. A lot of it now is determined by how well the other members of their team plays, their teammates. It's not just focused on those two anymore.
Nope.
They're, again, as you mentioned earlier, Naisu, is that Demonkite has sort of evolved in the KarlTzy route of prolific assassin-style player turned into count on me for whatever you need type of jungler.
Yep.
Full utility. And that's what I feel like here. Not that I don't feel the presence of Demonkite and Karl, but more of, because of them just doing whatever it is you need me to, the other members of their team shines.
And if anything, it was Demonkite who actually figured that out first. Because we've seen hints of this in his debut season, Season 8.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Going into Game 3, the draft. We're seeing RSG in the blue side again. They ban out the Arlo and switch up the Angela as their first phase ban. Second pick. But Echo ban out the Nolan and the Matilda. As per usual, now we're going to see if they're going to go for the Novaria trade.
Yeah.
I think this is the one.
This is the sign.
This is the one.
The tell.
Let's see what that last ban is, though, from Echo.
Zyda eating.
Okay.
Okay, so Ben.
Yeah.
All right, they want to go for it. There it is.
It's the trade of Novaria, Vex, Ruby. But again, the trend of potentially jungler, the utility junglers. But those three really needs to be prioritized right now. If I'm RSG, I'll take the Novaria instead. You don't want that in the hands of Sanji.
Imagine this is just Baksha, though.
I don't think Echo would go first pick Baksha. I don't think Baksha's a point of contention.
be stealing rubies and carries all around. Again, we're just following the trends of the tournament so far, not just here in MPL PH, ID, NACT even currently ongoing.
Oh,
there
right,
it is.
exactly.
You called it earlier, Leo. The Varia Vex trade.
Don't give it.
So now this is
Carry.
Ruby?
No. Carry box! That's it! KarlTzy's had enough! KarlTzy's had enough!
I'm getting the box now!
Alright, I misread the situation. It's more of a point of contention now. Something tells me it's a point of frustration.
Yeah.
It does feel
Hey,
like
I'm kind of right. You know, I threw it out there, but I was
You
saying
were completely right.
So...
Dear Lord.
That was a great prediction there, nice.
Thank you, thank you.
I wonder if this is going to be Baksha Minotaur for RSGPH.
Oh, the box is on the other side now.
Oh, excuse me. Barrett's
Minotaur.
Yeah, they would just want to get the roamer right away. And at the same time, they'll be taking away a roamer for JP. Unless, instead of like going for the banning... Oh, no, it's Barrett's Claude. They don't go for the roamer. They go for the gold laner instead. And, of course, JP will get the Minotaur, as expected.
Okay.
Very fast turn.
So this means also for RSG, they've got to focus on some of these mid-lane bans, right? And we've seen so far, like, often teams taking out the Lilia. They don't want to deal with that. I'm not sure if they're still going to ban that.
They're going to ban out the Vex.
Ooh, the Vex,
But something to note here, Echo's blind right now.
Yeah.
Compared to RSG and coming in from game 2, it's clear that Echo needs one of two things, right? They needed the vision, and they needed to get the box off of Demonkite, because KarlTzy, for the life of me, I'm pretty sure, is just molding.
Yeah.
Because he couldn't do KarlTzy things.
Mauled.
So now I think they're just, one, closing up roamer potential very fast, because again, they can get blindsided by a quick wild charge. 2, they want to give their backline a solid protection. Because if the Grok comes through, and if the Grok was to be picked here alongside the Novaria, the whole map, most fights go RSG's way.
Exactly. I feel like Echo might actually consider banning out the Terizla here. Because as much as RSG needs a tankier frontliner, I'd want to see them consider a pick-off type, maybe even the Kaja. But then you'll need something like a Terizla with you in the XP lane to pull that off.
Wow, they actually took out the gold.
Hey.
They know.
They
range
banned the
for
tank
range.
instead. Okay.
Gord.
I think RSG might actually consider the Terizla Kaja.
Huh.
Be okay for them.
All right. Now this has to. I don't think there's any incentive for them to pick the mid now, unless it's a Valentina.
Yeah, just take it because of course, again, Echo would want to be able to match the vision of RSG as well. Just steal away the ultimate of the Novaria as much as you can. Of course.
Yeah.
It's not always the easiest thing to do.
And she can kind of check bushes in a dangerous way. Again,
In a very dangerous way.
Yeah, it's not as safe.
You live dangerously as a Valentina trying to check a bush.
At this point, yeah, you want the Lilia. So again, as RSG, just pick your poison. You choose what comes through.
Yeah.
Ooh, they take out the Faramis. I was kind of expecting them to ban out that Lilia. Whoa!
Oh! Sanji running it back. If I'm RSG, you pick up the Koof. Even though he's falling out, you pick up the Koof right now.
You just stop it.
Yeah.
You just throw it way back.
Koof can actually just cancel even the Minoan Fury.
Yep.
And stop the Baksha in its tracks.
Yeah. Get the Kufra. And then you don't necessarily need to go high sustain EXP laner. You can go for a little bit more damage if you want.
Just add up the debut picks today. Why not?
Yeah. How many are we at, man? Like.
This is the second cushion pick.
No, but I mean debut picks in general today.
You got the Edith today.
Yes, you're right. You're right. Yes.
Yeah. Come on, do us a solid. Do us a solid, RSG.
I wonder if they'll consider something like a Bene or a Paquito for Nath while they go tanky in the roam. Oh, the Terizla.
Terizla. Edith.
Oh, Terizla Gwyn.
That's a roamer Gwyn.
Oh, yeah, Gwyn.
If I've ever seen one.
I was thinking Edith again. Gwyn. Okay, Terizla Gwyn. The only thing I don't like about the Gushin is it is so risky. Like we've seen this before, right? I mean, right now he's got the 0% run rate. It's flashy, it's cool.
Yeah,
but
was the last played by Hatred from TNC.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it can fizzle out real quickly.
Yeah, but then the difference then was TNC didn't necessarily have the better late game scaling lineup. It was a little bit too dive all in if they couldn't catch the one. At least, oh wait, no, yeah, you're right. You're right. I get what you mean.
Oh.
They even it out with this.
This whole lineup's flashy.
So is this all just backline dive?
No.
Do they just go? They just go hunting? They just go. All right, where's the Claude? Where's the Nova?
As funny as it is, these two teams just straight up built up for their backline. Except that, because there's like a lot of, there's petrifies, crowd controls.
Right.
It's just like, it's not going to be a fun time for the frontliners. The backliners are just like, all right, thank you guys so much.
So for Echo, you're saying it's just for Benny. It's literally just for Benny.
This is a built for Benny lineup.
BFB.
Built for Benny.
Yeah, the BFB lineup. Built for Benny.
Okay. And for RSG, I'm looking at a more well-rounded lineup. But just the same, Guinevere has had a very tough Season 13, and I'm being very, very generous.
Yeah.
Tough to be Guinevere.
Very tough. Again, I think one of the biggest problems as to why the Guinevere have fallen, or biggest reasons, is off the board, so the Ruby's not there.
No, that happened last week too. I know you're seeing the Khalid.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
there's a in-studio
issue.
Yeah.
There's a Khalid in the arena somewhere.
Yeah, you know what they say? You had to be here.
Yeah, you had to be here to realize. But nope, no errors there. It is a Benedetta that was last picked there by Echo.
Oh, that's right, yeah. It's the picture for Benedetta.
All right.
I wonder in some ways the Gwyn sort of like a counter to the cushion as well because of the little clone that she used behind.
It's a Kufra at home. Is the vibe I'm getting.
Wait, Guinevere is Kufra at home?
Yeah.
Because if that's the case, I'm staying home more.
These days, she doesn't get in the engagements as easy because of the nerf on her second skill.
Oh, yeah.
And her damage output is clearly nerfed because she's been playing in the roam. So she's Kufra at home.
By the way, interesting fact, RSG dealt Benny QT's first deaths of the season in Game 2. So before that, Benny QT was deathless.
What a KDA. We haven't seen, I guess because it's only week 2, we haven't seen many of those like KDA stats that we've had
Not yet.
in the past, you know?
Yeah, records held are relatively low. But yeah, no, can't confirm the deaths from Game 2 were Benny's first. Because again, Benny's only really played one series.
It's true.
Outplayed has seen play last weekend too. So
right, last week they were like the happy uncles, if you will, right? When Zyda outplayed, got a chance to
Benny
play.
and Carl were just watching.
Yep.
Happy uncles. You make them sound like they're so old.
Well, you know.
Could have been happy kuyas.
Well, to be fair, Benny
why
Cutie is.
why did you immediately go uncle? Why not like a happy older brother?
To be fair, Benny Cutie is a dad.
That's true. That's true. Proud dad of that. And let's see who'll be louder, who'll be prouder, who will rise and slay harder. RSGPH versus Echo, game number 3. Whoever wins this, again, to remind you, the new point system in MPL Philippines, 3 points will go to the victor.
Here we go. Again, the vision very clearly on RSG's side. Quick peek at our emblems here. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing out of the ordinary. Spotting quite yet.
One thing I want to point out here, though, Leo, double Petrify actually for Echo.
Yeah, Petrify on Sanj and Petrify on San. Again, that's what we noted. And again, we haven't really seen a build for either hero without Petrify. So this is the norm. This is the standard. Something else to note, 3 Brave Smites on RSG. They're playing for sustain. Do they want to stay in the lane?
I think that's RSG also respecting the... Considering that they're up against ability-focused main damage dealers on the side of Echo, the Brave Smite will help counteract that, if I'm not mistaken, yeah? So, to stay, they're respecting it, and they know they want to be able to buy time, as much time as possible for Kusei and Aqua to be a menace. Speaking of Aqua, I feel like will be another X factor here, how well he'll be able to drop down the Astral, recalls, and everything in between.
Ooh.
That poke already.
Le Duel.
Is that how the French say it? Le Duel?
I can't claim, I don't speak French.
Oh, I thought you did.
Oui.
See, Echo now, let's see if they can be able to win this first turtle fight. And I wonder if the trend will continue of disastrous turtle fights for either of these two teams here in Game 3.
Well, looks like it's going to break out here once again. Both teams going in, and they're going to find the connection, though. Penalty zone still going through. Sanji, though, look at the damage on Aqua. JP going to be the one to fall here. KarlTzy will be the next. It's a double, though, but Sanji takes a couple shots. Demonkite gets a triple in this exchange and the turtle.
Too slow of an uptick from Echo. The sources of damage and the way that they output it happen much, much slower as compared to how RSG are able to answer back. We'll see here in the replay exactly where it went wrong and how the Detna's welcome able to turn things around. It started off with a quick spot from Aqua's Novaria, and then again, that'll just allow for RSG to lean hard into it. And next thing you know, again, I take it back. I apologize now. This is not Who Front Home. This is Guinevere in the roam. And so far, Light's making it work. Light is just sitting in on that. Was a full combo that he was able to pull off.
Yeah, the layering of combinations dished out there by Echo, actually. It started off Detna's welcome, followed up by Nas with the penalty zone as Echo entered, and then Light with just the cherry on top.
So good.
With the Violet Requiem. Echo need to be careful with their dive entries. And that's 3 games in a row now. The trend continues. Disastrous first turtle fights.
That first turtle, man. And with that, again, it's a small lead, but RSG, if that same thing happens with the second turtle, that Echo needs to learn.
And I think from game 1, game 2, whoever won the first turtle actually won the game.
Yeah.
Even if you saw a small comeback come mid-game, or even in the late game wherein there was a good turnaround back and forth, which both games so far in the series have not gone very far. Well, the longest was 16? Under.
Something about that,
Under 18, definitely.
That's,
it's hard. Echo has to find a way to play from the defense.
Yeah. And I think I see now what RSG really wants to do. As you look up the items, still no Dreadnought armor, the side of Echo. Again, I will still continue to recite that.
Gentlemen, 700 gold between Demonkite and Karl.
That's what that triple will do him, you know? I mean, this gives him that lead. And so I feel like leading into the second turtle, Echo's got to be careful how they approach it. KarlTzy going to get in position, though.
This is a snowballed Barrett's at this point. See who gets it. Good positioning by Echo, but RSG, they want to contest.
Yep, there's the flicker from Light into the Blazing Duet. Sanji taken out so quick there. Sanford with Electro final blow, going to be battling it out. Turtle will be taken, though, by Demonkite. Can they stay alive? Sanford won't be able to get away. Nas takes the brunt of the damage, has to flicker out, but is going to be fine with the body of Smith, and they come out on top again.
Oh, man. Light committing the flicker there for the perfect moment, the right pickoff. Sanji wasn't even able to get half of his combo in, dare even think of using the Petrify, and that immediately was the go signal for RSG to go in, lean hard, score another turtle, get a turn. Aqua down, though.
Yep, Sanji able to pick up a kill. Can he stay alive? Light gets a retreat. Now KarlTzy there to help him out, but Sanji will stay alive in the exchange.
All right, a turnaround and a trade too late. Yep. But still, I think RSG are winning this clearly, even with 1,500 gold.
Yeah, Light's feeling it tonight. I believe one of the things mentioned in the English broadcast where you were in last week, Naisu, with ONIC versus RGPH was that our Light felt passive.
Yeah.
This time now, though, 3 games in a row, he's been the opposite of that. He's been taking charge for RSGPH to set things up.
Oh.
That's what I really wanted to see from Light in this matchup, right? As we were talking about, especially the jungle, you know, matchup between Demonkite and KarlTzy, it's what we needed to see from Light and that adjustment for this lineup here. Oh, top side. Kosei gonna be in trouble, takes quite a bit of damage. Tries the Blazing Duet to anything he can get, but will go down.
A moment of weakness there, vulnerability from RSG. It looked like there was no plan to even try and protect Kosei there.
Yeah. Also could have been a great read there for Echo alongside that. Kosei may have overstepped just a little bit further. Yeah, item checkups, Light, Athena Shield Rush. So he really just wants to survive against that Gushin.
Yep, oh, if anything, just the Gushin. Yep. And of course, sit under KarlTzy's ult, which I was going to try to talk about just now. There's very little that the Puissance does, actually. Sure, it compromises Demonkite, compromises Nats, but Light actually changes the dynamic here. As long as Light finds a good combo, there's very little that the Poissons should do against RSG.
Both roamers have ultimates and their flickers. Let's see who'll go for this at first.
There it is. They get the Daytona's welcome down. Aqua's the one to get the turtle. They have to win the fight. Benny Cutie unleashing on the backside. Nats takes quite a bit of damage with Sanford that falls. Aqua quite low as well. Benny Cutie can't find the kills he was looking for. Sanji couldn't as well. Double for Navs. And Echo struggling in the team fight.
The Raiders come in, take what they need, and walk away with a smile on their face. Another turtle scored by RSG, but in an unconventional way. Again, Sanford and Sanji trying to find their targets via a full combo. Could not. Aqua protecting himself very well, and again, with a fadeaway turtle take, able to secure them a 3,000 gold lead. Where's the majority of that gold lead? Ladies and gentlemen, it is currently on Nats. Nats is about 1,000 almost ahead of his lane mate, and then it's all equally spread out across. So that means RSG can take it, I don't want to say nice and slow, but just move on forward, march at this solid pace, and make Echo think of, again, where do we commit our ults? Where do we find the full combo, the pickoff? Because it hasn't really happened.
Yeah, and Benny Cutie's not quite there yet in terms of the damage output. RSG just feels like they're way too tanky. Every team fight we've seen, especially the last one, it looks like Echo just threw everything out already. But then RSG still looked relatively healthy. Aqua was able to get away, the pokes of Kusei, and it seems like when RSG, when it's their turn to deal the damage, the members of Echo are falling down quickly. Now, a little bit of a difference is that Sanji finally got to build up a glowing one, so that might help a little bit further. He's up against a tanky set of heroes on the side of RSG.
It's, even with that, everything that's happened here now under the 10-minute mark, 4,000 gold lead here for RSG. This is looking very similar to what we saw in the previous game, but Echo will continue to get in position for the team fights, for these objectives, and that's probably what they're going to do here again for this Lord.
Yeah. And what makes it worse, gentlemen, is that Echo's lineup does much less now on the defense compared to their lineup in game number 2. This is a lineup that relishes and flourishes as an aggressive lineup. And now they're forced to play behind the bush from inside their jungle, from inside their base. But wait, watch Sanji, watch Sanji.
Oh, he's too late. Not able to get there, but KarlTzy now can't even move, can't play. Gonna get whittled down, taken down. Light goes in, Sanji on the backside, trying to get a combination. Demonkite is low, will get taken down. Benny Cutie on the backside as well, firing off on Naz. Gets the flicker down, gets hunted down. Sanford goes in, Sanji gets the kill though. Echo fights back, but they lose the Lord.
May have spoken too soon. Echo still had one left in the chamber and came out with a, I'd say, wait. Okay, they're done. All right, wait, are they?
He's slow. Should be fine. Has the heal. Sanford there with the rest of the team. Light gonna be the one in trouble. One hit away. Will survive. Echo has to respond to the Lord on the bottom.
All right, let's talk about it. How did it come to this? Number one, I think at some point Echo understood that we're not gonna win off of KarlTzy. We're not gonna win this Lord take.
Yes.
They gave that up and then scrambled RSG to the point where Sanji and Sanford can actually make a difference. And the fact that they're still alive and they were able to get a few kills on the backswing and get a shutdown, mind you, allowed for them to keep this gold lead manageable and actually allowed for RSG to gain very little off of that Lord. We're going to see here the recap. The Lord gains from RSG's take, and this is so much smaller than even compared to game 2.
Yep. Echo right now still in a much better position to be able to claw their way back, but RSG continue to push that gap, taking control of the map. And one thing I want to point out also for the last sequence was Kusei actually using the Purify as a little speed boost to avoid getting taken down by Sanji. So he knows he's watching out for that Gushin, because I feel like at this point Sanji's job is simple. Take either Kusei or Aqua down, better if it's both.
Yeah, even with that, despite everything, Echo holds on to the majority of their base turrets for now. And, I mean, given how that whole exchange went, you saw how zoned out they were from that Lord fight. So I'm wondering, the fact that they proved that they can fight back, I wonder how Echo approaches the next objective.
Oh, wow. Here's the point proven. They actually netted less. They lost 800 gold on the swing back from Echo with the shutdowns from Sanji and Sanford. Something else to note, Sanji isn't even fully built yet. He needs maybe 2 more items before he actually becomes a threat. So, yeah, say what you will about... Oh, wait. Oh, grant the purple. Say what you will about this lineup being pick-off-centric and wanting to go fast and early. I think they've yet to hit their actual power spike. Players like Sanji, players like Sanford, they always have something up their sleeve. And I think now, especially once they build their third and fourth items, those Lord fights should make a difference. Hell, if they're both missing, you better check your six, man. So that's why the Novarius all the more matters on Aqua.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. As to add to that, Sanford actually already built the third item, and it's a Sea Hopper, so it's full damage for Sanford himself. Sea Hopper, Malefic Roar, and then the Hunter Strike.
Yep.
So they really know, and again, this lineup is built for that carry. But I agree with you. Power Spike ain't completely hit yet unless the Goshen has items. RNG already rushing the Lord.
Concealed play going to come down. Nas takes quite a bit of damage. Huge penalty zone, though, into the Blazing Duet. Fight for the Lord. Still going to break that. Electro final ball comes down. Sanford taken out. Takes out Kusei. It's coming. That gets the Lord. RSG has a blunder for the Lord. Things whittled down, dissipated, and Echo Express down the mid.
Talking about objective fights for RSG, that's a Pyrrhic victory. They lost so much in pursuit of the Lord. But looking back, it's a big trade. Again, any kind of kills that Echo scores goes their way. And I stand corrected. They were able to thread the needle, and Echo actually scores. It's Echo's Lord.
Yes.
What? Let's see that replay one more time.
KarlTzy able to get it there.
What?
All right.
Okay.
A little, the knock up. Demonkite, this. KarlTzy was just in range.
Just outside?
Demonkite was knocked up for just a moment, if I'm not
Oh,
mistaken.
literally just outside.
Yeah.
Oh, everything just came in so quickly. Watching that Lord knock up, I missed out on the fact that, never mind. It's all Echo now. Echo won that fight, clearly.
Yeah. Big turnaround here. The Orcas, the Killer Whale, smell blood. They push forward. I'm pretty sure at this point, they have now hit their power spikes. And again, this is just indicative of the rivalry of these two, how they know each other so well and how well both of these two teams play. Items update, Leo, where we at, bro?
There it is. The G-Dubs, the Glowing Wand, the Genius Wand, and the DG, the Divine Glaive. Beautiful stuff, and I think Sanji's going to start playing around with his tech here and slowly build up to a winner tranche so he can actually walk out of full-on combos. Key here is Sanford, actually. Sanford is, if anything, making this turnaround possible for Echo. The fact that he's able to output so much damage and walk away from it now, because again, he's slowly building up his Festival of Blood stacks while also building slightly defensive now. Homie has a blade armor now. So it's not as easy for even Nats, even Kusei to say, you know what, this is free pickings. So I'm liking the turnaround, the swing from Echo.
At this point, as we got a glimpse at the items being locked in here, it's kind of, it's scary to see how it comes down to that minute detail when it comes to the Lord fights, right? Like when you even think, hey, RSG has somewhat control of this pit, they should be able to pull it off, and then again, some of the interactions, whether it's the petrifies, whether it's the combinations, whether it's even electro final blow, or just the right timing, if you will, even from KarlTzy, it's still 50-50, and that was the case even back from game one.
Yep. Throwing back to game number 2, where Benny Cutie was playing the Claude, I compared his Blazing Duets to acupuncture treatment. It's just like multiple needles being thrown at you, like, oh, this is terrible.
So what is it now?
Right now, this lineup that Echo is able to harness going into the late game now, it feels like just Wing Chun pressure punch.
Oh, you're going for martial arts. I was thinking of something like 20 peso coins getting thrown at you. Those things are thick.
Yeah, but I'm talking about just pressure points, martial arts, is because you see the Gushin and the Benedetta?
Yeah.
They're able to hurt hard enough in the specific points where RSG can't protect Kusei and Aqua, wherein it's compromised now. Look at these two deaths on Kusei and Aqua, right? Those are the two deaths each that Sanji and Sanford worked so hard to set up.
Yeah.
And that's what made this turnaround right now, about 15 minutes in, possible.
Yeah, and as the longer the game extended, and now that Echo have finally hit their power spikes, and as we even saw in the last objective take, what RSG did for their success, chaining their crowd control together to punish the entry dive of Echo.
Yeah.
Now, Echo have adjusted their playstyle a little bit, conserved a little bit more, but most importantly, the question of RSG of will they actually be able to survive the damage onslaught just getting tossed out? Because when you go in, try to chain your crowd control, as we saw in the last one, they eat up what? No One Fury,
Yep.
like the final blow, and then that just leaves their backline kind of exposed there. Aqua has felt that, especially up against Sanji, who's just been hunting him down relentlessly. So now I think RSG have to change up their approach if they want to crawl back into this. And, well, in terms of item-wise, it's still really close, but they really have to get more peel for their back line. They can't just all dive.
Oh, as we go into the game, I'm going to answer your question. The answer is no. Actually, they cannot survive whenever Echo is able to get that vice grip, the alligator roll, or in this case, the orca roll onto them. Once they bite down, that's it. But good news is for the Raiders is it's not as easy. Remember, a lot of the turnaround moments from Echo here in game number 3, 15 minutes in, I'd say that was what, twice now in a row?
Twice.
It's so hard to set up. They have to flank. They have to find a free bush that Sanji and Sanford can sit in for them to get that bite down. So, yeah, once Echo get it, it's so hard to recover, to roll back from. Yeah. But Echo have to set it up well. And it's not so easy because they don't have much vision.
Yeah, with everything talked about, I feel like Joseph here, Naisu, said it best. With these two, feels like everything's a 50-50.
Yeah, it
Never
does.
really know how it goes.
Toss a coin, right? I mean, at this point, with both these teams, gold lead or not, it comes down to it. And that's why we mentioned earlier, they're a lot alike, whether they admit it or not. And the way that they execute the game plan here is a little bit different with the lineups that they have, but ultimately, it's these minor details.
Where we are now is but the fulfillment of what Echo was alluding to, what they were foreshadowing in game number 2. The fact that they were so aggressive even when they were on the backswing, when they were on up against the ropes. Now it makes sense. It's because they got to this point by continuing to be aggressive.
Yeah.
They got to this point by still hoping and trusting in Sanford and Sanji and in their pickup potential that now they're ahead, 2K.
Have to watch a minion wave management here. RSG.
Top side.
Oh, this is a very interesting call by RSG, but one that could be devastating if they decide to call for it. But the minion wave needs to be pushed up a little bit more if they want to. Leo, what else do we have to watch out for?
You gotta watch out for the fact that Echo have really bad wave clear. You're talking about RSG making the call. RSG looking for long lane management. Good news is Echo actually has to put so much effort into protecting their own waves, their own turns. Look at this. See, they know where Sanford is, so that means one less problem.
They're gonna give it a go.
Light and Kusi, how they're positioning right now. They're waiting for something. They're waiting for Sanford, but Sanford has read it. Naisu.
Sanford cleared that wave. Now they have the full force of the Echo Express here against the Raiders. A fourth of the health here. Keep an eye on this top side of the map with Light and Kusei as well. They could look for their own counter initiation or try to start up themselves, but it's going to reset.
Oh, what a dance!
A little salsa between the former Kings of Sea, former champions of the world, the Orcas, getting hot in the river. Full reset now. Okay, so what are they looking for here, Leo? Well, what's with the reset? Is it something with the minions or vision?
It's the full lean on. It's the full engage. Neither team are finding it, so neither team are willing for this Lord to go. Because both teams are using this Lord for their own sake.
Yeah.
Both teams rely on this Lord to stay.
Yeah, and at the same time, again, because of these two teams, when they fight, it feels like a 50-50. You can't even say that if Echo initiated first, they'd win the fight. Because RSG can turn it around, and vice versa. So now, I feel like that's why RSG is leaning more a little into the macro focus of it all. Because they know with Echo, it's a 50-50.
Well,
so they try to manage the minion waves to pressure Echo to make a mistake.
And I think that's the right call, is because Echo can't go tit for tat when it comes to macro.
True.
So now they're going to try to muscle in.
Okay, at this point, I think Echo's going to turn. Someone's going to turn at this point. This is it.
The point of no return.
Point of no return.
It might even be Navs here. Again, he has that mortality. Vision's going to come down as well. JP jumps in. There's the call. They get a little bit of poke down. Lord's still going to be worked on. There's the penalty zone to come through. Navs has to flicker out. They're going to fight for it. KarlTzy. Can he get the entry off? It's Demonkite. Gets the Lord. Can they stay alive? Benny Cutie unleashing the backside. It's too much damage Nas falls next, 3 down for RSG. Echo just has to work on the Lord here, but RSG has 2 members.
An immaculate and brutal turn from Echo. Yes, they sacrificed the Lord, but at the cost of a 3-for-none trade. Now RSG are left in the corner with just 2 defenders. Aqua and Sanji!
Sanji doesn't need the minions. Jump into the base. It's only Kusei. Echo Express comes in with a decisive win in a 3-game series. No minions just yet. They still have time.
No, they got it. They got this.
Waves are making their way down. Despite 5 seconds away, Echo will take the series.
They did him dirty.
They did him dirty. RSG reminded that they got wiped out. The classic rivalry ends with a classic ending. A classic Echo hero turn leads to a mythical, immortal victory against the Raiders.
That is as explosive and a bombastic turn at the end as it gets.
Bombastic.
Of course, you had to lose the Lord fight. Of course, you had to feign the fact that, a lonely Gushin, and I don't know who else was in the bush there with the Sanji, who just walked face first into a penalty zone. What a read from RSG's XP laner, again, with an MVP performance, MVP of a career so far too. But in the end, it's just Echo's aggression, their willingness to lean into these situations.
I love when these 2 teams play against each other.
It's always so... Since Season 10, I swear, since Season 10, they just keep putting on an absolute show.
It's gonna be good as they take their bow.
And it was definitely great. And as they walk forward into the crowd, of course, they walk away with 1 point. A bit of a wounded pride, knowing these 2. Next time they meet again, maybe this time it'll be RSG standing tall. But for now, let's revel in the victory and acknowledge the winners of this match. Echo with Maragino and Hans Galleria.
Everybody, let's give it up to Echo. Wow! Job well done. Okay, you guys, nakuha nyo yung... Dito ka
Ang layo
lang
nila.
sa akin. Anong meron? Okay, you guys got game 1. Pagpunta ng game number 2, na-wipe out kayo not once, but twice. When it mattered the most, in the last few couple of minutes in the game, kayo naman ang nakakuha ng wipeout. Nanggigil ka ba pagkatapos ng game number 2? At paano mo nagamit yung nangyari sa inyo para naman makabawi ng game 3?
Hindi naman po ako nanggigil. Siguro po, pag mas kalmado ako, mas nakapag-isip kami na maayos. Kaya, ayun, bawi lang kami.
So, kalma ka pag mga moments na ganon. Hindi ka napipikon or anything.
Aba.
Okay, may gusto kang sabihin kay Demonkite?
Nice, G-Kite. Last mo.
Pananibago ako ng konti. Pananibago ako ng konti. Now I want to talk to Benny Cutie. Benny, madalas na mention ng Echo, especially from previous interviews, na gusto nyo talaga laging katapat yung RSG kasi action-packed palagi. What about RSG, in your opinion, makes them a good matchup kontra sa Echo?
Siguro po kasi aggressive din sila lalo na sa early stage ng game. And yun nga, yung malakas yung tatlo nila sa mid. So, talagang dikdikan kapag sila kalaban ng nila Sanji.
Okay. And I think this is also the first death na this season.
Death this season. Ilang series na kayo? 3? Pangatlong series na to,
Nakailang
no?
series na kayo?
Yes.
3 na, di ba?
Apo.
Pangatlo niya na, and first death niya pa
First
lang
death.
in this series. That shows a lot. What do you think about your performance so far and sa lahat ng Echo at sumusuporta sa inyo? What do you think about your performance so far and kamusta yung nagiging takbo ng Echo in and out of the game?
Oo nga, bakit ang hirap mo patayin?
Ano po, siguro, okay. Sa tingin naman po namin may improve pa talaga yung bawat galaw ng isa and yung as a team. So ayun, di kami titigil mag-practice para ma-reach yung yung form ulit namin.
Mature Benny. Mature Benny. Once again, let's give him a big round of applause. Congratulations to Echo. You may now take your bow. and take your walk of victory. Congratulations to Echo. Grabe, ang galing ni Benny. Ngayon lang siya namatay since nagsimula yung ating season.
Parang ibang usapan pag sa atin na nanggaling. But that extends the Orcas streak to 3 straight wins.
At maganda rin na yung ating rivalry with Karl and Kite.
Still there.
Still there, but
Healthy
they
rivalry.
respect each other.
Yep.
Good job nga. Himayin na natin ang ating laban. Balikan na natin ang ating casters. Pasok.
Thank you, Mara and Hans, and of course, congratulations to Echo, chiller, calmer, more mature Echo. And I think that's sort of reflective of what Sanji said in this interview. More controlled this time around.
They won today, right? But I'm proud of the Raiders, man. Right? They put on a good show, and I can't wait to see them play again later this season. But still, I would say that series was 50-50 all throughout.
Yeah. Again, indicative of the rivalry of these two. How similar they are. Leo, who's our MVP?
It's going to be hard to read, but I think come that final moment, which we'll see highlights of in just a bit, you'll know that it's Benny Curie, deathless in game number 3, able to take the most out of what his pick-off-centric mid laner and XP laner set up, and of course, what Daddy JP and the young GOAT KarlTzy did to threaten major objectives all throughout game number 3. Here are the highlights, and it's no secret when I say, folks, it's been a rough road for Echo playing through game number 3. Here you'll see how that early on collapse failed to come to fruition, and yeah, there was the eventual pickoff in the back line on Sanji, but check this out. Light early on committed the flicker, spatial migration, full-on combo, and just compromised Echo going into these ladder lord fights. And here you'll see shades of Benny Curie actually understanding his importance, understanding how impactful he would be eventually. And come this second lord, you'll see the comeback. You'll see how not only did Echo score the lord, but they eventually started to go into trading up. That was a 2 for 3. And here in their final fight, in their final lord collapse, Benny Curie just right outside damage range, understands that he is their only real source after Sanji and Sanford commit their full-on kits for the pickoff. And inside their base, once they call endable, they needed to wait for the wave, but eventually they all secured the victory. Looking at their emblem builds, of course, both laners now committed to the Master Assassin. It's almost literally the same layout. Not just almost, literally is. So now expect for this to be your gold lane rivalry as we develop the S13 metagame. Looking elsewhere, if you want to start to play these in your ranked games, check out what Sanji did to his Gushin. Something that I would like to allude to later on is how he played with the vision, waiting for waves to push through, and then going into the jungle to activate his Wilderness Blessing. That's what allowed for him to actually reposition and find these angles. And yes, indeed, confirmed built a late Holy Crystal and then the Winter Trunch to be able to find those pickoffs. And then look at Sanford as well, building Hybrid to be able to provide the kind of damage output that'll threaten RSG from finding re-engages and then walking away from them as well. Kill participation, again, 71% on Benny Cutie and Sanford. Oddly enough, lower on Sanji's because that combo on the Gushin is much, much more troubling. Aqua dealing so much damage on the Novaria as you do, especially if you're relatively unthreatened all throughout mid to early. Alongside everyone from RSG actually collapsing onto their opponents, given the high kill rate participation. 67 the lowest, and that's on Kusei, who later on, sadly, was not caught by the highlights. I think was one of the last casualties. I need to rewatch that replay, and I think just watch this whole game, watch this whole series. You'll pick up quite a few tips on how to play aggressive MLBB is because they both put on a masterclass, a showcase. I'm definitely going to watch this because I like the way that they both played, and I want to take a hint out of this and play it in my ranked games.
Well, I am still hopeful for Raider Nation, but I will acknowledge the Echo Express.
Acknowledge.
And at the same time, they're on that way.
Acknowledge.
Sorry, how do I acknowledge? Oh,
There you go. All right. You were saying?
They're on their way to get that streak, I feel like, this season.
Echo?
Echo.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to finish their story in terms of getting that goal. KarlTzy said it. That is his main goal for the season. Set the new regular season win streak at 12.
So close last year.
So close.
Last season.
Last season. Well, technically last year too. But yeah, it's been a great day of MLBB action. We've seen a lot more surprise picks. The meta getting flexed. Very interesting. Thank you so much for joining us here. Once again, we are the totally height-accurate We Bear Bros. It's Naisu and Leo. We're now going to throw you over to the stage with Hans, Galleria, and Mara Aquino.
You know, Mara, I've been meaning to ask you, ano bang pinagkakaabalahan mo every time that you go to rest?
Well, usually, I listen to podcasts or nagme-meditate ako. I like to be at peace. Ikaw?
Well, I play basketball. It's something that we love to do. Hanggat masaya tayo, it's considered rest, in my opinion. But, sigurado ako, and I'm pretty sure kung ano ang pinagkakaabalahan ng ating mga manonood every time sila nagpapahinga.
Ano yun?
E di sumubaybay sa tahanan ng pinakamalalakas na Mobile Legends Bang Bang players sa buong mundo.
Kung gano'n, naasahan ulit namin kayo bukas dahil 3 maiinit na bakbakan ang naghihintay para sa inyo. Muli, ako po si Mara Aquino.
And my name is Hans Galleria.
Nagpapaalalang magkakaiba man ang ating pinagdadaanan, sama-sama pa rin tayo sa laban. Para sa tagumpay! Keep it good vibes, everybody!
See you tomorrow!